his counterparts have been meeting to discuss how secure energy supplies can tackle inflation, aiming to keep fallout from the war to punish Moscow. After a day of talks, leader of the group of 7 leading economies and European Union sat down for a working dinner. The day saw the opening of annual G7 summit, this year being hosted in the Bavarian Alps, with G7 leaders plus the EU in attendance. Agency report, Republic TV.
Italy's drought has dried up rivers crucial for irrigation, threatening around 3 billion euros in agriculture. The persistent absence of rain prompted the mayor of Milan to sign an ordinance turning off public fountains and limiting water sprinklers as northern Italy endures one of the worst droughts in decades.
Italy's drought has dried up rivers that are crucial for irrigation, threatening some 3 billion euros in agriculture. Italy's first drought situation has claimed loss of around 40% of the seasonal harvest. The city ordinance declared state of emergency in the surrounding Lombardy region, which has endured an unusually early heat wave and months without significant rainfall. In addition to the restrictions on public water use in Milan, the mayor invited the people to do their part and reduce water use as much as possible at home. While unusual heat and lack of rainfall are to blame for the current crisis, Italy has a wasteful water infrastructure that by some estimates loses around 42% of water each year. This condition in Italy prevails in the large part due to old and poorly maintained pipes. Italy's Civil Protection Agency is gathering information from the region and various national ministries to propose a broader state of emergency for the affected areas. Agency report, Republic TV.
Denmark has been painted in yellow as people prepare for hosting the Tour de France Grand Depart, which starts on the 1st of July to the 3rd.
Denmark has been painted in yellow as the country prepares to host the Tour of France Grand Depart, which starts on July 1st to July 3rd. In the visuals, Europe's longest bridge, the Great Belt Bridge, can be seen in yellow. The first stage will start from Copenhagen, where 9 out of 10 people own a bicycle from a very young age. The city's 22 km of cycling lanes include new innovative bike bridges, making it one of the world's best cities for cyclists. Copenhagen boasts the world's most cycles across bridge with 40,000 registered cyclists daily. The first stage of the Grand Depart starts in Copenhagen along with the yellow-wrapped trees, while the second stage starts in the old Viking capital, Roskilde, a 199-kilometer route that includes crossing the Great Belt Bridge. The third and the final stage of the Grand Depart is 182 kilometers long, starting in Weil and ending in Sonderburg. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in other international news, NASA launched a rocket from the Arnhem Space Center in Australia's Northern Territory on Sunday. This is NASA's first launch from a commercial spaceport outside the US and the first in Australia in 27 years. Rocket struck a residential area of Kharkiv, causing damage to residential properties and a hospital. According to the police, the rockets were launched from Russia's Belgorod region, where 2 people have been hospitalized with injuries.
When he was asked that whether you have a proper ID card. He lost his cool and he started abusing Samadrita. He threw the boom from the hand of Samadrita and then assaulted her.
काय म्हणतात तिथून की आम्हीच शिवसेना, आमचाच गट, आमचंच धनुष्यबाण, आम्हीच राहणार, आम्ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेब ठाकरे. ओ त्या नावाची तुम्ही लावण्याची लायकी असती तुमची तर बंड करायला तुम्ही सुरतमध्ये पळाला असतात. काही काही लोकांना वाटतं की चिन्ह त्यांच्याकडे जाणार, चिन्ह जाणार नाही, धनुष्यबाण आपलाच राहणार. इसी बात का है कि जिस असम में बाढ़ आए हैं, जहाँ लोगों के लिए कपड़े नहीं है, अभी रहने की कोई क्षमता नहीं है, वहाँ ऐसे हमारे जो फुटीरवादी आमदार हैं, विधायक हैं, उनके लिए पैसा खर्च किया जा रहा है. ये असम के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, देश के लोगों ने सोचना जरूरी है. और इस देश में लोकशाही है कि नहीं, इसका सवाल होता है, क्योंकि ये ऑप्शन जैसे लेके जा रहे हैं.
ये सब बंडखोर एमएलएज के साथ जैसे एकनाथ शिंदे ने कहा था गुवाहाटी में कि महाशक्ति मेरे साथ है, तो महाशक्ति कौन थी तो वो अब सब लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है. रात के अंधेरे में कौन किसको मिल रहा है वो भी आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से दिखाया जा रहा है. जिस तरह से माननीय राज्यपाल ने राष्ट्रपति महोदय को जो आज सिफारिश की है, आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से हम सुन रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति राजवट लगाई जाए, तो ये उसका मेन कारण हो सकता है. ये किसी को बचाने के लिए नहीं, शिवसेना को महाराष्ट्र से ख़त्म करने का ये जो प्लान जो बीजेपी ने बनाया है उसके पीछे की ये सब राजनीति है और ये षड्यंत्र है. सत्ता के बाहर जाने के लिए इस तरह का बहाना करना गलत बात है. कुछ एमएलए बंडखोर एमएलए में से कुछ लोगों के ऑडियो
Top headlines at 7 a.m. Top court to hear Shinde camp's plea against Deputy Speaker and the rejection of no confidence motion. It's a packed agenda for Prime Minister Modi in Germany. Will attend G7 summit. Big meetings lined up. Opposition presidential candidate Yashwant Sinha is set to file his nomination papers for presidential polls. Trouble mounts for Teesta Setalwar, remanded in police custody till 2nd of July. SIT to probe into Teesta's Setalwar's alleged role in smear campaign and other such cases in connection to 2002 riots. Good morning viewers, thanks for tuning in. You're watching This Morning and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Now Prime Minister rounded off day one of his Munich visit after meetings with the Argentina President and the Minister President of Bavaria as well. He also interacted with the Indian diaspora in Munich. Here's what happened on day one of Prime Minister's Germany visit.
It was an eventful day one for the Prime Minister in Munich, starting with the grand welcome from the German officials receiving the Prime Minister, and this music band playing its tunes to give the Prime Minister an authentic Bavarian welcome. The Prime Minister received a rousing reception from the Indian diaspora in Munich.
हमें बहुत ही खुशी हो रही है, पता नहीं है लफ्ज़ नहीं है बोलने के लिए कि क्या बोलूं कि मोदी जी म्यूनिक पे हैं, बहुत दूर से आए हैं, बहुत दूर से बहुत दिनों से म्यूनिक में हूँ. थैंक यू सो मच कि मोदी जी यहाँ पे आए हैं एंड लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू इट.
Later in the evening, the Prime Minister followed his tradition of interacting with the Indian diaspora in a grand event in the city of Munich, attended by thousands. Even before he entered the stage, there was a celebratory atmosphere around the stadium. And as he entered, the chants of Modi, Modi reverberated across the stadium. And as he connected with the Indian diaspora in Germany,
Namaskar.
in his address, the Prime Minister lauded India's vaccine drive and slammed the vaccine critics. He also took on the opposition over corruption under previous regimes.
हर हिंदुस्तानी गर्व से कह सकता है कि भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है. लोकतंत्र का हजारों वर्षों का हमारा इतिहास आज भी भारत के कोने कोने में जीवंत है. इतनी सारी भाषाएं, इतनी सारी बोलियां, इतने अलग अलग तरह के रहन सहन के साथ भारत की डेमोक्रेसी वाइब्रेंट है.
And as he got off the stage to exit the venue, the crowds could not contain their excitement. The Prime Minister now has a series of engagements lined up over the course of the next 48 hours. The most important of all, the crucial G7 summit. On day 2, the Prime Minister has a series of engagements lined up over the course of the next 24 hours. The most important of all, the crucial G7 summit. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, Prime Minister Modi landed in Germany on Sunday as part of a two-day visit wherein he is slated to attend the G7 summit under the German presidency on June 26 to 27th. After the touchdown at the Munich airport, the Prime Minister was met with a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora from across Europe at the iconic auditorium. PM Modi has a busy schedule, in fact, for today, where he will be meeting various leaders to hold bilateral talks.
It's day 2 of the Prime Minister's visit to Germany and a day packed with some big meetings lined up over the next few hours. The biggest one being the G7 summit on the backdrop of the Ukraine war and the rising Chinese influence in the Indo-Pacific. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a warm welcome from the Indian diaspora in Munich, Germany. Prime Minister Modi also met the Argentinian president and the Bavarian president. Today is a busy diplomatic schedule for Prime Minister. Apart from the two busy sessions at the G7 Leaders Summit on climate change and food security, Prime Minister will also have bilateral and one-on-one with the leaders of South Africa, Indonesia, Canada, Germany and the head of European Union. Over the next 2 days, he will meet more than 12.5 world leaders, including US President Joe Biden and UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He will also be meeting the French President, Japanese Prime Minister, apart from participating in the sessions during the G7 summit. The extension of G7 invitation to India highlights the growing role played by New Delhi to be a part of every sustained effort to find solutions to solve global challenges. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Getting you a quick roundup of all the action on Maharashtra political crisis as per sources. Shiv Sena MLA and sitting Minister Uday Samant has flown to Guwahati amid a political crisis in the state. He joined the 50-strong breakaway faction led by Eknath Shinde. Maharashtra Minister Aditya Thackeray at a party program in Kalina warned rebel ministers And he said that several ministers who have left the state will face action. The chief minister has a right to act against them. That's the word by Aditya Thackeray. Republic learned that rebel ministers Eknath Shinde, Gulabro Patil, Dada Bhagus and Shambhuraj Desai are all set to lose their portfolio as Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is likely to take action against them. Shiv Sena MP Arvind Sawant, while briefing the media, confirmed that legal action has been initiated and the rebel MLAs have been served notice as well. Amid the tussle with the rebel faction, Maharashtra Minister Aditya Thackeray declared that Shiv Sena symbol will always remain with the party. Thackeray claimed that the Shinde camp is running out of options and that they have no choice but to merge with the BJP. Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari has written to the Mumbai CP and State DGP asking them to provide security to the MLAs who are camping in Guwahati with Eknath Shinde. Meanwhile, the centre today granted Y+ security to 15 rebel MLAs staying at the Radisson Blu Hotel. Accusing the BJP of attempting to break the Shiv Sena, Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole alleged that the Saffron Party has given 50 crore rupees each to the rebel MLAs. He also questioned the centre's move to provide security cover to Sona Sena MLAs who are currently camping in Guwahati.
जिस तरह से माननीय राज्यपाल ने राष्ट्रपति महोदय को जो आज सिफारिश की है, आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से हम सुन रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति राजवट लगाई जाए, तो ये उसका मेन कारण हो सकता है। ये किसी को बचाने के लिए नहीं, शिवसेना को महाराष्ट्र से खत्म करने का ये जो प्लान जो बीजेपी ने बनाया है, उसके पीछे की ये सब राजनीति है और ये षड्यंत्र है।
Firing a fresh salvo at rebel MLA, Sena leader Sanjay Raut said that the 40 people who are living corpses when these 40 people step out here, they won't be alive at heart. They know that what can happen in fire that has been lit here. Shiv Sena workers held massive agitation against rebel Shiv Sena MLAs in Pune, Maharashtra. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, Shiv Sena workers held bike rallies to protest against the rebel Shiv Sena MLAs outside the Samna office. Amid the ongoing political turmoil in Maharashtra, security forces have been deployed outside the office of Samadhan Sada Sarvankar, son of rebel Shiv Sena MLA Sada Sarvankarli. Earlier reports have come that supporters of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant vandalized the vehicle of Shiv Sena leader in Maharashtra's Beed district. Now, the Maharashtra political turmoil has now taken a legal turn. The Shinde camp has moved to the Supreme Court over disqualification of 16 MLAs by Maharashtra Deputy Speaker, and the hearing is expected to take place today at 10:30 a.m.
The Maharashtra political turmoil is taking a legal turn. The Shinde camp moved to Supreme Court over disqualification of 16 MLAs by Maharashtra Deputy Speaker, and the hearing is expected today at 10:30 a.m.
The Shinde camp moved Supreme Court. A petition has been filed over the removal of Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly and appointed Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena MLA and Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief. The petition also mentioned the rejection of a no confidence motion that was filed by Shinde camp against Deputy Speaker Narhari Jalwal. The petition also seeks that there should be no action that should be initiated against the rebel MLAs until the Supreme Court gives that verdict.
The other camp too is ready to fight it out. Senior lawyer Abhishek Manu Singhvi confirmed Republic News Break that he would indeed represent Shiv Sena in the Supreme Court today. Meanwhile, one more Sena minister, Uday Samant, reached Guwahati, raising the total Shinde camp tally to 51. But the war of words continued.
40 आमदारांच्या बॉड्या इथे येतील, त्यांना डायरेक्ट सभागृहात पोस्टमार्टम मध्ये पाठवू.
With Uddhav Thackeray camp putting a brave face, even continuing to attend rallies like the one which will be held today at Govandi by Uddhav. And younger leader continuing to challenge the rebels.
काय म्हणतात तिथून की आम्हीच शिवसेना, आमचाच गट, आमचाच धनुष्यबाण, आम्हीच राहणार, आम्ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेब ठाकरे. ओ त्या नावाची तुम्ही लावण्याची लायकी असती तुमची तर बंड करायला तुम्ही सुरतमध्ये पळाला असतात.
The top court hearing comes ahead of the Monday 5 p.m. deadline given to 16 rebel MLAs. Now that the fight is reaching from the corridors of power to the domes of Supreme Court, it needs to be seen who will get the upper hand. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And on to some breaking news coming in from JNK, where the Doda police along with the security forces have arrested one terrorist who has been identified as Fareed Ahmed, the son of Ghulam Hassan, resident of Koti Doda, and incriminating materials have also been recovered from this terrorist, which includes one Chinese pistol, 2 magazines, 14 live cartridges and one mobile phone from his possession. We have Gursimran also joining us to give more details. Gursimran, if you could talk to us more about this terrorist who has now been arrested and the incriminating materials also that have been recovered from this terrorist.
A terror plot of Lashkar-e-Toiba has been busted by Doda police by arresting this terrorist who has been identified as Fareed Ahmed, and he was in a bid to carry out a terrorist strike on the Jammu and Kashmir police personnel in the Doda district. He was in touch with the top commander of Lashkar-e-Toiba in Pakistan and was getting coordinated directions from there. But based on a specific intelligence input and the beefed up security ahead of Amarnath Yatra, Jammu and Kashmir police has arrested this terrorist, and he was highly radicalized and was in a bid to join the terror ranks in the Kashmir Valley, but has been arrested before he could carry out the terror strike, and now investigation is going on.
Yes. Well, Gursimran, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. Meanwhile, in 3 days from now, the Amarnath Yatra is set to begin on 30th of June, and security arrangements have been tightened all over, especially in areas close to the international border like Lakhanpur in Jammu and Kashmir.
The Amarnath Yatra is set to begin on June 30th. And security arrangements have been tightened all over, especially in areas close to the international border like Lakhanpur in Jammu and Kashmir. The Jammu and Kashmir police has assured that no tourist will face any difficulties this season.
इस एरिया को डोमिनेट किया गया है और सिक्योरिटी के जितने भी मेजर्स होते हैं और जितने भी प्रिकॉशंस होते हैं वो सब लिए गए हैं, और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि यात्री जितने भी आएंगे उनको किसी किस्म की असुविधा या परेशानी जो है यहाँ पे लखनपुर में एंट्री पॉइंट पे नहीं होगी.
The Additional Director General Jammu conducted an extensive tour of district Pooch and took stock of the prevailing scenario in the border district. The ADGP briefed the police officers regarding the prevailing threat and suggested proactive and preventive measures. He instructed the officers to mitigate the threat and took stock of the steps being taken by the district police against the listed suspects. ADG also shared a high-level security review meet that was attended by all the security forces, including Army, BSF and CRPF. Earlier in Jammu and Kashmir, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha also reviewed the security arrangements at the Unified Command meeting in Srinagar. Detailed plans for telecom connectivity, healthcare and fire safety were reviewed by the Lieutenant Governor. Around 3 lakh pilgrims have registered so far for the annual Amarnath Yatra amid unprecedented security arrangements in South Kashmir Himalayas. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break for now. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Opposition presidential candidate Yashwant Sinha set to file his nomination papers today. Trouble mounts for Teesta Setalwar, remanded in police custody till 2nd of July.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here. Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today University's rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
की आम्हीच शिवसेना, आमचाच गट, आमचाच धनुष्यबाण, आम्हीच राहणार, आम्ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेब ठाकरे. ओ त्या नावाची तुम्ही लावण्याची लायकी असती तुमची तर बंड करायला तुम्ही सुरतमध्ये पळाला असतात. काही काही लोकांना वाटतं की चिन्ह त्यांच्याकडे जाणार, चिन्ह जाणार नाही, धनुष्यबाण हा आपलाच राहणार. इसी बात का है कि जिस असम में बाढ़ आए हैं, जहां लोगों के लिए कपड़े नहीं है, अभी रहने की कोई क्षमता नहीं है, वहां ऐसे हमारे जो फुटीरवादी आमदार हैं, विधायक हैं, उनके लिए पैसा खर्च किया जा रहा है. ये असम के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, देश के लोगों ने सोचना जरूरी है. और इस देश में लोकशाही है कि नहीं, इसका सवाल होता है, क्योंकि ये ऑप्शन जैसे लेके जा रहे हैं.
ये सब बंडखोर एमएलएज के साथ जैसे एकनाथ शिंदे ने कहा था गुवाहाटी में कि महाशक्ति मेरे साथ है, तो महाशक्ति कौन थी, तो वो अब सब लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है. रात के अंधेरे में कौन किसको मिल रहा है वो भी आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से दिखाया जा रहा है. जिस तरह से माननीय राज्यपाल ने राष्ट्रपति महोदय को जो आज सिफारिश की है, आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से हम सुन रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति राजवट लगाई जाए, तो ये उसका मेन कारण हो सकता है. ये किसी को बचाने के लिए नहीं, शिवसेना को महाराष्ट्र से ख़त्म करने का ये जो प्लान जो बीजेपी ने बनाया है, उसके पीछे की ये सब राजनीति है और ये षड्यंत्र है. सत्ता के बाहर जाने के लिए इस तरह का बहाना करना गलत बात है. कुछ एमएलए बंडखोर एमएलए में से कुछ लोगों के ऑडियो वायरल होना शुरू हो गए.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे. भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे. भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे.
Welcome back. Now, an Ahmedabad court on 26th of June remanded activist Teesta Setalwar and former Gujarat DGP RB Shri Kumar in police custody till Saturday, July 2nd, in a case relating to fabricating of evidence to frame innocence in connection with the 2002 Gujarat riots.
The amount of allegations against Teesta Setalwar is piling up.
उस वक्त जो यूपीए की सरकार आई, उसने ढेर सारी मदद करी है तीस्ता सेतलवाड़ की एनजीओ को, ढेर सारी मदद करी है. सबको मालूम है, पूरे लुटियन दिल्ली को मालूम है.
गुजरात में तो आपकी सरकार थी, इतने
गुजरात में हमारी सरकार थी, मगर जो एनजीओ थे उसको भारत सरकार ने मदद करी है, सब जानते हैं. और केवल मोदी जी को टारगेट बनाकर ये सब किया गया.
Following the Supreme Court judgment and the fresh FIRs, the Ahmedabad crime branch has detained Teesta. The crime branch claims Teesta Setalwar has refused to cooperate.
तलवार और श्री कुमार दोनों आपकी प्राथमिक पूछताछ में सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं, ऐसे
सपोर्ट नहीं कर, दोनों नहीं कर।
And now an SIT has been formed to probe into her alleged role in smear campaign and cases related to Gujarat riots.
Now an SIT has been formed to make sure that the investigation gets carried out in the entire of the three accused. Now the SIT is being headed by the top police officials, including Deepen Bhadran, who is the Gujarat ATS chief as well as of now. Apart from that, the SIT will look into the entire conspiracy of Teesta Setalwad, Sanjeev Bhatt and Sri Kumar as well, as to how the entire conspiracy was carried out, how the entire modus operandi of the three accused had been to fabricate the evidence.
Add to this, a former aide of Teesta Setalwad made the shocking claim about scripted affidavits.
देखिए ऐसा है कि जो एफिडेविट उनको बनाए गए थे, जो उनको पता ही नहीं था कि इसमें लिखा हुआ क्या है, तो वो बेचारे वो कैसे बोल सकते थे वही बात जो एफिडेविट में लिखी हुई है। जो सच्चाई है वही तो बोलेंगे, वो उन्होंने वही सच्चाई बोली है वहां पर।
And of direct political links.
कर रही थी तीस्ता, किसके कहने पे कर रही थी?
तीस्ता जो थी वो असल में क्या था कि कांग्रेस में जो अपने अब इस दुनिया में नहीं है, अहमद पटेल के संपर्क में थी पूरी तरह से। अहमद पटेल से वो हर मामले में बात करा करती थी, अहमद पटेल जो बोला करते थे वो करती थी। और स्थानीय जो हमारे कांग्रेस के लोग थे वहां पर, जैसे कि हमारे शक्ति सिंह गोहिल है और दूसरे कांग्रेस के उस वक्त के नेता थे, उनके संपर्क में रहती थी। और उस वक्त उनके साथ में खास तौर पर ये सारे प्रोग्राम और इस तरह की बातें उनको विक्टिमों को सिखाने वाले सोहेल तिरमिजी थे, वो इन सारी चीजों को सिखाया करते थे। और एफिडेविट जो बनाते थे उसके बारे में उनको बेचारों को कुछ मालूम नहीं होता था, लेकिन जबानी तौर पर अगर उनसे पूछे तो वो बोलते जो हकीकत है, और आज भी वही बोलते हैं जो हकीकत है।
The questions about a larger plot to milk an unfortunate riot, play with the sentiments of victims and propel falsehoods has come to the fore.
Now we have also gotten the exclusive details of the remand copy in which it categorically states as to how these three accused had carried out the conspiracy of fabricating evidence and how these three accused had in fact gotten in touch with each other, what really was the modus operandi. Because in the FIR itself it has been written that 19 witnesses had been tutored by Teesta Setalwad along with Sridhar and Sanjeev Bhatt as well.
Setalwad and her NGO were co-petitioners with Zakia Jafri in a petition filed against PM Modi in the Supreme Court. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now talking about the situation in Assam, residents continue to suffer across the flood-hit areas in Assam as well as Meghalaya. The Indian Air Force has been carrying out relief and rescue operations with Silchar town in Assam's Kachar district submerged in flood waters for a week now. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma conceded that the administration has not been able to reach all the marooned people yet.
There seems to be no respite for people across the flood-hit areas in Assam. Large parts of Assam continues to be inundated in flood water. While there was less rainfall in most areas, flood waters continue to submerge Silchar and other adjoining districts. CM Himanta Biswa Sarma visited Silchar town and took cognizance of the flood-affected areas. Following the non-stop rain and heavy floods and deadly landslides, lakhs of people across multiple districts have been displaced. Assam CM waded through the flood waters on foot at places and sailed in a NDRF rubber boat in some other areas as he interacted with local populace to get a first-hand understanding of the situation. The CM during the visit held a review meeting with district administration officials on the situation and the measures being taken for rescue and relief operations. Meanwhile, the IAF continued its humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operation for the 5th consecutive day. The Indian Air Force has airlifted about 96 tons of relief material using various aerial platforms in the last 24 hours. There is a forecast for more rain. The water level at Barak River is still flowing above the danger level. Assam CM appealed to the people to stand by each other during this time of distress and appreciated the philanthropic activities by individuals and groups in Silchar. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
That's all we have for you in this edition of our broadcast on This Morning. Rukma joins us from the Delhi newsroom. She's going to take you through all the highlights from across the globe.
Well, many thanks, Samiksha. And viewers, let me tell you a bit about what's coming up amid the shadow of the Russia-Ukraine war. G7 leaders gather in Germany. We'll be bringing you all the details on that in World This Morning, coming up soon. Also on the sidelines of the G7 summit, we tell you about French President Macron and Japanese Premier Kishida holding bilateral talks.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today University's rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
इसी बात का है कि जिस असम में बाढ़ आए हैं, जहां लोगों के लिए कपड़े नहीं है, अभी रहने की कोई क्षमता नहीं है, वहां ऐसे हमारे जो फुटीरवादी आमदार हैं, विधायक हैं, उनके लिए पैसा खर्च किया जा रहा है। ये असम के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, देश के लोगों ने सोचना जरूरी है। और इस देश में लोकशाही है कि नहीं, इसका सवाल होता है, क्योंकि ये ऑक्शन जैसे लेके जा रहे हैं।
ये सब बंडखोर एमएलएस के साथ जैसे एकनाथ शिंदे ने कहा था गुवाहाटी में कि महाशक्ति मेरे साथ है, तो महाशक्ति कौन थी, तो वो अब सब लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है। रात के अंधेरे में कौन किसको मिल रहा है वो भी आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से दिखाया जा रहा है। जिस तरह से माननीय राज्यपाल ने राष्ट्रपति महोदय को जो आज सिफारिश की है, आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से हम सुन रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति राजवट लगाई जाए, तो ये उसका मेन कारण हो सकता है। ये किसी को बचाने के लिए नहीं, शिवसेना को महाराष्ट्र से ख़त्म करने का ये जो प्लान जो बीजेपी ने बनाया है, उसके पीछे की ये सब राजनीति है और ये षड्यंत्र है। सत्ता के बाहर जाने के लिए इस तरह का बहाना करना गलत बात है। कुछ एमएलए बंडखोर एमएलए में से कुछ लोगों के ऑडियो वायरल होना शुरू हो गए।
उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे।
And amid the shadow of the Russia-Ukraine war, G7 leaders gather in Germany. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to attend G7 summit will hold bilaterals with G7 leaders also. On the sidelines of the Group of Seven summit, French President Macron and Japanese PM Kishida hold bilateral talks. And German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and British Premier Boris Johnson hold bilateral meeting in Germany. Zelensky appeals to people of Belarus, requests to resist cooperating with the Russian military. And you're watching Republic TV, and here's all the news from across the globe in detail in World This Morning. I'm Rukma with you. In our top story, leaders of the group of 7 leading economies and European Union began talks on Sunday as the annual G7 summit got underway in Germany. US President Joe Biden also praised the continued unity of the global alliance confronting Russia at the G7 summit.
G7 leaders began talks on Sunday as the annual G7 summit is underway in Germany. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz commends unity on Ukraine.
Dass das ein brutaler Krieg ist, den Putin führt, haben wir jetzt wieder mitbekommen mit Raketenangriffen auf Häuser in Kiew. Das zeigt, dass es richtig ist, dass wir zusammenstehen und die Ukrainerinnen und Ukrainer dabei unterstützen, ihr Land, ihre Demokratie, ihre Freiheit auf Selbstbestimmung auch zu verteidigen.
Countering China's influence in the Indo-Pacific, US President Joe Biden launches Global Infrastructure Partnership designed to counter China's influence on the developing world.
Today we officially launched the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We collectively have dozens of projects already underway around the globe. And I'm proud to announce the United States will mobilize $200 billion in public and private capital over the next 5 years for that partnership. We're here today because we're making this commitment together as a G7 in coordination with one another to maximize the impact of our work.
Leaders of the group of 7 are set to announce new bans on imports of Russian gold to further isolate Russia economically. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has been urging fellow group of 7 leaders not to give in to the fatigue over war in Ukraine.
We're here in Germany with the richest countries in the world focusing on Ukraine and how to keep that coalition of support for Ukraine together at a time when, realistically that there is going to be fatigue in populations and politicians.
Biden and his counterparts have been meeting to discuss how secure energy supplies can tackle inflation, aiming to keep fallout from the war to punish Moscow. After a day of talks, leaders of the group of 7 leading economies and European Union sat down for a working dinner. The day saw the opening of annual G7 summit, this year being hosted in the Bavarian Alps, with G7 leaders plus the EU in attendance. Agency report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed in Germany on Sunday as part of a 2-day visit, wherein he is slated to attend the Group of 7 summit under the German presidency on the 26th and the 27th. After touching down at Munich airport, the Prime Minister was met with a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora from across Europe at the iconic Audi Dome. PM Modi has a busy schedule for today as he will be meeting various leaders to hold bilateral talks. Here's a report.
It's day 2 of the Prime Minister's visit to Germany and a day packed with some big meetings lined up over the next few hours. The biggest one being the G7 summit on the backdrop of the Ukraine war and the rising Chinese influence in the Indo-Pacific. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a warm welcome from the Indian diaspora in Munich, Germany. Prime Minister Modi also met the Argentinian president and the Bavarian president. Today is a busy diplomatic schedule for Prime Minister. Apart from the 2 busy sessions at the G7 Leaders Summit on Climate Change and Food Security, Prime Minister will also have bilateral and one-on-one with the leaders of South Africa, Indonesia, Canada, Germany and the head of European Union. Over the next 2 days, he will meet more than 12 world leaders, including US President Joe Biden and UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He will also be meeting the French President, Japanese Prime Minister, apart from participating in the sessions during the G7 summit. The extension of G7 invitation to India highlights the growing role played by New Delhi to be a part of every sustained effort to find solutions to solve global challenges. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister rounded off day one of his Munich visit after meetings with the Argentine President and the Minister President of Bavaria. He also interacted with the Indian diaspora in Munich. Here's all that happened on day one of PM's Germany visit.
It was an eventful day one for the Prime Minister in Munich, starting with the grand welcome from the German officials receiving the Prime Minister, and this music band playing its tunes to give the Prime Minister an authentic Bavarian welcome. The Prime Minister received a rousing reception from the Indian diaspora in Munich.
हमें बहुत ही खुशी हो रही है, पता नहीं है लफ्ज़ नहीं है बोलने के लिए कि क्या बोलूं कि मोदी जी म्यूनिक पे हैं। बहुत दूर से आए हैं, बहुत दूर से, बहुत दिनों से म्यूनिक में हूं। थैंक यू सो मच कि मोदी जी यहाँ पे आए हैं एंड लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू इट।
Later in the evening, the Prime Minister followed his tradition of interacting with the Indian diaspora in a grand event in the city of Munich, attended by thousands. Even before he entered the stage, there was a celebratory atmosphere around the stadium. And as he entered, the chants of Modi, Modi reverberated across the stadium. And as he connected with the Indian diaspora in Germany,
Namaskar.
In his address, the Prime Minister lauded India's vaccine drive and slammed the vaccine critics. He also took on the opposition over corruption under previous regimes.
हर हिंदुस्तानी गर्व से कह सकता है कि भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। लोकतंत्र का हजारों वर्षों का हमारा इतिहास आज भी भारत के कोने कोने में जीवंत है। इतनी सारी भाषाएं, इतनी सारी बोलियां, इतने अलग अलग तरह के रहन सहन के साथ भारत की डेमोक्रेसी वाइब्रेंट है।
And as he got off the stage to exit the venue, the crowds could not contain their excitement. The Prime Minister now has a series of engagements lined up over the course of the next 48 hours. The most important of all, the crucial G7 summit. On day 2, the Prime Minister has a series of engagements lined up over the course of the next 24 hours. The most important of all, the crucial G7 summit. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And a US Navy destroyer that engaged a superior Japanese fleet in the largest sea battle of the Second World War has become the deepest wreck to be discovered. Here's more.
A US Navy destroyer that engaged a superior Japanese fleet in the largest sea battle of the World War II has become the deepest wreck to be discovered. The USS Samuel B. Roberts, popularly known as the Sammy B, was found broken into 2 pieces on a slope at a depth of more than 6,000 meters. The Sammy B took part in the Battle of Summer, in which the Japanese Navy suffered its biggest loss of ships and failed to dislodge the US forces, which they invaded as a part of liberation of the Philippines. Records have shown that the destroyer disabled a Japanese Navy cruiser with a torpedo and significantly damaged another. After having spent virtually all its ammunition, she was critically hit by the lead battleship Yamato and sank, killing 89. Agency report, Republic TV.
And hundreds of Syrian paratroopers took part in joint exercises with their Russian counterparts in the war-torn country. However, the agency did not give further details about the drills but added that their aim was to train Syrian paratroopers.
Hundreds of Syrian paratroopers took part in the joint exercises with their Russian counterparts in the war-torn country. The agency did not give further details about the drills, however added that their aim was to train the Syrian paratroopers. Russia is a main backer of President Bashar Assad and has a wide presence in Syria, where an 11-year conflict has killed hundreds of thousands and displaced half of the country's pre-war population. Earlier this month, Syrian and Russian air forces conducted drills over different parts of the country, including on the edge of the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. 4 months ago, the two countries conducted a drill a week before Russia began its invasion of Ukraine on February 24th. The Russian military deployed long-range nuclear-capable bombers and fighter jets carrying hypersonic missiles to Syria for massive naval drills in the Mediterranean Sea. Agency report, Republic TV.
And it's time now for a short break. Coming up after that, Ukrainian President Zelensky appeals to people of Belarus, requests to resist cooperating with the Russian military.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here. Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today University's rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
As Maharashtra's political crisis unfolds, Thane's district chief Naresh Maske tendered his resignation. The leader shared his dissent against MVA, alluding to the NCP as the culprit. In a letter addressed to CM Uddhav Thackeray, the former Thane chief said Shiv Sainiks are feeling suffocated because of the Rashtravadi in the last 2.5 years. The former Thane chief, considered a loyalist of the Shinde camp, affirmed that he would always remain a Shiv Sainik. The leader is probably one of the first officials employed under the Maharashtra government to resign from his post. The resignation acts as a symbol of the show of support growing for the Eknath Shinde camp in Shiv Sena's home state, taking the development a step beyond posters and vandalizations. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
नरेंद्र मोदी G7 शिखर सम्मेलन में हिस्सा लेने के लिए जर्मनी के म्यूनिक शहर पहुंच गए हैं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a rousing welcome upon his arrival at the Munich airport.
And in World This Morning, here's a look at the situation in Italy, where drought has dried up rivers crucial for irrigation, threatening around €3 billion in agriculture. The persistent absence of rain prompted the mayor of Milan to sign an ordinance turning off public fountains and limiting water sprinklers as northern Italy endures one of the worst droughts in decades.
Italy's drought has dried up rivers that are crucial for irrigation, threatening some €3 billion in agriculture. Italy's first drought situation has claimed loss of around 40% of the seasonal harvest. The city ordinance declared state of emergency in the surrounding Lombardy region, which has endured an unusually early heat wave and months without significant rainfall. In addition to the restrictions on public water use in Milan, the mayor invited the people to do their part and reduce water use as much as possible at home. While unusual heat and lack of rainfall are to blame for the current crisis, Italy has a wasteful water infrastructure that by some estimates loses around 42% of water each year. This condition in Italy prevails in the large part due to old and poorly maintained pipes. Italy's Civil Protection Agency is gathering information from the region and various national ministries to propose a broader state of emergency for the affected areas. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in other international news, the US space agency NASA launched a rocket from the newly built Australian Arnhem Space Centre. According to media, it was the first commercial rocket launch in Australia's history and NASA's first from a launch pad outside the United States of America. US First Lady Jill Biden arrived in Spain ahead of the NATO summit. Her arrival was 2 days before her husband, US President Joe Biden, who will travel to Madrid to participate in the summit on the 29th and the 30th of June. More emergency aid arrives for residents who survived this week's deadly quake in Afghanistan. Many who had no idea how to rebuild the homes destroyed in villages strung through the mountains. The quake struck one of the poorest corners of a country that has been hollowed out by increasing poverty. G7 leaders posed for a last photo op after the first day of a 3-day summit in the Bavarian Alps, intending on keeping economic fallout from the war in Ukraine from fracturing the global coalition working to punish Russia's aggression. Saudi Arabia's crown prince and visiting Iraqi prime minister met to discuss bilateral ties and cooperation. Both sides exchanged views on regional and global issues to promote regional security and stability. And Denmark has been painted in yellow as people prepare for hosting the Tour de France Grand Depart, which starts on the 1st of July and goes on to the 3rd.
Denmark has been painted in yellow as the country prepares to host the Tour of France Grand Depart, which starts on July 1st to July 3rd. In the visuals, Europe's longest bridge, the Great Belt Bridge, can be seen in yellow. The first stage will start from Copenhagen, where 9 out of 10 people own a bicycle from a very young age. The city's 22 kilometers of cycling lanes include new innovative bike bridges, making it one of the world's best cities for cyclists. Copenhagen boasts the world's most cycles across bridge with 40,000 registered cyclists daily. The first stage of the Grand Depart starts in Copenhagen along with the yellow-wrapped trees, while the second stage starts in the old Viking capital, Roskilde, a 199-kilometer route that includes crossing the Great Belt Bridge. The third and the final stage of the Grand Depart is 182 kilometers long, starting in Weil and ending in Sonderburg. Agency report, Republic TV.
In Lisbon, dolphins are not newcomers. They have been always a part of the landscape. But what has gripped the attention of experts and locals is the frequency with which they are now spotted. Let's take a look.
In Lisbon, dolphins are not newcomers. They have always been a part of the landscape. But what has gripped the attention of the experts and locals is the frequency in which they are now spotted. Sailor and sea lover Bernardo runs a dolphin sightseeing tour, and he is the first to admit an increase in all the species in the riverfront, not just the dolphins. The local partner of World Wildlife Fund and Association Nature Portugal created a dolphin observatory in March in one of the main control towers overlooking the riverfront. ANP is also trying to find out the exact reasons why the dolphins are coming more often into the river so close to the city, which can only be assessed by analyzing the state of their natural habitat.
Nós pretendemos realmente chegar às pessoas. O que nós queremos é que as pessoas desta zona, da zona metropolitana de Lisboa, se apropriem do seu estuário e percebam na zona rica que vivem, que deem a real importância que essa riqueza tem para as suas vidas e que comecem a pensar o meu estuário, os meus golfinhos.
Thousands of visitors will arrive to Lisbon in coming days as the city welcomes the United Nations Ocean Conference. The UN hopes it can bring fresh momentum to the protracted efforts to find an international agreement on protecting the world's oceans and its wildlife. The 5-day conference in Lisbon will draw senior officials and scientists from more than 120 countries, as well as activists dismayed by the failure to come up with international rules that might ensure ocean sustainability. The conference is set to adopt a declaration that could help implement and facilitate the protection and conservation of oceans and their resources. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And massive LGBT pride celebrations were held across all the capitals in Latin America, with thousands dancing and playing drums. Parade buses led the celebrations with the performers on board. Here's a report.
Thousands of people joined the LGBT pride celebrations across the capitals in Latin America, celebrating their rights or seeking recognition for their identity. In the Chilean capital, Santiago, parade participants marched with multicolored flags. Chile has recently approved equal marriage laws, and a constitutional assembly is working towards a new law that explicitly recognizes the rights of sexual minorities. A parade participant said that she and her partner are now happy to be recognized as legal guardians of their daughter.
Es muchísimo orgullo porque es su primera marcha y es su primera marcha como una hija reconocida legalmente, con todos los derechos, con todos los deberes y con la fortuna de que está absolutamente protegida y absolutamente cuidada por una familia que la ama muchísimo.
In Mexico City, authorities said that nearly 2.5 lakh people joined the celebrations. A parade participant who wore a transgender flag said that he now notices more parents attending and joining their children.
He visto muchas mamás que están apoyando a sus hijos y digo, es muy padre, porque por ejemplo en mi caso, pues no, bueno, mi papá nada más, mi mamá no, hace 2 años no me habla mi mamá. Por mi transición, mi mamá me desalejó de mí y es muy padre ver a mamás que están apoyando a sus hijos.
Crowds also partied across the streets of Lima, where parade buses led the march with the performers on board.
Afortunadamente la comunidad ya está saliendo, estamos disfrutando de nuestros derechos y sobre todo somos una comunidad muy joven que principalmente está buscando una oportunidad de poder ser feliz. Es lo único que buscamos.
Thousands danced and played drums to celebrate the diversity and to demand rights for their community. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's all in the world this morning. Coming up next in the Morning Express, Maha political crisis in top court. Supreme Court will hear Shinde camp's plea against Deputy Speaker and rejection of no confidence motion. Also coming up, opposition swings into huddle. Yashwant Sinha to file nomination as presidential candidate today.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
नरेंद्र मोदी G7 शिखर सम्मेलन में हिस्सा लेने के लिए जर्मनी के म्यूनिक शहर पहुंच गए हैं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a rousing welcome upon his arrival at the Munich airport. Prime Minister Modi will attend the G7 summit and will also hold bilateral talks with the US, France, UK, Japan and Germany on the sideline of the summit.
और यहाँ पर भी भारतीय समुदाय के लोग मौजूद हैं।
Watch how Indian diaspora from across the Europe welcome PM Modi during his visit to Germany.
अभी कुछ देर पहले हमने आपको दिखाया था कि किस तरह से भारतीय समुदाय के लोगों ने
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
अग्नि पथ योजना को लेकर देश में कई जगह प्रदर्शन देखने को मिला। हालांकि अगर अभी देखा जाए तो एप्लीकेशन स्टार्टेड हैं, लोग एप्लीकेशन भरना बच्चों ने शुरू कर दिया है। क्या कहना चाहेंगे विपक्ष अभी?
And it's time now for the Morning Express and coming up with Nupur. Nupur, it's over to you. A very good morning.
Absolutely. Good morning, Rukma, and thank you for that. We begin with a look at the top headlines. The Maharashtra political crisis is now in the top court. The Supreme Court will be hearing Shinde camp's plea against the Deputy Speaker and rejection of the no confidence motion. Protests and counter-protests, defections and open challenges, public fallout and now a legal battle. It's the Uddhav camp versus the Shinde camp. The Deputy Speaker's deadline to 16 Shinde camp MLAs ends today. All eyes are now on Shinde camp's next move. The opposition swings into action. Yashwant Sinha is to file the nomination as the presidential candidate. It's a packed agenda for Prime Minister Modi at the G7 summit in Germany. Big meetings are lined up. Well, it is a mega Republic exclusive on the Maharashtra political crisis. Sources have told Republic TV that the governor is likely to give consent to appoint a speaker in the next 48 hours, for which there will be a vote on the floor of the House and Shinde camp can be absent for that. Now, the BJP would still have the numbers, and sources indicate that as soon as the speaker's appointment is done, all included Eknath Shinde will return to Mumbai, which is by the later half of the of this week. So that's the latest that we are getting on this. It is looking like this muddle could continue for the next week as well. Sources telling Republic TV that the governor is now likely to give consent to appoint a speaker in the next 48 hours. Do remember that the speaker's chair had fallen vacant after Nana Patole of the Congress party had resigned from the post. Now, we are given to understand that once the speaker is appointed in the next 48 hours, after there's a floor test in the House, Shinde camp can be absent for this particular vote to take place, that's selecting a new speaker, the BJP would still have the numbers on their side, and sources are also indicating that as soon as the speaker's appointment is done, all including Eknath Shinde are set to return to Mumbai. Let's go across live to Alisha, who's reporting from outside Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai. Alisha, good morning. It's looking like there is going to be hectic political activity in this coming week. Now, explain to our viewers the significance of the appointment of a new speaker and how this could then go forward.
Well, of course, Nupur, it's very important for this development which has been coming, because we know that earlier for the Legislative Assembly, where Nana Patole was the speaker and he stepped down as he has been appointed as the MPCC chief. But that post is still vacant till now, and Deputy Speaker, that is Narani Zilwar. So there are many been speculations, and we even know that Eknath Shinde camp has already given a petition of the no confidence motion against Narani Zilwar, clearly stating that he should be removed. But what is now the source has been indicating that the governor, Maharashtra governor, who has discharged from the hospital, we know that he has been taking all those, he's been considering all the matter that has been happening in Maharashtra, and what we have been told now that a speaker is going to be appointed. So this will be a very important, as you rightly pointed out, that BJP has the number, and that could actually benefit Eknath Shinde camp as well, because that was the first time. We know that the time even Eknath Shinde has the number, he has the majority right now at 39, but he gave the signature, the resolution which was provided to Deputy Speaker clearly stated that he has the right to be the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bharat Gogavle should be the whip chief. But not considering the fact when the deputy speaker appointed Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of the Shiv Sena MLAs. So this is something has to be challenged, and that is
absolutely
very important.
Alisha, stay with us. Alisha, 1 second. I just wanted to bring in some news that's just coming in. We're now learning that the Maharashtra police will be responding to the governor's letter over security concerns that were raised by rebel MLAs. Alisha, any more information that you can share with us on that? Because we have seen rebel MLAs saying that their homes are being threatened. So tell us more about the security situation as well.
Well, yes, Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshari has already sent a notice to Maharashtra DGP and also to the Home Secretary Ajay Kumar Bhalla, clearly asking them to provide the security to the 38 MLAs and the other independent and 2 Jan Prahar Shakti MLAs who have been present in Guwahati, because we know that the time Eknath Shinde and the other MLAs who went to Guwahati, right after that there was a GR, the government resolution, and the order that has been come, that was issued by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and Home Minister Dilip Walse Patel to take out the security of the Eknath Shinde and the other MLAs. After which we know that that has been taken to the MHA, because there was some request that has been made to the Ministry of Home Affairs, and yesterday we know that Y+ security has been given, has been provided to Eknath Shinde and the other, not the Eknath Shinde, but to the 15 MLAs. So now what we know that after which the action, the Maharashtra governor came into the action, and that is what now Maharashtra police has going to reply. The sources inform that today by a mail, Maharashtra police has already made a report on this, and they are going to send it to the governor, clearly stating that each of the MLA will be provided at least 15 police personnel to their home and also to their offices.
All right. So, Alisha, of course, stay with us. Now, it is going to also be a Maha legal battle today, as the Shinde camp has moved the Supreme Court. Now, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray held back several crucial meetings. Now, the Shinde camp has challenged the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as the Shiv Sena Legislature Party leader by the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly.
After a very public fallout,
ऐकून मला कंटाळा आला की बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना संपलेली आहे, उद्धवची शिवसेना वेगळी आहे, ह्याची शिवसेना वेगळी आहे. अहो, ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही 2 नावं 2 शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच.
जर कधी आम्हाला उद्धव साहेबांनी सगळ्या आमदारांना बोलून विचारला तर ही गोष्ट आम्ही उघड करून सांगितली असती की साहेब, आपल्या पडलेल्या आमदारांना पण बोलवा, त्यांची पण काही सुखदुःख आहेत ते जाणून घ्या, की जेणेकरून आपल्याला भविष्यामध्ये ह्यांची आघाडी टिकली नाही टिकली काय झालं, परत आपल्याला त्या मतदारसंघात जर मनुष्य उभा करायचा झाला तर मग कोण तयार आहे आपला?
उद्धवजी आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं. उद्धवजी आगे बढ़ो.
After protests and counter protests, after defections and open challenges,
पण काय म्हणतात तिथून की आम्हीच शिवसेना, आमचाच गट, आमचंच धनुष्यबाण, आम्हीच राहणार, आम्ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेब ठाकरे. ओ त्या नावाची तुम्ही लावण्याची लायकी असती तुमची तर बंड करायला तुम्ही सुरतमध्ये पळाला असतात.
after open warnings,
या 40 आमदारांच्या बॉड्या इथे येतील, त्यांना डायरेक्ट सभागृहात पोस्टमॉर्टम मध्ये पाठवू.
it's a full-blown legal battle now.
Violence is going on in Maharashtra, and in that case, many of the people who have defected the party have gone and are staying in Assam. So therefore, we have initiated legal action against them, and accordingly, the notices of disqualification have been served to some of the members. Around 16 members, we have already served the notice.
Uddhav Thackeray held late-night meetings with top lawyers set to represent Deputy Speaker before the Supreme Court hearing today. Meanwhile, senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi is likely to represent the Shiv Sena. Now all eyes are on the big 10:30 am hearing before the vacation bench of the top court. Bureau report for Republic TV.
All right, so let's go across to our correspondents on the ground. Shivangi is now also joining us from outside Matoshri. Shivangi, good morning. Shivani, now Uddhav Thackeray, of course, had called for several meetings, and what we are seeing on the ground is also active mobilization of either camps and their supporters. Give us a sense of what we're expecting today in terms of Uddhav Thackeray and his next steps.
Right. Well, Nupur, like we have been reporting day by day, the political thriller here is continuing and we're getting fast-paced developments of this big story. Now, when it comes to the Uddhav Thackeray camp, later on he will be addressing some party workers and like yesterday, remember that Aditya Thackeray had also had a meeting with the party workers where he reiterated that they will remain strong, and he also said that nobody can use the name of Bala Saheb Thackeray. That's something which was made very clear. Now I'm again outside Matoshri today. We have been reporting from this spot for a past couple of days. 4 days ago, this is where the CM Uddhav Thackeray left his residence and came back home to his home in Matoshri, which was a very significant move. Now, so the strategy of the Shiv Sena right now has gone from being more emotional, Nipur, and making appeals to going legal. Now, it is not just the Shinde camp who is looking for legal options, as we know that they have now moved the Supreme Court. It's also the Uddhav camp which is looking for legal options. They already want around 16 MLAs to be disqualified. But the Shinde camp saying that that cannot be done right now. They are also looking at legal options. So all in all, a legal battle. The entire battleground has now become legal, from emotions, threats, corruption charges. Now taking the legal route at the same time. Of course, mobilization of party workers and the rallies and the speeches which have been planned later today, also by the Shiv Sena camp.
Absolutely. Let's also bring in Alisha right now. She's reporting from outside the former Chief Minister Fadnavis's residence. Alisha, what are we expecting in terms of what the BJP could be doing next? Now, we do know that they have asked for the appointment of a speaker, and are you there with us, Alisha? All right, Alisha. So, what are we expecting?
Yes.
What are we expecting in terms of developments on the ground from the BJP side today?
Well, there was a series of meetings that was continuously ongoing at Sagar Bungalow, that is an official bungalow of Devendra Fadnavis. Some of the either way, even if they have been keeping out of the ongoing differences within the Shiv Sena, they have been clearly stating that they have no hands in what is ongoing in the Shiv Sena. But yes, there has been strategy that has been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, because we know at this point of time whether Bharatiya Janata Party is on a wait and watch mode. So they are just waiting what can be the further course of action and what exactly this goes for. Because everyone was knowing, and of course it was pretty sure where Eknath Shinde was continuing, whether it was he was continuously showing that he has the number. So it's his rights to be the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bhagat Gogavle should be the whip chief. But apart from this, not considering the fact where we know that Deputy Speaker has appointed Ajay Chaudhary and also Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief, and that this is what has been challenged before the Supreme Court, because this is something, a strong hold where Eknath Shinde is going to take in front of Supreme Court. It's not only about the 39th Shiv Sena MLAs, because we know yesterday whether Uday Samant has already reached. So yes, it's just while talking about the BJP, what they have been strategizing. So yeah, we know that there are continuously meetings that has been happening, and there was also been saying that Devendra Fadnavis is also in touch with the BJP Delhi leadership. He's been talking to them.
Okay.
Some of the either way there have been discussions over what can be the further course of action, because BJP is the one who has the largest number, whether when they go to the house. So everyone has been also predicted and also been saying that if Shinde wants to form a government, it only can be with the BJP, because BJP with 106 number,
absolutely,
it's very easy for them to get a majority and show before the house. Yes.
Absolutely, and the same holds true for the Speaker's post, because they do have the numbers on their side. The BJP, Piyush Ori is also joining us from outside the Vidhan Bhavan. Piyush, good morning. A lot of the action that takes place in what's happening in Maharashtra will be at the location you're reporting from. Now, give us a sense of what we're expecting over there and how, you know, it could essentially change things for the MVA government.
So, good morning. As you said, you know, definitely there is a lot of action, lot of massive twists which are happening in Maharashtra politics. And now today what we are going to be seeing is this all is going to be playing in the court. Eknath Shinde camp says that, you know, they are now the real Shiv Sena. They are actually valid and they have the numbers. And this they want to prove in the court of law, which Shiv Sena is trying to deny to them. The Shiv Sena on their part have already tried to, you know, suspend the MLAs who have deflected from them, and you know the process of disqualifying these MLAs is in process. Aditya Thackeray on his part, you know, in all the public meetings have already said that all these MLAs that have deflected away from Shiv Sena are traitors and they are not going to be taken back. He has also said very categorically that if these MLAs have the courage, they should now resign from the party completely. They should not associate themselves with Shiv Sena, and they should then take part in election process either through BJP or through independents. So all these developments are playing out. You know, there are legal options which are being explored. There are political options that are being explored. And amid all this, you know, there are severe changes which are happening. There are twists and turns that are happening. And all these twists and turns are going to be updated to you by us at Republic. Back to you.
All right, I'm going to go back to Shivangi, who's reporting from outside Matoshri now. Shivangi, even as we are, of course, waiting and watching, what are you hearing in terms of the Shinde camp? Last we heard that they would be back in the city by about Wednesday or so, once, you know, legally the matter is decided in the Supreme Court also. But give us, you know, details in terms of what they're planning now.
Right. So, Nupur, like we have been reporting since yesterday about a big news that is coming about a legal option, but also Anirudh, who has been in Guwahati for us and getting us all the updates, had told us that the booking at the hotel has been extended for 48 hours, which means that 1 day's already passed, so they might be there for one more day. Officially, that's what we know according to our sources. Now, of course, when it comes to the legal options, we would expect that they would, of course, after the hearing which will happen today, I don't think that they would like to come before some kind of observation is made by the Supreme Court or before the hearing would be made. Because right now, their strategy, of course, is to stay there in Guwahati before something concrete comes out in terms of the next steps. Because this is where Uddhav Thackeray is in Mumbai, Nupur, and already they're gunning for those 16 MLAs. They're gunning for the 16 MLAs, out of which Eknath Shinde is one of the MLAs. So right now for them, it is very important that they legally course correct from the Shinde camp. We are talking about Shinde camp before they really come back to Mumbai. So also we were hearing news, Nupur, according to our sources, that a meeting has happened between the BJP and the Shinde camp. I was there at Sagar, which is Devendra Fadnavis's residence, Nupur, and we tried to question Devendra Fadnavis. He had just come out, and we also questioned some of the BJP leaders who were going in and out. They refused to comment, but a hint had come from Ramdas Athawale. When we spoke to him, he said that they are behind the Shinde camp. So I think politically they need to figure out a couple of things before we can expect an official news on their return to Maharashtra. Nupur.
All right, absolutely. Alisha, Shivangi as well as Piyush to stay with us. Now, the Shinde Shiva Sena MLA's camp have now moved to Supreme Court, challenging the subsequent appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as the Sena's legislative party leader by the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly. Now, here's what we know so far and how we are expecting the day to go forward in terms of the legal battles that will take place today.
The Maharashtra political turmoil is taking a legal turn. The Shinde camp moved Supreme Court over disqualification of 16 MLAs by Maharashtra Deputy Speaker. And the hearing is expected today at 10:30 a.m.
The Shinde camp moved Supreme Court. A petition has been filed over the removal of Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly and appointed Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena MLA and Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief. The petition also mentioned the rejection of a no confidence motion that was filed by Shinde camp against Deputy Speaker Narhari Jalwal. The petition also seeks that there should be no action that should be initiated against the rebel MLAs until the Supreme Court gives that verdict.
The other camp too is ready to fight it out. Senior lawyer Abhishek Manu Singhvi confirmed Republic News Break that he would indeed represent Shiv Sena in the Supreme Court today. Meanwhile, one more Sena minister, Uday Samant, reached Guwahati, raising the total Shinde camp tally to 51. But the war of words continued.
40 आमदारांच्या बॉड्या इथे येतील त्यांना डायरेक्ट सभागृहात पोस्टमॉर्टम मध्ये पाठवू.
With Uddhav Thackeray camp putting a brave face, even continuing to attend rallies like the one which will be held today at Govandi by Uddhav, and younger leader continuing to challenge the rebels.
काय म्हणतात तिथून की आम्हीच शिवसेना, आमचाच गट, आमचंच धनुष्यबाण, आम्हीच राहणार, आम्ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेब ठाकरे. ओ त्या नावाची तुम्ही लावण्याची लायकी असती तुमची तर बंड करायला तुम्ही सुरतमध्ये पळाला असतात.
The top court hearing comes ahead of the Monday 5 p.m. deadline given to 16 rebel MLAs. Now that the fight is reaching from the corridors of power to the domes of Supreme Court, it needs to be seen who will get the upper hand. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a brief look at other news this morning. Yashwant Sinha, the candidate for the presidential elections from the opposition, will be filing his nomination papers today. Following this, leaders will hold a meeting in Parliament on his nomination and the strategy for the opposition. Union Minister Amit Shah chaired a parliamentary consultative meeting aimed at strengthening national security. During the meeting, he assured the central government is committed to enhancing security and citizen-friendly justice system. He further urged the investigative agencies to be one step ahead of criminals by using technology. After the BJP won the by-elections in Rampur and Azamgarh, Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that the victory has sent an optimistic message for 2024's general elections. Taking a dig at the Congress party, he said the victory also sends a clear message to the Parivarwadis. Chief Minister Jairam Thakur has launched the Nasha Nahi Zindagi Chune initiative in the state on Sunday. Talking about the initiative, he said that a special task force will be created and will be headed by an ADG of police and officers from the Department of State Taxes and Excise to curb the drug menace. On International Drugs Day, District Drugs Committee has told the police that they have seized and destroyed drugs worth about 15 crore rupees on a Sunday. It included narcotics like heroin, morphine and many others. Mizoram's chief minister took to Twitter to inform people that the Central Young Mizo Association is already on its way to deliver drinking water to Assam flood victims. He assured that the government of Mizoram will be available for all possible help. To assist Assam flood victims, the Indian Air Force has deployed 7 types of fixed and rotary-winged aircraft in various flood-affected areas. The aircrafts aim to transport about 77 tons of relief material. In a bid to reduce sound and air pollution across Visakhapatnam city, the police crushed 631 silencers and various motorcycles by using a road roller on Sunday. The city police commissioner C.H. Srikanth said that they have seized modified silencers and crushed them. Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant reviewed the probe by the Special Investigation Team regarding the case of illegal land grabbing across coastal regions. The report suggests that many of the land has no legal heir, as the owners had died or migrated. They'd also arrested 4 people in the case so far. Citizens took to the streets to dance to traditional beats on Pride Parade 2022 in Tamil Nadu. With June being celebrated as Pride Month, hundreds of people came out to demand equal rights for everyone in society, irrespective of their gender and sexual orientation. Well, Prime Minister Modi has kick-started his visit to Europe, where he is set to attend the G7 summit today. Now he's set to interact with the Indian diaspora in Munich and meet the Argentine president before the big G7 meeting takes place.
It's day 2 of the Prime Minister's visit to Germany and a day packed with some big meetings lined up over the next few hours. The biggest one being the G7 summit on the backdrop of the Ukraine war and the rising Chinese influence in the Indo-Pacific.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed in Munich yesterday to a warm welcome by a Bavarian band to participate in the G7 Leaders Summit, which kickstarts today. But before that, he addressed Indian diaspora in Munich, which was huge and had come across not just from Germany, but entire Europe.
The Prime Minister began his visit with the interaction with the Indian diaspora in Munich, a customary event that the Prime Minister follows on his foreign trips.
Later, he also met Argentine President and the Minister President of the Bavarian state. Today, it's a busy day where, apart from 2 important sessions at the G7 Leaders Summit on climate change and food security, the Prime Minister would be having bilaterals, one-on-ones with leaders of South Africa, of Indonesia, of Canada, of Germany, and of course the head of European Union.
The Prime Minister will attend the crucial G7 summit today. Among the major issues to be discussed in this G7 summit would be the Ukraine war and its impact on the global economy, which includes an energy crisis after nations took to reduce dependence on Russian oil and a food crisis sparked by blocked Ukrainian ports. The G7 leaders are also expected to focus on security in the Indo-Pacific, countering the influence of China in the region and a concerted effort to fight terror. The Prime Minister would also hold a crucial bilateral meeting with leaders of the G7 nations, some of which include Joe Biden, Boris Johnson and Olaf Scholz.
It's a busy diplomatic sked for Prime Minister over the next 2 days, where he meets almost 12.5 world leaders, including US President and UK Prime Minister and the French President and the Japanese Prime Minister, apart from participating in the sessions during the G7 summit.
The extension of G7 invitation to India highlights the growing role played by New Delhi to be a part of every sustained effort to find solutions to solve global challenges. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
While you are watching Republic TV, and still to come on the Morning Express, the presidential battle is heating up. Yashwant Sinha is set to file his nomination papers as the presidential candidate.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today Universities rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
अग्नि पथ योजना को लेकर देश में कई जगह प्रदर्शन देखने को मिला। हालांकि अगर अभी देखा जाए तो एप्लीकेशन स्टार्टेड हैं, लोग एप्लीकेशन भरना बच्चों ने शुरू कर दिया है। क्या कहना चाहेंगे? विपक्ष अभी भी इस पर लगातार निशाना साध रहा है।
विपक्ष का काम है बोलना, लेकिन अफसोस ये बात है कि विपक्ष आजकल देश विरोधी काम करने लग गए हैं। देश हित में जो काम होता है उसी के विरोध करने लग गए हैं, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का विरोध करते करते। मेरा जो नौजवान आपके इस टेलीकास्ट को सुन रहे हैं, मेरा उनसे आग्रह है कि अपने आसपास देखिए। चलिए हमारी बात छोड़ दीजिए, हम जो कह रहे हैं उसको छोड़ दीजिए, अपने आसपास देखिए। 24 साल की उम्र के अंदर 20 लाख रुपए कमाकर, 24 साल की उम्र में 20 लाख रुपए कमाकर आपके आसपास कौन है? और साथ में भारतीय सेना का छाप लगा हुआ, कोई साधारण कोई एनजीओ से ट्रेनिंग, कोई किसी ऐसी वैसी संस्था से ट्यूशन फी देकर ट्रेनिंग, ये नहीं हुई है। आपकी भारतीय सेना ने ट्रेनिंग कराई है और ऐसे ऐसे अनुभव दिए हैं जो करोड़ों रुपए खर्च करके भी नहीं आपको मिल सकते। मुझे बता दीजिए कोई रईस व्यक्ति जो बोले भारतीय सेना को कि ये मेरे पैसे रहे, मुझे अनुभव दे दो, नहीं मिलेगा। और साथ साथ आपके लिए दरवाजे खुल रहे हैं। भारतीय सेना में भी सबसे शानदार सैनिक आएंगे। या हर संस्था को ये अधिकार नहीं कि सबसे शानदार उनके यहाँ काम करने वाले लोग आए। 4 साल ट्रेनिंग करिए, उसके बाद जो सबसे शानदार सैनिक होंगे वो भारतीय सेना में रहेंगे। आप और हमारी सबकी भारत की सुरक्षा के लिए सबसे शानदार सैनिक होने चाहिए या नहीं होने चाहिए? और फिर जो बाहर जाए वो भी ऐसे नहीं, साधनों के साथ जा रहा है, ट्रेनिंग के साथ जा रहा है, छाप के साथ जा रहा है, उसके लिए दरवाजे खोल रहे हैं। सीआरपीएफ, बीएसएफ, पुलिस फोर्सेस, सबके दरवाजे खोल रहे हैं। जब वो अग्निवीर जो बाहर भी जा रहे हैं, मान लीजिए 24 साल की उम्र में जो अग्निवीर नहीं होगा, उसके सामने कितनी मजबूत ताकत होगी उस अग्निवीर की, ये भी देख लीजिए।
सर, कांग्रेस नेता राहुल गांधी भी ट्वीट के माध्यम से लगातार निशाना साध रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ यशवंत सिन्हा ने भी कहा है कि ये अग्निवीर नहीं बल्कि मोदी।
मेरी बात सुनो राहुल गांधी अगर अग्निवीर बन जाए ना तो उनका जीवन संवर जाएगा।
आपने भूल चुका है
Top headlines at 8:30. Maharashtra political crisis in top court now. Supreme Court will hear Shinde camp's plea against Deputy Speaker and rejection of no confidence motion. Protests and counter-protests, defections and open challenges, public fallout and now the legal battle. It's Udhav camp versus the Shinde camp. Deputy Speaker's deadline to 16 Shinde camp MLAs ends today. All eyes are now on Shinde camp's next move. Opposition swings into huddle. Yashwant Sinha to file nomination as presidential candidate today. It's a packed agenda for Prime Minister Modi in Germany. Will attend G7 summit. Big meetings lined up next. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching the Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava, tracking all the latest on Maharashtra political crisis, which has now reached the top court. In the latest, what we are learning is that rebel Shiv Sena MLA Eknath Shinde spoke to MNS chief Raj Thackeray over phone twice. Shinde spoke to Thackeray about the recent developments on the political front in Maharashtra and also inquired about his health. So that is the news break coming in at this hour. Eknath Shinde dialing MNS chief Raj Thackeray to inquire about his health and also discussing the political crisis in the state of Maharashtra. We have our reporters on the ground. Alisha reporting from outside Fadnavis residence. Shivangi reporting live from outside the Matoshri and Piyush Ori as well reporting from outside the Vidhan Bhavan. Let me first go across to Alisha. Alisha, if you could tell us more about Eknath Shinde dialing MNS chief. Let me go across to Shivangi first. Shivangi, if you could talk to us more about this recent development, Eknath Shinde dialing Raj Thackeray.
Right. So this is a big news coming in right now. Samiksha, Eknath Shinde is dialing Raj Thackeray to ask him about his health. Remember that Raj Thackeray was not well and he was discharged from the hospital. Now this is sources in MNS have confirmed this, that he called Raj Thackeray twice. Once when he was admitted, once when Raj Thackeray was admitted to the hospital, and second when Thackeray was back home. So this is a big news that we're getting. This is a big scoop that we've got for you right now, Samiksha, on Republic TV. These are the latest updates. Now this is very politically significant. If we look at it as well, it's a very politically significant move which my colleague Alisha has got for us when it comes to the in fact coming together of a different camp. Now remember that MNS and Shiv Sena are not on the same page politically. So this is very significant when it comes to, when we look at it from that angle, Samiksha. Now when it comes to the Shiv Sena and the Uddhav camp, right now I'm outside Matushri. This is Matushri,
Yes.
and we have been reporting from here for the past couple of days. This is where Uddhav Thackeray is living right now. There will be a rally today later on. So right now the Uddhav Thackeray camp again going for thinking about legal options on their own end as
Yes,
well, not
yes.
in the Shinde camp. Even Uddhav Thackeray camp thinking about legal options and trying to mobilize the party cadres. That will happen later in the evening.
Yes.
Samiksha.
Shivangi, stay with us. Let me take the same point across to Alisha as well. Alisha, if you could talk to us more about the Shinde camp moving to the top court now. It's a 163-page petition, we are told. Take us through the details of this plea that's been filed.
Well, of course, Samiksha, it's a very important hearing that is going to take place in Supreme Court today, because this is something Eknath Shinde has moved the Supreme Court with a petition over the disqualification of Eknath Shinde as a leader of legislative group. And this petition also challenged the appointment of other person, that is Sunil Prabhu, as the whip chief. In any way, they have directly challenged the domain area of the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly, where Eknath Shinde has also given the notice or the copy of the petition to the state government. But moreover, what is important as of now, because that clearly stating that even if Eknath Shinde has the number, so he clearly have the right to be the leader of the Legislative Assembly of Shiv Sena, and he has the right to even appoint the whip chief that he has already said that Bhagat Logavle should be the whip chief. But not considering the fact, we know that the application that was given by Uddhav Thackeray camp clearly stating that Ajay Chaudhary should be the leader of the Shiv Sena MLAs, and Sunil Prabhu will be the whip chief, and that has already been accepted, and that is a decision where Eknath Shinde has challenged in the court. Whereas talking about the other petition, because there are two petitions we saw that has been challenged, and the other petition has been given by Bharat Logavle, the person who should be under Eknath Shinde's camp, or as the other MLAs has appointed him as the whip chief. So he has also challenged before the court clearly stating they have the numbers, and there is a majority, the 2/3 majority. But even if not considering that, Uddhav Thackeray government has been playing their own game, because it's very important, Samiksha, for Eknath Shinde at this point of time, if they want to get merged with any other party, or even if they want to go for the floaters, it's very important for Eknath Shinde to be the leader of the Shiv Sena MLAs, and Bharat Logavle should be the whip chief. Because when it comes to the floaters, and as we know, that all the rebel MLAs are still affiliated to Shiv Sena, they are still the part of the Shiv Sena, and that is where the game will start, because once it comes to the flow, Sunil Prabhu has been appointed as the whip chief, can issue a whip and will ask every MLA to be present in the flow in voting for NDA. And this is what they have been challenging for. So let's see, it's a very important hearing that is going to be held in the Supreme Court, because the matter has already been listed.
Yes, Alisha, while we are going through this petition that's been filed, it clearly mentions the corruption within the Mahavikas Aghadi, calling out the Home Minister as well as the Transport Minister, and also mentions Nawab Malik's involvement with Dawood Ibrahim. If you could talk to us more about that. Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Alisha, but let me go across to Piyush Oria as well, who's reporting from outside the Vidhan Bhavan. Piyush, if you could talk to us more, if any meetings that are lined up for today when we talk about the NCP and the Congress.
So definitely, NCP and Congress leaders are meeting because, as we said, that it is not only about Shiv Sena, but it is also about the survival of Mahavikas Aghadi government, in which not only NCP but Congress, which for long has ruled Maharashtra and for which Maharashtra has been a very strong bastion, have a very key role to play in. So yes, there are a lot of meetings which are being held, by senior leaders of NCP and Congress, where they are discussing about what can be the ways by which Mahavikas Aghadi government can survive. Now, irrespective of the internal squabbles which are happening within Shiv Sena, leaders of Congress as well as NCP have said that they are going to be there backing Shiv Sena under the Uddhav Thackeray camp, and they will make sure that Mahavikas Aghadi government survives and make sure that the BJP government, which they feel are trying to orchestrate all this entire act, should be made to move out of the government in Maharashtra. So this is very interesting move which is going on. I would also like to say that all these rebel MLAs, which are right now there in Guwahati, I've not only mentioned about the ideological problem but also the corruption problem, and in which you rightly said the name of Nawab Malik did come in.
Yes.
So yes, lot of developments that are coming in and lot of meetings which are happening in. Back to you, Samiksha.
All right, Piyush, Alisha and Shivangi, I want to thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. And moving on then to another big story that we are tracking in Ahmedabad court on June 26th, remanded activist Teesta Setalwad and former Gujarat DGP RB Sri Kumar in police custody till Saturday 2nd of July in a case pertaining to fabricating of evidence to frame innocence in connection with the 2002 Gujarat riots.
Teesta Setalwad has been remanded in Gujarat police custody till July 2nd.
She was booked in a fresh case of forgery and falsifying documents, tutoring witnesses by the Gujarat police following the Supreme Court verdict which rejected petition of Zakia Jafri to reconsider SIT report which had given clean chit to then Chief Minister Narendra Modi.
And the allegations against her are incriminating.
The case behind Teesta Setalwar, it is about making witnesses sign on affidavits about which they did not know, making them give statements before police which were away from facts. In fact, Teesta, along with top cop RB Sri Kumar and Sanjeev Bhatt, are said to have carried out this act of falsifying records, forging documents and creating a false narrative to the detriment of the image of Gujarat at that time. The police wants to understand who was behind Teesta, with whom she was coordinating. Was there any element of conspiracy? How these documents were forged? How this act was carried out for so long? Who was, if at all, funding this activity? For all this, Teesta Setalwar now in Gujarat police custody.
Now, an SIT has been formed to probe into her alleged role in smear campaign and cases related to Gujarat riots.
Now, an SIT has been formed to make sure that the investigation gets carried out in the entire of the three accused. Now, the SIT is being headed by the top police officials, including Dipen Bhatran, who is the Gujarat ATS chief as well as of now. Apart from that, the SIT will look into the entire conspiracy of Teesta Setalwad, Sanjeev Bhatt and Sri Kumar as well, as to how the entire conspiracy was carried out, how the entire modus operandi of the three accused had been to fabricate the evidence.
Add to this, a former aide of Teesta has made this shocking claim about scripted affidavits.
देखिए, ऐसा है कि जो एफिडेविट उनको बनाए गए थे, जो उनको पता ही नहीं था कि इसमें लिखा हुआ क्या है, तो वो बेचारे वो कैसे बोल सकते थे वही बात जो एफिडेविट में लिखी हुई है? जो सच्चाई है वही तो बोलेंगे, वो उन्होंने वही सच्चाई बोली है वहां पर.
And of direct political links.
कर रही थी तीस्ता, किसके कहने पे कर रही थी?
तीस्ता जो थी वो असल में क्या था कि कांग्रेस में जो अपने अब इस दुनिया में नहीं है, अहमद पटेल के संपर्क में थी, पूरी तरह से अहमद पटेल से वो हर मामले में बात करा करती थी, अहमद पटेल जो बोला करते थे वो करती थी. और स्थानीय जो हमारे कांग्रेस के लोग थे वहां पर, जैसे कि हमारे शक्ति सिंह गोहिल है, और दूसरे कांग्रेस के उस वक्त के नेता थे, उनके संपर्क में रहती थी और उस वक्त उनके साथ में खास तौर पर ये सारे प्रोग्राम और इस तरह की बातें उनको विक्टिमों को सिखाने वाले सोहेल तिरमिजी थे, वो इन सारी चीजों को सिखाया करते थे और एफिडेविट जो बनाते थे उसके बारे में उनको बेचारों को कुछ मालूम नहीं होता था, लेकिन जबानी तौर पर अगर उनसे पूछे तो वो बोलते जो हकीकत है और आज भी वही बोलते हैं जो हकीकत है।
Were these petitions and cases smear campaign and to plot malign Gujarat and the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi? The truth is for all to see. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on then, the opposition presidential candidate Yashwant Sinha is all set to file his nomination papers today for the presidential polls that is slated for 18th of July. A host of opposition leaders are also expected to arrive in the national capital to show their support to their presidential nominee.
Opposition presidential candidate Yashwant Sinha is set to file his nomination today for the upcoming July 18th presidential polls. Former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and a host of opposition leaders are likely to be present in Parliament House today when Sinha will submit his nomination papers for the presidential election. NCP Sharad Pawar will also accompany Yashwant Sinha for nomination process in Delhi.
यशवंत सिन्हा जी का कैंडिडेचर आगे ले जाने के लिए आज हम लोग यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए हैं। अभी मैंने एक फोटो देखा, समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता भी थे, अन्य फुलचेकस पार्टी के नेता भी आ रहे थे। हम सब मिलकर कल यशवंत सिन्हा जी का नॉमिनेशन वहाँ भरेंगे।
Ahead of nomination filing, NCP chief asserted that opposition parties will have to make every effort to ensure victory of Yashwant Sinha.
अपोजिशन ने मिलकर यशवंत सिन्हा का नाम तय करने के बाद हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है इनके कामयाबी के लिए जितनी उनको मदद कर सकते हैं मदद करेंगे, करनी चाहिए।
The NCP chief's remarks come at a time when some opposition parties such as YSRCP and BSP have already declared support for the BJP-led NDA nominee Draupadi Murmu. TRS Working President KT Rama Rao will also attend Yashwant Sinha's nomination for president elections in national capital. The presidential elections will take place on July 18th and the counting of votes will take place on July 21. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Maharashtra political ground has now turned completely political, and I'll be reporting from Matushri, giving you minute-by-minute updates as the Supreme Court is all set to hear the Shinde camp play today. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
When he was asked that whether you have a proper ID card, he lost his cool and he started abusing Samadrita. He threw the boom from the hand of Samadrita and then assaulted her.
काय म्हणतात तिथून की आम्हीच शिवसेना, आमचाच गट, आमचंच धनुष्यबाण, आम्हीच राहणार, आम्ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेब ठाकरे. ओ त्या नावाची तुम्ही लावण्याची लायकी असती तुमची तर बंड करायला तुम्ही सुरतमध्ये पळाला असतात. काही काही लोकांना वाटतं की चिन्ह त्यांच्याकडे जाणार, चिन्ह जाणार नाही, धनुष्यबाण हा आपलाच राहणार. इसी बात का है कि जिस असम में बाढ़ आए हैं, जहाँ लोगों के लिए कपड़े नहीं है, अभी रहने की कोई क्षमता नहीं है, वहाँ ऐसे हमारे जो फुटीरवादी आमदार हैं, विधायक हैं, उनके लिए पैसा खर्च किया जा रहा है. ये आसाम के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, देश के लोगों ने सोचना जरूरी है. और इस देश में लोकशाही है कि नहीं, इसका सवाल होता है, क्योंकि ये ऑप्शन जैसे लेके जा रहे हैं.
ये सब बंडखोर एमएलएज के साथ जैसे एकनाथ शिंदे ने कहा था गुवाहाटी में कि महाशक्ति मेरे साथ है, तो महाशक्ति कौन थी तो वो अब सब लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है. रात के अंधेरे में कौन किसको मिल रहा है वो भी आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से दिखाया जा रहा है. जिस तरह से माननीय राज्यपाल ने राष्ट्रपति महोदय को जो आज सिफारिश की है, आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से हम सुन रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति राजवट लगाई जाए, तो ये उसका मेन कारण हो सकता है. ये किसी को बचाने के लिए नहीं, शिवसेना को महाराष्ट्र से ख़त्म करने का ये जो प्लान जो बीजेपी ने बनाया है उसके पीछे की ये सब राजनीति है और ये षड्यंत्र है. सत्ता के बाहर जाने के लिए इस तरह का बहाना करना गलत बात है. कुछ एमएलए बन
Welcome back. Talking about Assam, residents continue to suffer across the flood-hit areas in the state, where the death toll has now risen to above 120. The Indian Air Force, meanwhile, has been carrying out relief and rescue operations, with Silchar town in Assam's Kachar district submerged in flood waters for a week now. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said that the administration has not been able to reach all those marooned people yet.
There seems to be no respite for people across the flood-hit areas in Assam. Large parts of Assam continues to be inundated in flood water. While there was less rainfall in most areas, flood waters continue to submerge Silchar and other adjoining districts. CM Himanta Biswa Sarma visited Silchar town and took cognizance of the flood-affected areas. Following the non-stop rain and heavy floods and deadly landslides, lakhs of people across multiple districts have been displaced. Assam CM waded through the flood waters on foot at places and sailed in a NDRF rubber boat in some other areas as he interacted with local populace to get a first-hand understanding of the situation. The CM during the visit held a review meeting with district administration officials on the situation and the measures being taken for rescue and relief operations. Meanwhile, the IAF continued its humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operation for the 5th consecutive day. The Indian Air Force has airlifted about 96 tons of relief material using various aerial platforms in the last 24 hours. There is a forecast for more rain. The water level at Barak River is still flowing above the danger level. Assam CM appealed to the people to stand by each other during this time of distress and appreciated the philanthropic activities by individuals and groups in Silchar. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Maharashtra political crisis is being played on courts as well as on political grounds. What is going to be the latest update? Will Mahavikas Aghadi government survive? Will Uddhav Thackeray be able to hold its reign over Shiv Sena? For all these updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
की आम्हीच शिवसेना, आमचाच गट, आमचंच धनुष्यबाण, आम्हीच राहणार, आम्ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेब ठाकरे. ओ त्या नावाची तुम्ही लावण्याची लायकी असती तुमची तर बंड करायला तुम्ही सुरतमध्ये पळाला असतात. काही काही लोकांना वाटतं की चिन्ह त्यांच्याकडे जाणार, चिन्ह जाणार नाही, धनुष्यबाण आपलाच राहणार. इसी बात का है कि जिस असम में बाढ़ आए हैं, जहाँ लोगों के लिए कपड़े नहीं है, अभी रहने की कोई क्षमता नहीं है, वहाँ ऐसे हमारे जो फुटीरवादी आमदार हैं, विधायक हैं, उनके लिए पैसा खर्च किया जा रहा है. ये आसाम के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, देश के लोगों ने सोचना जरूरी है. और इस देश में लोकशाही है कि नहीं, इसका सवाल होता है, क्योंकि ये ऑप्शन जैसे लेके जा रहे हैं.
ये सब बंडखोर एमएलएज के साथ जैसे एकनाथ शिंदे ने कहा था गुवाहाटी में कि महाशक्ति मेरे साथ है, तो महाशक्ति कौन थी, तो वो अब सब लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है. रात के अंधेरे में कौन किसको मिल रहा है वो भी आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से दिखाया जा रहा है. जिस तरह से माननीय राज्यपाल ने राष्ट्रपति महोदय को जो आज सिफारिश की है, आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से हम सुन रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति राजवट लगाई जाए, तो ये उसका मेन कारण हो सकता है. ये किसी को बचाने के लिए नहीं, शिवसेना को महाराष्ट्र से ख़त्म करने का ये जो प्लान जो बीजेपी ने बनाया है, उसके पीछे की ये सब राजनीति है और ये षड्यंत्र है. सत्ता के बाहर जाने के लिए इस तरह का बहाना करना गलत बात है. कुछ एमएलए बंडखोर एमएलए में से कुछ लोगों के ऑडियो वायरल होना शुरू हो गए.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे. भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे. भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे. भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे.
As Maharashtra's political crisis unfolds, Thane's district chief Naresh Maske tendered his resignation.
Welcome back. Now, the Election Commission declared results for 7 assembly constituencies and 3 Lok Sabha seats on Sunday. Here's a detailed report by Aishwarya Kapoor.
The results are out for the by-polls to 3 Lok Sabha and 7 assembly seats spread across 5 states and Delhi. In a setback to the main opposition Samajwadi Party, the BJP wrested both Rampur and Azamgarh Lok Sabha seats in Uttar Pradesh.
BJP being victorious in both the Lok Sabha by-polls in the state of Uttar Pradesh, it's very significant whether it is about Rampur or Azamgarh, because at the end of the day, both of these were Samajwadi Party bastion. In one location, you have Nirawa aka Dinesh Lal Yadav defeating no one else but brother of Akhilesh Yadav, and on the other, you have BJP candidate winning and defeating a hand-picked candidate of Azam Khan.
In the Azamgarh by-polls, BJP candidate Dinesh Lal Yadav aka Nirawa defeated Samajwadi Party's candidate Dharmendra Yadav.
कहीं न कहीं हमारे पूजनीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और पूजनीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के सुशासन और अच्छे सरकार के वजह से ही जनता ने ये भरोसा दिया है और इस पे हम लोग खरे उतरेंगे, आजमगढ़ का विकास करेंगे.
मात्र हमने 12-14 दिन का चुनाव लड़ा और ऐतिहासिक समर्थन हासिल किया आजमगढ़ के लोगों का. जहाँ तक आपके पत्रकार साथी हार के कारण पूछ रहे हैं जी, तो मैं अपनी हार के लिए बधाई दूंगा भाजपा और बसपा के गठबंधन को, जो प्रत्यक्ष तौर पर राष्ट्रपति के चुनाव में भी सामने आ गया है. लेकिन 24 आते आते आजमगढ़ के लोग ही इस बात का जवाब समाजवादी पार्टी को एक बार फिर से जिता के देने वाले हैं.
In Azam Khan's stronghold, Ghanshyam Lodhi won the Rampur seat with a margin of over 40,000 votes.
मेरी उम्मीद से थोड़ा कम रहा जीत का अंतर.
अच्छा.
जैसे मैं क्योंकि थोड़ा परसेंटेज कम हुई गर्मी की वजह से, या शादी समझ लो या काम की समस्या समझ लो, मैं इससे भी चाहता, मेरा जो मन था मैं 1 लाख से ऊपर जीता.
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath lauded BJP's victory and exuded confidence that the BJP will win all 80 seats in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
दोनों चुनौतीपूर्ण लड़ाई को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीत में बदल करके 2024 के लिए एक दूरगामी संदेश दे दिया है। ये जनादेश उस विश्वास का प्रतीक है और सबके प्रयास से उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य को देश के समृद्धतम राज्यों में स्थापित करेंगे। यह जो संकल्प और जो विजन प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का है, उस पर जनता जनार्दन की ये मोहर है।
PM Modi also hailed party karyakartas and called the by-poll wins in Azamgarh and Rampur historic. Meanwhile, an agitated Samajwadi Party Neta Azam Khan questioned the authenticity of polls.
जो चुनावी नतीजा है, जिस तरीके से तैयारियां
चुनावी नतीजे कहाँ है? चुनाव था ही कहाँ? इसे ना आप चुनाव कह सकते हैं, ना चुनावी नतीजे कह सकते हैं। 900 वोट का पोलिंग स्टेशन और 6 वोट बस्ती है मुसलमानों की। 500 का पोलिंग मोहल्ला है मुसलमानों का, 1 वोट।
And the Samajwadi Supremo refused to answer Republic's questions. All in all, the BJP bagged 1 Lok Sabha and 3 assembly seats, while the Aam Aadmi Party suffered a setback in Punjab Sangrur. However, the Aam Aadmi Party managed to secure victory in the Rajendra Nagar seat of the national capital.
दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा। ये जीत उनकी जीत है, उनके द्वारा दिल्ली में कराए जा रहे कामों की जीत है।
In Andhra Pradesh, the ruling YSRCP retained the Atmakuru Assembly constituency with its candidate Mekapati Vikram Reddy establishing a clear margin. While in Jharkhand, Shilpi Neha of Congress won Mandar Assembly by poll. BJP maintained dominance over Tripura and won 3 seats, while Congress backed 1. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha won from town Bardowali Assembly constituency.
Actually, on behalf of the Bharatiya Janata Party, I must be thankful to our these legislators of our BJP party, and even I must thank our IPFT alliance partner. They also have voted in favor of BJP.
Baba ka bulldozer, and it's a thumbs up from the people of Uttar Pradesh to Yogi Adityanath, to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, for his strict action taken on those anti-social elements who have been getting involved either in arson, stone pelting and so on and so forth. So it is up to Akhilesh Yadav and then the opposition parties to really introspect that at the end of the day, it is the people of the state and then in turn the country who decide that what kind of politics they want. And at this point of time, according to the BJP, it's development-based politics, it's pro-people politics which the people are choosing.
Of the 7 assembly seats, BJP won 3, Congress 2 and 1 seat each went to AAP and YSRCP. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The political thriller has now turned legal on Republic TV, and we'll get you all the updates. I'm Arsada Madhuri, Uddhav Thakra's resident, and we'll get you minute by minute scoops. Stay tuned, much more coming up on the other side.
इसी बात का है कि जिस असम में बाढ़ आए हैं, जहां लोगों के लिए कपड़े नहीं है, अभी रहने की कोई क्षमता नहीं है, वहां ऐसे हमारे जो फुटीरवादी आमदार है, विधायक हैं, उनके लिए पैसा खर्च किया जा रहा है। ये असम के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने भी सोचना जरूरी है, देश के लोगों ने सोचना जरूरी है। और इस देश में लोकशाही है कि नहीं, इसका सवाल होता है, क्योंकि ये ऑप्शन जैसे लेके जा रहे हैं।
ये सब बंडखोर एमएलएज के साथ, जैसे एकनाथ शिंदे ने कहा था गुवाहाटी में कि महाशक्ति मेरे साथ है, तो महाशक्ति कौन थी, तो वो अब सब लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है। रात के अंधेरे में कौन किसको मिल रहा है वो भी आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से दिखाया जा रहा है। जिस तरह से माननीय राज्यपाल ने राष्ट्रपति महोदय को जो आज सिफारिश की है, आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से हम सुन रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति राजवट लगाई जाए, तो ये उसका मेन कारण हो सकता है। ये किसी को बचाने के लिए नहीं, शिवसेना को महाराष्ट्र से ख़त्म करने का ये जो प्लान जो बीजेपी ने बनाया है, उसके पीछे की ये सब राजनीति है और ये षड्यंत्र है। सत्ता के बाहर जाने के लिए इस तरह का बहाना करना गलत बात है। कुछ एमएलए बंडखोर एमएलए में से कुछ लोगों के ऑडियो वायरल होना शुरू हो गए।
उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे।
Maharashtra political crisis reaches the top court. The Supreme Court will be hearing Shinde camp's plea against the Deputy Speaker and the rejection of the no confidence motion. Protests and counter-protests, defections and open challenges, and now a legal battle. It's Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde. The Deputy Speaker's deadline to 16 Shinde camp MLAs ends today. All eyes are now on Shinde camp's next move. Presidential polls heat up. Yashwant Sinha is set to file his nomination papers as the presidential candidate. And it is a packed agenda for the Prime Minister in Germany. Prime Minister Modi will attend the G7 summit. Other bilateral meetings also lined up. Good morning and welcome. Thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in. We're now learning that the Union Minister Rao Sahib Danve has said that they will be in opposition only for 2 or 3 more days. Do remember that there have been a lot of fast-paced developments as far as the Maharashtra political crisis is concerned. Let's listen into that reaction that has come in from the Union Minister Danve.
तर याच्या इतकी चांगली संधी आपल्या जिल्ह्याला पुढच्या काळात कधी मिळणार नाही. मी केंद्रामध्ये मंत्री आहे, भैयासाहेब राज्यामध्ये मंत्री आहे. मला तर काय आता मंत्री होऊन 2.5 वर्ष झाले, 12-14 वर्ष तुम्हाला उरायले. तर 14 वर्षामध्ये तुम्ही जे केलं आणि अजून काही करायचं राहिलं तेवढं लवकर करून घ्या. वेळ निघून जायला लागली. त्याच्यामुळं पुढच्या काळामध्ये जर तुम्हाला संधी पाहिजे असेल तर त्याचाही विचार आपल्याला करता येईल. पण जिल्ह्यामध्ये बऱ्याच गोष्टी अजून आपल्याला माहिती आहे. 2-3 दिवस विरोधी पक्षात आहे आणि माझी बाजू मी
I am pretty sure about it that anyways I am going to be in the opposition for the next 2 to 3 days.
राज्यात मी माझी भूमिका मांडली पाहिजे.
Even if I am the union minister, but I still belong to Maharashtra. And what we know that we are going to be back in party in the state. But there are some certain things that I am upset with.
की प्रत्येक ऑफिस मध्ये काय चाललं, ऑफिस नवं बांधलं याचा अर्थ ऑफिस मधला कारभार चांगला चालला का या मताशी मी सहमत नाही.
What has been happening? We have been continuously watching in some of the either offices. There have been meeting has been happening. We know that it's a responsibility. We are not those who work in the office, we sit back in the office and work, but because we are the people who work with the people, within the people. And that is the reason where even me being a minister come to the people and meet my Maharashtra people and organize all these programs.
ही जबाबदारी होती की कृषी लाभधारक शेतकरी जे असतील कृषीचे त्यांना एकत्र करा. भीतीपोटी हे लाभधारक आमच्या शिकायती करतील म्हणून कृषी अधिकाऱ्यांना आणि कृषी खात्यातल्या कर्मचाऱ्यांना लाभधारकाला बोलवलं नाही आणि जे कोणी 2-4 आले असतील, 2-4च होते, त्यांनी या मॅडमच्या तोंडावर अक्षरशः सांगितलं की आम्हाला पैसे मागितले. सांगितलं नाही मॅडम? जर अधिकाऱ्याच्या समोर केंद्रीय मंत्र्याच्या हाजरीत लाभधारक उठतो आणि ह्या अधिकाऱ्यानं मला पैसे मागितले असं म्हणतो, त्याच्यापेक्षा आपल्यासाठी लाजीरवाणी गोष्ट कोणतीही नाही.
Well, even as that statement of the Union Minister is being looked upon closely, let's go across on the ground to our reporters. We've got Alicia. She's reporting from outside the former Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Shivangi is live from outside Matoshri. Piyush Ori is joining us from outside the Vidhan Bhavan. And Sambhav is reporting from outside the Supreme Court. Sambhav, to you first. We are expecting this to reach the Supreme Court today, and it's going to be legals from both sides, that is the MVA government as well as the challenger Shiv Sena camp that we are expecting to see today. Give us a sense of what we're expecting.
So the Eknath Shinde faction has filed 2 petitions in front of the Supreme Court, the vacation bench of the Supreme Court, which is to be heard at 10:30 a.m. today. So speaking of the bench, the vacation bench here, Justice Suryakant and Justice J.B. Pardiwala to hear the 2 petitions. Now, when it comes to petition, the one petition challenges the decision of the Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirbal to recognize Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Party in place of Shinde. And the second petition is regarding the challenging of the disqualification notices served on Shinde and 15 rebel MLAs. Now, speaking of the lawyers who are going to represent parties, Congress MP and senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi to represent Shiv Sena, and a likely team for Shinde could be Ranjit Kumar, who is the former Solicitor General, and senior advocate Neeraj Kishan Kaul could be might represent Shinde. So, as per the petition, the notice issued by Deputy Speaker is completely illegal and arbitrary. Napoli states that until a decision is taken on the proposal to remove Deputy Speaker, till then, the top court, as per the petition, top court to direct Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirbal not to take any action on the disqualification petition against the rebel MLAs. Now the Shinde faction alleges that the properties of the rebel MLAs have been damaged and they are receiving continuous threats and their lives are under threat.
All right. So Sambhav,
this is what the petitions are in the Supreme Court today.
All right. So Sambhav, of course, is tracking what happens in the Supreme Court for us. But let me go back to Alicia on the ground now. Alicia, what we are expecting in terms of the Shinde camp is perhaps that they will return to Mumbai after the legal mess is sorted out. But on the other side, we are also likely to see the election of the speaker. Now, that's a move that could perhaps change the dynamics of this crisis.
Well, of course, Nupur, because it is very important to understand, because here at once Eknath Shinde has clearly given a petition, clearly stating that he has the number, the majority of 37, the 37 Shiv Sena MLA he is with, and 2 more is already been added. And that is the reason where he has the right to be appointed as the leader of the legislative, Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly. And he has been, has the authority to choose the whip chief as well. That is, he has been appointed, he wanted to get Bharat Seat Gogavli to be as the whip chief, but not accepting and not considering the fact, we know that the petition, the application that was given by the Uddhav Thackeray camp, clearly asking to appoint Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena MLAs, and that has already been done. That the application has already been accepted by the Deputy Speaker, and after which no confident motion that was given by Eknath Shinde, and that has also been rejected, clearly stating that this petition has been sent via email, which is unknown email ID, and also there was no MLA present before the Deputy Speaker while giving this petition. So that is the reason where Deputy Speaker has rejected the no confidence motion that was issued against him. So this is the reason where we know that yesterday there was a series of meetings that held in Guwahati, because we know that Eknath Shinde, who was considering the Supreme Court top lawyers, what can be the legal action that can be taken into the consideration, and after which we know that there are two petitions that has been filed. As my colleague Sambhav was he was mentioning what are the petition about, but it's very important to win before the court now, because only if and this could be the possibility, Eknath Shinde could be in the favor, because he has actually the number and he could be has the right, which will come before the Supreme Court as well. While now talking about the disqualification of the 16 MLA, that has been given under section that is 25A, what has been said by the lawyer that was present with Arvind Samant yesterday, and the disqualification, the notice has been sent, and today all the rebel MLAs, the 16 MLAs has to send the reply to that notices, but that has also been challenged before the Supreme Court.
Absolutely.
So it will be a very important hearing before the Supreme Court today. We have to see, because it's not only about the mentioning, but also Eknath Shinde, who has already put up a petition before the Supreme Court. The hearing will take place, and we have to wait and what can be the more important things that will come out, because this petition also mentioned that until and unless Supreme Court don't deliver its verdict, Deputy Speaker should not take any action against them.
Yes, Alicia, of course, this has reached the court's doorstep. I'm going to go across to Shivangi now. Shivangi, even as this reaches the court's doorstep, what we have heard from, the MLAs who have been served this disqualification notice, which does include Eknath Shinde also, is that, this is illegal. But if it were not illegal, and today is the last day for them to reply, how do you think this is going to go forward? Are they going to reply at all or no?
Right. So they have to reply. There is a deadline given, Nupur, for them to reply. Of course, we have to wait and watch whether a reply is going to come. Some time has been given to those 16 MLAs for the answer that they will give. Now, remember that a lot of the legal battle, if you look at it, like Alicia, my colleague, has been telling us, is around the disqualification of MLA. So this has become a very, very crucial issue, because those 16 MLAs from the rebel camp also include Eknath Shinde, and disqualification, of course, would mean a very, very big thing for the rebel camp if they're disqualified, and it would mean a win for the Uddhav Thackeray camp. So that is why a lot of action is being taken from the Shinde side to avoid the disqualification. Of course, there will be a top court hearing later on today, which will be tracking on Republic TV.
Absolutely.
But when we talk about the Shiv Sena camp, the Shiv Sena camp is using a different tactics, Nupur, from being emotional to right now giving, not threats, I would say, but maybe legal threats, because nothing official legally has come from the Shiv Sena side so far. But right now, of course, they will be representative from the Shiv Sena side at the hearing today. So we have to wait and watch how the legal course will take shape later on.
All right, stay with us. We are once again going to listen into the reaction that we got from the Union Minister a short while ago.
तर त्याचाही विचार आपल्याला करता येईल, पण जिल्ह्यामध्ये बऱ्याच गोष्टी अजून आपल्याला बाकी आहे. पण टोपे साहेब, अजून मी 2-3 दिवस विरोधी पक्षात आहे, आणि माझी बाजू मी तुमच्या पुढे मांडली पाहिजे. आज आपण वर्तमान काळामध्ये बसले, माझी एक नाराजी आहे काही गोष्टीबद्दल, कारण मी विरोधी पक्षात आहे राज्यात, मी माझी भूमिका मांडली पाहिजे. खरं तर भूमिका अशा लोकांपुढे मांडतो की जे तुमच्या अवतीभोवती फिरणार आहेत.
I believe that I need to put my stand as well, because what is happening in the state of Maharashtra is really need to be considered. But all we are pretty sure about it that it's just anyways we are going to be in the opposition for the next 2 to 3 days.
2-3 दिवस विरोधी पक्षात आहे, आणि माझी बाजू मी तुमच्या पुढे मांडली पाहिजे. आज आपण वर्तमान काळामध्ये बसले, माझी एक नाराजी आहे काही गोष्टीबद्दल.
Well, we have been looking into the future now. And when it comes to the Maharashtra, I am in the opposition now, and it's my right to comment on the situation.
Right, let's also bring in Piyush now. Piyush, so far we've heard from the BJP is that they don't want to step into this muddle, but that statement from the union minister does seem to change things, doesn't it?
Well, definitely, and there are a lot of statements that are being made in which, which reflects the change and turns which Maharashtra politics is seeing. Now, having said that, today's day is going to be very interesting because today we are going to be definitely knowing that this minority and majority question in Shiv Sena, how it's going to pan out. And the courts are going to play a very important role in, making us know that who has the minority and who has the majority. The Shiv Sena under the Eknath Shinde camp have already said that it is them now who control Shiv Sena because it is them who have the numbers. But the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp is not trying to, make any amends and have gone ahead and disqualified these MLAs, forcing, Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde camp to go to the court. So it is going to be very interesting report today to see that ultimately, who is going to be controlling the Shiv Sena. As we have already seen, Deepak Kesarkar, who has been speaking to us, has said that, in the court of law, today they hold valid claim over Shiv Sena. So all these things are going to pan out in how the Supreme Court is going to give its judgment. Back to you.
All right, I'm going to go across back again to Shivangi, who's reporting from Matoshri. Shivangi, what we've seen essentially in the past 2 days is that a Serbic battle that's taking place between the Shiv Sena's two camps. Now, as you were saying earlier, from a more emotional appeal, now it's gone to cadres actually protesting on the streets, and there is also a threat perception that the centre is looking into for the rebel MLAs. So give us a roundup in terms of the letter that's been written by the governor now to the centre asking for increased security.
Right. Nupur, when we talk about the politics which is being played by the Shiv Sena camp, the Uddhav Thackeray camp, it's very interesting, like you have been, you just mentioned right now, Nupur. So this is Matoshri. This is where Uddhav Thackeray is. Remember that the last we heard is that he is he's COVID positive, Nupur. So he has not really been interacting very much. He has not been really interacting very much, Nupur. And when we talk about Aditya Thackeray, now Aditya Thackeray, of course, has been able to go out. We have seen him come out of Matoshri a couple of times. And if we really look at it, Uddhav Thackeray there making an emotional appeal, but his son Aditya Thackeray, playing on a different line altogether. Now, the allegations which have been made from Aditya Thackeray is that the Shinde camp, the rebel camp, is in it for money and power. And so you can see two different plays here. One by Uddhav Thackeray, which is more emotional. One by the son, Aditya Thackeray, who is actually giving a more tougher line on this, on his take, that it is for money, it's for power, and also saying that we have done so much for the rebel camp MLAs, but this is how they are repaying us back. So we are seeing two different narratives coming from the same camp here. The Uddhav Thackeray being more emotional, the son, of course, going and telling more harsher things about the rebel camp. But also remember that they are also seeking legal options. Now, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is going to represent the Uddhav Thackeray side today in the hearing. So we will be tracking those developments very closely. But for the past couple of days, the stance of the Shiv Sena has been more of, was pretty soft from the beginning. It's been more emotional. It's been more about, I'm leaving my CM post. I want to leave it. If you think I should leave it, I will leave it. But still, no official resignation really coming from the Thackeray. It's just been a play on words so far, Nupur.
Absolutely. So perhaps from emotion to more harsher words that are now coming in from the Thackerays. Alisha, Shivangi, Piyush, as well as Sambhav, do stay with us. We're going to look at the top political developments in a quick wrap now. Now, amid the ongoing political crisis and threats by the Shiv Sena leaders, the BJP's Mumbai unit had organizational meetings of party workers across all assembly constituencies in Mumbai. Today, a meeting will be held in Kolaba constituency in presence of the BJP MLA Rahul Narvekar. Uday Samant became the 9th minister in the Maharashtra government to join rebels. MLA Uday Samant will speak to the media at 11 this morning. Now, amid the growing political crisis, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will address Shiv Sainiks in Mumbai's Govandi at 6 this evening. Senior advocate and Congress MP Abhishek Manu Singhvi has revealed that he will be appearing for Shiv Sena and its office bearers in the Supreme Court on a plea filed by Eknath Shinde and Bharat Gogawale. The Supreme Court bench of Justices Suryakant and J.B. Pardiwala will hear a plea filed by the Maharashtra Minister Eknath Shinde and MLA against Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal at 10:30 this morning. In a key development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has provided Y plus security to 15 rebel Shiv Sena MLAs from Maharashtra. The MLAs demanded immediate restoration of the security cover. The CRPF has also been deployed to provide security to these MLAs. Sources have said that the Maharashtra police, in its reply to the governor, has said that police security has been deployed to all MLAs' families and their offices. About 15 police personnel have been deployed for the security of the families and offices of each MLA. Shiv Sena ministers led by Eknath Shinde are likely to lose their portfolios for rebelling against the Mahavikas Aghadi government. Republic TV has learned that Eknath Shinde, Gulab Rao Patil, Dada Bhuse and Sambhaji Rao Desai are all set to lose their portfolios, and Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is likely to take action against them. The Maharashtra Legislature Secretariat has sought a written reply of 16 MLAs by the 27th of June to complaints seeking disqualification, and said that if the written response to the summons is not submitted in the given period, the Secretariat's office will initiate necessary action. Eknath Shinde spoke to Raj Thackeray to ask about his health, as recently the MNS chief Raj Thackeray was discharged from hospital. Sources in the MNS have confirmed that he called Raj Thackeray twice, once when he was admitted to the hospital and the second time when he got back home. Now, in what is being seen as a big win for security forces, a cross-border infiltration bid was foiled by the BSF in the Arispura sector of the international border. Now, the intruder was shot dead by forces. Gursimran is reported live on this from Jammu. Gursimran, good morning. Give us the latest on this infiltration bid and how it was foiled.
See, BSF noticed a suspected movement that an intruder from the Pakistani side tried to enter the Indian territory in the Arispura sector right now where we are. And based on the threat that was being posed by that intruder as he was trying to sneak into the Indian territory, senior officials of the BSF were briefed about the situation, and when the intruder tried to sneak into the Indian territory crossing the BSF fence, he was shot at and has now been neutralized. See, this is the very area where this intruder has been neutralized, and 2 days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra, a major tragedy has been averted because this intruder was trying to sneak in. He was taking time. He was just coming from the Pakistani post. If Sarjeevan can show you that Pakistani post on the other side, the place where this intruder tried to sneak in is very near to the BSF, to the Pakistani Rangers post. So clearly establishing the Pakistani hand in pushing this intruder into the Indian territory, and now massive searches have been launched in the area ahead of the fence. Senior official of the BSF will be reaching the spot in a short while from now to take stock of the situation, because in the recent past also we have seen that the Pakistan is resorting to these kind of tactics, be it drone dropping of weapons or narcotics and smuggling and infiltration into the Indian territory so that they can carry out a major terror strike. We have seen that in the past 2 months there have been several incidents of tunnel being detected by the BSF or the drone being shot down by Jammu and Kashmir police and the BSF on the international border area, clearly showing that how desperate the Pakistan is. And there are credible inputs this time that the Pakistan will try to vitiate the Amarnath Yatra that is starting 2 days from today, that is on 29th. The first Jatha of Amarnath Yatra will be leaving from Jammu, and 48 hours before that intruder being shot dead at international border clearly hints at the larger plot of the Pakistan to destabilize peace here in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, Gursimran reporting on that from the IB. Thank you for joining us.
The Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena has filed 2 petitions in the Supreme Court today in front of the vacation bench to be heard short while from now. For all developments, stay tuned to Republic Television.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here. Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today Universities rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
And in other international news, NASA launched a rocket from the Arnhem Space Center in Australia's Northern Territory on Sunday. This is NASA's first launch from a commercial spaceport outside the US and the first in Australia in 27 years. Rocket struck a residential area of Kharkiv, causing damage to residential properties and a hospital. According to the police, the rockets were launched from Russia's Belgorod region, where 2 people have been hospitalized with injuries. And in other international news, the US space agency NASA launched a rocket from the newly built Australian Arnhem Space Center. According to media, it was the first commercial rocket launch in Australia's history and NASA's first from a launch pad outside the United States of America. US First Lady Jill Biden arrived in Spain ahead of the NATO summit. Her arrival was 2 days before her husband, US President Joe Biden, who will travel to Madrid to participate in the summit on the 29th and the 30th of June. More emergency aid arrives for residents who survived this week's deadly quake in Afghanistan. Many who had no idea how to rebuild the homes destroyed in villages strung through the mountains. The quake struck one of the poorest corners of a country that has been hollowed out by increasing poverty. G7 leaders posed for a last photo op after the first day of a 3-day summit in the Bavarian Alps, intending on keeping economic fallout from the war in Ukraine from fracturing the global coalition working to punish Russia's aggression. Saudi Arabia's crown And the headlines at 9:30, Maha political crisis reaches the top court, Supreme Court, to hear Shinde camp's plea against Deputy Speaker as well as rejection of plea for no confidence motion. Protests and counter-protests, defections and open challenges, and now the legal battle. It's Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde. Deputy Speaker's deadline to 16 Shinde camp MLAs ends today. All eyes are now on Shinde camp's next move. Presidential polls heat up. Yashwant Sinha set to file his nomination as presidential candidate. It's a packed agenda for Prime Minister Modi in Germany. Will attend G7 summit. Big meetings lined up next. And you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Rukma and let's begin with our top story. Shinde supporters will perform a power show at Thane's Anand Ashram, Tebinaka at 10 a.m. on the 27th of June. Preparations are being made to gather millions of supporters through social media. This will be the biggest show of power ever by supporters of Shinde in his stronghold. So massive show of strength expected at Thane at 10 a.m. on the 27th of June by Shinde's supporters. Thane is a Shinde stronghold, and the plan is to garner thousands of his supporters, hundreds and thousands of his supporters through social media. Even as here in New Delhi, in the Supreme Court, the legal process begins, the legal battle begins, as the Shinde camp submits a plea against the Deputy Speaker and the rejection of the plea for a no-confidence motion on the floor of the House. And joining us is Alisha to tell us about the show of strength. Alisha, it's expected to be one of the biggest shows of strength by Shinde's supporters. Tell us all about it.
Well, of course, the show of strength is going to happen in Thane, that is the constituency of Eknath Shinde, and today is something very important for Eknath Shinde as well, because the petition that has been filed before the Supreme Court and the hearing to take place at 10:30 is something is everyone been keeping an eye on it, because this is over the disqualification. We know that the petition that was been rejected by Deputy Speaker, we know that the application that was given to appoint Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly is just because he has the number. But before that, at the 10:30, where the hearing is going to take place, we can see the strength of the support of Eknath Shinde is going to take place in Thane Timbinaka. And even yesterday, we saw that Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, who was holding that mega support rally there in a public meeting, where we saw that there were hundreds of numbers of supporters who were present in that rally, and it was clearly stating that this is something the real Shiv Sena is, and that is where the support, these are the people who have come to support the Hindutva ideology, the ideology which Eknath Shinde has been fighting for. But yes, all eyes on Supreme Court, because the petition that is going to be heard before the Supreme Court. And if I talk about the petition, because this is something over the removal of Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly. So we know that Eknath Shinde, in a resolution that was given to the Deputy Speaker, clearly stating that he has the number of 37, the 2/3 majority where Eknath Shinde has been having, and that is the reason why he should be appointed as the leader of MLAs, and Bharat Seth Gogavle should be appointed as the chief whip. But that has been rejected, and what we know that the application that was given by Uddhav Thackeray camp asking to appoint Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of MLAs, that has been accepted, and that is what has been challenged before the Supreme Court. Now we have to wait and watch what can be said, but of course this is something can be said that it will be in the favor of Eknath Shinde, because it's all about the number, it's all about the majority, and majority is with Eknath Shinde. And this is going to be in the hearing, this is going to be placed before the hearing, because it's not the number is only just now 37, because it has reached to 39 now. We know that more two Shiv Sena MLAs, that is Dilip Lande and Uday Samant, who just reached yesterday, have already joined the Eknath Shinde camp. And what we know that Eknath Shinde was going to hold a meeting also at 10 a.m. in the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati, where is going to keep a close tab on the court proceeding. It's very important, as I'm saying. It's very important for Shinde camp to win this, because the only hope is the Supreme Court, whether it is the no confidence motion that has also been challenged, because no confidence motion that was issued, that was given against Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwar, asking to remove from the Deputy Speaker. So that has also been rejected by the Deputy Speaker as well, and that is the reason that has been given, that the petition that was sent was by the unknown email ID, and there were no MLA that was present, and that is the reason that was rejected. And right after that, Eknath Shinde camp was actually waiting for the decision of the Deputy Speaker over the petition that has been given to him. And right after we know that right after the notices that has been served to the Eknath Shinde camp, we know that they already moved Supreme Court, and today at 10:30 a.m. the important hearing is going to end. We have to wait and watch what will be the court will come up through, because first where Eknath Shinde, his lawyer, the Supreme Court lawyers, who is going to present their case before the court, before the two-bench justice, and right after that there could be some of the possibility, the outcome that will come, or the other hope of ray that can come from the Supreme Court for the Eknath Shinde camp. Yes.
Well, we go across, Alisha will stay with us. We go across to Shivangi now. Shivangi, you're outside Matoshri. While all eyes are on the Supreme Court with those very significant 2 petitions being lodged by the Shinde camp, what's happening in Matoshri? Even as, well, the news is all about the Sena versus Sena battle in the legal courts. What's happening as far as the grassroots reach out movement is concerned, and what are are there any reactions emerging at all from Matoshri where you are?
Well, Rukma, this is a big story we've been tracking on Republic TV, and I'm outside Matoshri. This is where Uddhav Thackeray is inside. Remember, he left.
We also have with us our reporter Sambhav outside the Supreme Court here in New Delhi. Sambhav, coming to you, what's happening there at the Supreme Court? Lots of movement, because any time now the court likely to hear that petition, those petitions.
Vacation bench of the Supreme Court can hear the 2 petitions at 10:30 a.m. today, and Justice Surikant and Justice J.B. Pardiwala are the judges who are going to hear the petitions. Now, speaking of the petitions, there are 2 petitions. We need to understand here the basic bone of contention between the battle between Sena versus Sena. Now, here the Shinde faction is not happy to recognize when Deputy Speaker recognized Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Party in place of Shinde. So, this is one part, and the second part is regarding the challenging of the disqualification notices served to Shinde and 15 rebel MLAs. Now, as per Shinde camp, they have the number. So, anti-defection law doesn't apply there. As per the Shinde camp, they say that out of 55 Sena MLAs, they have the number. They have some 39 MLAs as per Shinde camp. So, anti-defection law, the 10th schedule of the Indian Constitution, anti-defection law doesn't apply here. But on the other hand, the Uddhav faction is saying that they don't have the number. So, this is the basic bone of contention, and here there are 2 petitions being filed in front of the Supreme Court. Now it's a legal battle, Sena versus Sena legal battle, and I'm reporting right outside the Supreme Court.
Right, Sambhav, stay with us. Going across once again to Shivangi, you were telling us about all the action that's happening, reporting all these past few days. Right now, today, what can we expect? You're outside Matoshri. Well, it's a center of Sena activity as far as the Uddhav Thackeray, as far as Uddhav loyalists are concerned. So, what action there today can we expect? Shivangi.
Right, Rukma. So right now we are outside Matoshri, and we have been here for the past couple of days, Rukma. A lot of action in the past couple of days. We have seen many leaders come in and come out. Yesterday, Aditya Thackeray had gone out for some of the rallies that he had taken part in. He had addressed party workers, and today also we will see one more rally later on in Mumbai. So the party work is continuing from this side. But when we talk about the stance of the Thackeray camp, it's kind of split if you look at it in one way. One way we are seeing Uddhav Thackeray, give these big emotional appeals. On the other hand, Aditya Thackeray, the son, is giving harsher words and pelting out harsher words to the Shinde camp, saying that it's all done for money and power. But as of now, the big story is, Rukma, that the entire battle is turned legal. It's gone to the top court. So all eyes will be on the top court now. Now, what the top court says will be very, very important for both the camps. A lot is at stake right now for both the camps. So that hearing we'll be tracking very closely, and the survival of the MVA also depends a lot on what the top courts will say. And remember that 16 MLAs are, in fact, that's what Uddhav Thackeray camp, he wants 16 MLAs from the Shinde camp to be disqualified. One of the MLAs is also Eknath Shinde. So for them, it's going to be very important to top lawyers are representing both the sides. And when it comes to the Shiv Sena here, they've tried every tactic in the book. They have tried emotional appeals, and they have tried, also saying that please come back and talk to us. On the other hand, now they're, also going legal in their own way as well. So we will see how this plays out. It continues to be a political thriller, and we can also expect maybe some more leaders might come to Matoshri. Even though Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive, he's not really meeting them face to face. He's doing more video conferences and talking through video conferences. But that is one thing for sure, Rukma, that today is going to be one more day with fast and hectic developments on the big crisis in Maharashtra politically.
Right. Coming to you, Piyush, now you're outside the Vidhan Sabha. When we talk about, all eyes, of course, on the Supreme Court today as the legal battle begins. But Piyush, it's all related to, and the impact will be felt here at the Vidhan Sabha. When we talk about the Deputy Speaker and the role that the Deputy Speaker has played in this entire drama, also the question of the disqualification of 16 MLAs, and who will lead the legislature party. So many issues all related to the Vidhan Sabha. So tell us, what can we expect today? How do you see the situation? What major developments could there be?
So definitely, Rukma, it is now a question of majority versus minority. When we talk about majority and ultimately who is controlling the Shiv Sena, the developments of this is going to be played in the Supreme Court, and we are going to be tracking each and every ruling which the Supreme Court is going to bring out. But the question now really is that ultimately, Ekta Shinde camp says that since they have the number, the Deputy Speaker do not have the right to disqualify them. Mind you, today they had to reply to the notices of disqualification, which was served to them. But they say that they have enough time to reply to those notices, and it is possible that they will not be replying to that notices today, most probably. But ultimately, it is going to be very interesting to now watch what exactly Supreme Court rules out, so that we can get to know that ultimately who is going to control the Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena under Ekta Shinde camp say that, they now have the numbers. It is them who now hold the legacy of Shiv Sena, which the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp are not willing to concede. They say that, it is ultimately them who are going to be taking over this party. It is them, who have the right over the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray, the father of Uddhav Thackeray, who right now is, heading one part of Shiv Sena. And ultimately now it is all up to Supreme Court to rule that who ultimately controls Shiv Sena in terms of numbers. Back to you, Rukma.
Right. Well, Piyush, Shivangi and Sambhav, keep your eyes on, and also Alisha, keep your eyes on that story. We'll be coming back to you, but let's take a look now at some other national stories. Yashwant Sinha, candidate for presidential elections from the opposition, will file for nomination today. Following this, leaders will hold a meeting in Parliament Annex C building on today. Union Minister Amit Shah chairs a parliamentary consultative meeting aimed at strengthening national security. During the meeting, he assures the central government is committed to enhancing security and citizen-friendly justice system. Also further urges investigative agencies to be one step ahead of criminals with the use of technology. After Bharatiya Janata Party wins by polls in Rampur and Azamgarh, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath says the victory has sent an optimistic message for the 2024 general elections. Taking a dig at the Congress, says victory sends a clear message to the Parivarwadis. Chief Minister Jairam Thakur launches Nasha Nahi Zindagi Chunne initiative in state on Sunday. Talking about it, informs that a special task force will be created, headed by the ADG of Police, CID and officers from the Department of State Taxes and Excise to curb drug menace. On International Drugs Day, District Drugs Committee informed police that they had seized and destroyed drugs worth 15 crore rupees on Sunday, which includes drugs like heroin, morphine and others. Mizoram Chief Minister Zoramthanga takes to Twitter to inform that the Central Young Mizo Association is already on its way to deliver drinking water to Assam flood victims, assures that the government of Mizoram will be available for all possible help.
Takes place in Supreme Court on the petition filed by Eknath Shinde camp. Hearing to take place at 10:30 a.m. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
The Maharashtra political thriller has now entered legal grounds, and we'll get you all the updates, every visual, every angle and all the scoops on Republic TV. Much more coming up on the other side.
And in other international news, the US space agency NASA launched a rocket from the newly built Australian Arnhem Space Centre. According to media, it was the first commercial rocket launch in Australia's history and NASA's first from a launch pad outside the United States of America. US First Lady Jill Biden arrived in Spain ahead of the NATO summit. Her arrival was 2 days before her husband, US President Joe Biden, who will travel to Madrid to participate in the summit on the 29th and the 30th of June. More emergency aid arrives for residents who survived this week's deadly quake in Afghanistan. Many who had no idea how to rebuild the homes destroyed in villages strung through the mountains. The quake struck one of the poorest corners of a country that has been hollowed out by increasing poverty. G7 leaders posed for a last photo op after the first day of a 3-day summit in the Bavarian Alps, intending on keeping economic fallout from the war in Ukraine from fracturing the global coalition working to punish Russia's aggression. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince and visiting Iraqi Prime Minister met to discuss bilateral ties and cooperation. Both sides exchanged views on regional and global issues to promote regional security and stability. And in other national news, in the by-polls for the 2 Lok Sabha seats in Uttar Pradesh, the BJP won the Rampur seat and Samajwadi Party stronghold Azamgarh as well. Just after BJP's landslide victory, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath expressed gratitude to the people of the state, saying that the by-election results put a seal of public's faith in the double-engine BJP government.
दोनों चुनौतीपूर्ण लड़ाई को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने
And you're watching live and breaking. More news from Maharashtra regarding the turmoil there amid the ongoing political crisis and threats by Shiv Sena leaders. BJP's Mumbai unit holds organizational meetings with party workers across all assembly constituencies in Mumbai. Today, a meeting will be held in the Kolaba constituency in the presence of BJP MLA Rahul Narvikar. Uday Samant becomes 9th minister in Maharashtra government to join the rebels. MLA Uday Samant will speak to media at 11 a.m. Amid the growing political crisis, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will address Shiv Sainiks in Mumbai's Govandi at 6 p.m. today. Senior advocate and Congress MP Abhishek Manu Singhvi reveals he would appear for Shiv Sena and its office bearers in the Supreme Court on plea filed by Eknath Shinde and Bharat Gogavale.
Supreme Court bench of Justices Suryakant and J.B. Pardiwala to hear plea filed by Maharashtra Minister Eknath Shinde and MLA Bharat Gogavale against Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal at 10:30 a.m. today. In a key development, Ministry of Home Affairs provides Y+ security to 15 rebel Shiv Sena MLAs from Maharashtra. The MLAs had demanded immediate restoration of security cover. The CRPF has been deployed to provide security to the MLAs. Sources inform that Maha Police, in reply to inform Governor that police security has been deployed to all MLAs' families and to their offices. Nearly 15 police personnel have been deployed for security of the family and offices of each MLA. Shiv Sena ministers led by Eknath Shinde likely to lose their portfolios for rebelling against the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. Republic TV has learned that Eknath Shinde, Gulab Rao Patil, Dada Bhuse and Shambhuraje Desai all set to lose portfolios, and Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray likely to take action against them. Maharashtra Legislature Secretariat, which sought written replies of 16 MLAs by June 27th to complaints seeking disqualification, said that if the written response to the summons was not submitted in given period, Secretariat's office would initiate necessary action.
The Maharashtra political thriller has now entered legal grounds, and we'll get to all the updates, every visual, every angle and all the scoops on Republic TV. Much more coming up on the other side.
And in other national news, in the by-polls for the 2 Lok Sabha seats in Uttar Pradesh, the BJP won the Rampur seat and Samajwadi Party stronghold Azamgarh as well. Just after BJP's landslide victory, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath expressed gratitude to the people of the state, saying that the by-election results put a seal of public's faith in the double-engine BJP government.
दोनों चुनौतीपूर्ण लड़ाई को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीत में बदल करके 2024 के लिए एक दूरगामी संदेश दे दिया है.
Bharatiya Janata Party candidate Ghanshyam Singh Lodhi won the Lok Sabha by-poll in Rampur under the leadership of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. The bastion of Samajwadi Party big shot Azam Khan.
मेरी उम्मीद से थोड़ा कम रहा जीत का अंतर. अच्छा, जैसे मैं क्योंकि थोड़ा परसेंटेज कम हुई गर्मी की वजह से, या शादी समझ लो या काम की समस्या समझ लो, मैं इससे भी चाहता, मेरा जो मन था मैं 1 लाख से ऊपर जीतता.
The Azamgarh Lok Sabha seat is considered the bastion of the opposition Samajwadi Party in the state, which is now won by the BJP after the results came out. Mifta Azam Khan alleges that there were no proper electoral voting done in the constituency.
जो चुनावी नतीजा है, जिस तरीके से तैयारियां,
चुनावी नतीजे कहाँ है? चुनाव था ही कहाँ? इसे ना आप चुनाव कह सकते हैं ना चुनावी नतीजे कह सकते हैं. 900 वोट का पोलिंग स्टेशन और 6 वोट बस्ती है मुसलमानों की. 500 का पोलिंग मोहल्ला है मुसलमानों का, 1 वोट.
This morning, Yashwant Sinha, the candidate for the presidential elections from the opposition, will be filing his nomination papers today. Following this, leaders will hold a meeting in Parliament on his nomination and the strategy for the opposition. Union Minister Amit Shah chaired a parliamentary consultative. Watching live and breaking amid the ongoing political crisis in the Maharashtra government fueled by Minister Eknath Shinde's rebellion.
The top court is set to hear the plea filed by Shinde camp against the Deputy Speaker and the rejection of the no confidence motion. We are now joined by Rhythm to take us through all the latest updates regarding that and all the details as this new development emerges in the Maharashtra political drama.
Thank you, Rukma, for that. A very good morning to the viewers joining us right now. Today is going to promising to be a power-packed day when the Maharashtra tussle reaches the top court of the country. What are we looking at today? We're going to be hearing two pleas that have been filed by the... First, let me go across to Sanjay Raut Bite coming up.
आणि ही आपल्या बोलण्याची पद्धत आहे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये. जे लोक तिकडे गुवाहाटीमध्ये आहेत उनका जमीर मर गया है, त्यांचा आत्मा मेला है, सिर्फ अभी उनका बॉडी बचा है, जिंदा है, जिंदा लाशें, ये तो शब्द हमारे हिंदी मराठी सब भाषा में है. तो यहाँ तो उनकी सिर्फ बॉडी आ जाएगी, आत्मा कहाँ है? उनका आत्मा मर चुका है. या अगर मैं कहा है, या अगर हे जर मी बोललेलो असेल तर त्याच्यामध्ये एवढं मनाला लावून घ्यायचं कारण काय आहे? आणि ते खरं आहे. तुम्ही समजून घेत नाही. मी म्हणे बाप काढला. आत्ताच मी एक भाषण अभी मैंने एक भाषण ट्वीट किया गुलाबराव पाटिल का, आप देख लीजिए. वो खुद बोल रहा है बाप बदलने की भाषा. जो लोग बाप बदलते हैं उस बारे में उसने जो एक वक्तव्य किया है वो बहुत ही मार्गदर्शक है. वहाँ जो बैठे हैं गुवाहाटी में उन सभी के लिए गुलाब पाटिल का जो मैंने एक स्पीच ट्वीट किया है वो बहुत ही मार्गदर्शक है. कैसे कैसे लोग अपना बाप बदल लेते हैं, बेईमान होते हैं, पार्टी में खाते हैं पीते हैं बड़े होते हैं और अपना बाप बदल लेते हैं. हम बाप बदलने वाले में से नहीं है. ये भाषा गुलाबराव पाटिल की है, हमारी नहीं है. और फिर एक बार मैं कहता हूँ, जो लोग 40-40 साल से पार्टी में रहते हैं और भाग जाते हैं, उनका ज़मीर मर गया, आत्मा मर गया है, तो क्या बचता है? जिंदा लाश. जिंदा लाश, जिंदा कौमें, ये शब्द राम मनोहर लोहिया साहब का है. जिंदा कौमें 5 साल तक इंतज़ार नहीं करती, ये किसने कहा है? ये राम मनोहर लोहिया ने कहा है. तो ये शब्द नया नहीं है महाराष्ट्र और देश के लिए. लेकिन समझ लीजिए, आपकी जो बुद्धि है वो कुंठित हो गई. आपका संपर्क टूटा है समाज से, लोगों से, महाराष्ट्र से, लोगों से, इसलिए आप इस प्रकार का आरोप करते हो. मैंने किसी की आत्मा और भावना को ठेस पहुंचाने का प्रयास नहीं किया है. मैंने सिर्फ सत्यता कही है कि आपका जमीर मर गया है, इसलिए आपके सिर्फ आप जिंदा लाश बन गए.
सर, दीपक केसरकरांनी असं म्हटलेलं आहे की उद्धव ठाकरे आणि शिवसेनेला चुकीचे सल्लागार मिळालेले आहेत, त्याच्यामुळे आज अशी परिस्थिती आहे.
म्हणून तुम्ही पळून गेलात.
सर, उदय सामंत ने तो परसों नेशनल एग्जीक्यूटिव में ज्वाइन किया था, अब उन्होंने पार्टी भी छोड़ दी है. कितना बड़ा धक्का है ये?
नहीं, धक्का नहीं.
आदित्य ठाकरे करीबी माने जाते हैं.
ये सबके करीबी थे. दीपक केसरकर हमारे करीबी है, उदय सामंत हमारे करीबी है, वहाँ बैठा हुआ हर व्यक्ति हमारा करीबी है. एकनाथ शिंदे हमारे सबसे ज़्यादा करीबी है. जहाँ हम लोग बैठे उस हमारे घर में 8 दिन में एक बार तो हम मिलते थे, चाय पीते थे, खाते थे, गपशप करते थे, सुख दुख बांटते थे. सभी करीबी है. एकनाथ शिंदे आज भी हमारे करीबी है.
सर, त्यांनी एक पेटिशन दाखल केलेली आहे सुप्रीम कोर्टामध्ये. त्याच्यामध्ये 2-3 मुद्दे त्यांनी दाखवलेले. त्यामध्ये एक तर आहे की आमचं जे निलंबन आहे ते रद्द करावं, त्याची ऑर्डर रद्द करावी.
पहा, कायदेशीर लढाई आहे. लीगल फाईट अँड स्ट्रीट फाईट.
इट्स अ लीगल फाईट.
रस्त्यावरची लढाई आणि कायद्याची लढाई ही दोन्ही बाजूंनी होत राहील. काल माननीय शरद पवार सांगितलेलं तुमच्याकडे बहुमत आहे, तुमच्याकडे 50 आमदारांचं बळ आहे, आपके पास 50 MLA की ताकत है, विधायकों की ताकत है, तो अब गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हो? वहाँ तो महाप्रलय आया है, बाढ़ आया है, लाशें तैर रही है, 120 लोग वहाँ मर चुके हैं. आपके आसपास ही पूरा बाढ़ है. आप क्यों बैठे हो यहाँ? वहाँ आप आइए महाराष्ट्र में. 50 का आपके पास आंकड़ा है, तो आपको आने से किसने रोका है? आप या तुम्ही इकडे आइए. आप
एकीकडे तुम्ही म्हणता की एकनाथ शिंदेपासून सगळेच तुमच्या जवळचे, पण एकनाथ शिंदेसह 16 आमदारांनी आम्हाला आणि आमच्या कुटुंबियांना तुमच्या वक्तव्याने धोका येतोय. आणखीन काही धोका झाला तर शरद पवार, मुख्यमंत्री आदित्य ठाकरे जबाबदार राहतील, अशा प्रकारचं स्पष्टपणे त्यांनी तक्रार दाखल.
फार हिमतीचे लोक आहेत ते, म्हणून तेवढी हिंमत दाखवून आधी सुरतला गेले, मग गुवाहाटीला गेले.
Really strength, and that is the reason where they have left for Surat and now in Guwahati. We can see the powerful because they have been getting the security cover from the central agency.
कोणताही कायदाने कोणते त्याच्यामुळे तुम्हाला शेवटी
self respect of the people of Maharashtra, and you cannot stop that.
सुरक्षा मिळवावी लागते. पण आमचं असं म्हणणं याची गरज नाही, इतकं ओढवून फिरायची गरज नाही. महाराष्ट्रात हे राज्य आपलं आहे, ही माणसं आपली आहे. इथे सुद्धा हवा, पाणी, डोंगर, नदी, हॉटेल सगळं काय आहे, कोंबडी आहे, सगळं आहे.
Why they have been going for? Is it for the mountains or for the rivers? But if they come back to Mumbai, if they come back to Maharashtra, even they will find the mountains, they will find the rivers.
आप ऐसे लोगों के साथ कैसे रिश्ते बना सकते हैं जिसके महबूबा मुफ्ती के साथ संबंध है?
The Azamgarh Lok Sabha seat is considered the bastion of the opposition Samajwadi Party in the state, which is now won by the BJP after the results came out. Mifta Azam Khan alleges that there were no proper electoral voting done in the constituency.
जो चुनावी नतीजा है, जिस तरीके से तैयारियां,
चुनावी नतीजे कहाँ है? चुनाव था ही कहाँ? इसे ना आप चुनाव कह सकते हैं, ना चुनावी नतीजे कह सकते हैं. 900 वोट का पोलिंग स्टेशन और 6 वोट बस्ती है मुसलमानों की. 500 का पोलिंग मोहल्ला है मुसलमानों का, 1 वोट.
This morning, Yashwant Sinha, the candidate for the presidential elections from the opposition, will be filing his nomination papers today. Following this, leaders will hold a meeting in Parliament on his nomination and the strategy for the opposition. Union Minister Amit Shah chaired a parliamentary consultative meeting aimed at strengthening national security. During the meeting, he assured the central government is committed to enhancing security and citizen-friendly justice system. He further urged the investigative agencies to be one step ahead of criminals by using technology. After the BJP won the by-elections in Rampur and Azamgarh, Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that the victory has sent an optimistic message for 2024's general elections. Taking a dig at the Congress party, he said the victory also sends a clear message to the Parivarwadis. To assist Assam flood victims, the Indian Air Force has deployed 7 types of fixed and rotary-winged aircraft in various flood-affected areas. The aircrafts aim to transport about 77 tons of relief material. In a bid to reduce sound and air pollution across Visakhapatnam, Mahapolitical crisis reaches the top court. The Supreme Court is to hear Shinde camp's plea against the Deputy Speaker and the rejection of the no-confidence motion next. Protests and counter-protests, defections and open challenges, and now a legal battle. It's Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde. The Deputy Speaker's deadline to 16 Shinde camp MLAs ends today. All eyes now on Shinde camp's next move. Presidential polls heat up. Yashwant Sinha is set to file his nomination as the presidential candidate. And it is a packed agenda for the Prime Minister. In Germany, will attend the G7 summit. Other bilaterals also lined up. Good morning and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, amid the ongoing political crisis in the state of Maharashtra, fueled by Minister Eknath Shinde's rebellion, the top court is set to hear a plea filed by Shinde camp against the Deputy Speaker and the rejection of the no-confidence motion. Now, joining us live is Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj, our legal editor, also joining us live. Are Alisha, Shivangi, Piyush and Sambhav. Good morning, Rhythm. It's looking like it's going to be a very busy day at the court today. Break down for us what we are expecting.
Absolutely. Very good morning, Nupur, and all the reporters joining us. Of course, our viewers, it's going to be a power-packed day when the Maharashtra shake-up is going to be seen in the top court of the country. What are we expecting today? At 10:30 a.m., the bench of Justice Surya Kant is going to be hearing this entire plea. What we're going to be seeing is the plea that's filed by Shinde camp against the Deputy Speaker, and the rejection of the no confidence motion is going to be heard in the top court. We've been told by our sources that appearing for the Shiv Sena is going to be Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. It's a very power-packed, high-octave hearing. We're also hearing that for the other side, it's likely that Ranjit Kumar, former Solicitor General of India, will be appearing along with K.K. Vishwanathan and Neeraj Kishan Kaul, senior advocates of the Supreme Court. Why is this so important? Because once again, we're looking at a constitutional matter being decided in the legal courts when it comes to a political controversial case. This time, this is about the Deputy Speaker's powers to disqualify 16 MLAs. Legally and technically speaking, this becomes extremely crucial to see. But what is next going to happen? Is Uddhav Thackeray going to quit? Is Eknath Shinde going to become important as such in the party right now? I want to also go across to the reporters who are joining us. Sambhav is at the Supreme Court. Sambhav, what is the atmosphere around you like? And tell us a little bit about the case that's going to be heard roughly in 25 minutes from now.
Crisis has hit the legal battle now. Now the matter is in the Supreme Court, wherein the Eknath Shinde faction has filed 2 petitions in front of the vacation bench of the Supreme Court to be chaired by Justice Suryakant and Justice J.B. Pardiwala. Now, speaking about these 2 petitions, we need to understand here is the bone of contention in one of the petitions is Ajay Chaudhary, wherein the petition challenges the decision of Deputy Speaker Narhari Zarwal to recognize Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of the Shiv Sena legislative party in place of Shinde. And the second petition is about the challenging of the disqualification notices served to Shinde and 15 other MLAs who are there in Guwahati. So need is to understand these petitions here. They are regarding the Deputy Speaker's step, which according to the petition is illegal and arbitrary. Now, as per the petition states that until a decision is taken on the proposal to remove Deputy Speaker, till then, the petition, the prayer request the Apex Court to direct Deputy Speaker Narhari Zarwal not to take any action on disqualification petition against the rebel MLAs. Rhythm.
Absolutely. As we're going to be hearing, and what's been encapsulated by Sambhav is extremely critical to see what's going to happen in the courts today. Let me also tell our viewers that we're going to be seeing the rebel MLAs who raised a banner of revolt against the MDA government in the state. They've also clearly threatened to bring it down. I also have my other colleagues joining us right now. We have Shivangi joining us live from Matushri, Alisha live from Fadnavis's residence, and Piyush Ohri, who's also joining us live from the Vidhan Bhavan. I want to come across to Alisha. Alisha, you've been covering this crisis from the very start. What's really happening in this Maharashtra pot boiler right now?
Well, Rhythm, it's very important for Uddhav camp is what we have been said, that it's very important to Uddhav camp to understand that Eknath Shinde, who has challenged now and move Supreme Court, is just because he has the number, he has the majority. And this is something like it's not been accepted by the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray camp, because the statement that has been coming in from Sanjay Raut continuously that they are ready for the floor test. Okay, so why they have been, the statement this came after when Deputy Speaker has appointed Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena Sena Legislative Assembly and Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief. And that has actually been challenged to the Supreme Court because Eknath Shinde is clearly saying that he has the number, he has the signature of 39 now. There are in total 39 Shiv Sena MLAs, that is a 2/3 majority he has. So he should be appointed as the leader and Bharat Gogavle should be appointed as the whip chief because this is something, a very important fight between Uddhav and Eknath Shinde camp because when they will go for the floor test, when there will be a floor test, if Eknath Shinde and the other MLAs were still affiliated with the Shiv Sena, if Sunil Prabhu continues to be the whip chief, so he will clearly issue a whip to all the Shiv Sena MLAs and some of the either way, all the MLAs has to be present in the assembly and they have to vote for Mahavikas Aghadi. And that is where the challenge comes because we know that Eknath Shinde, who has been fighting for a one ideology, is clearly stating that he wants to take forward the legacy of Balsab Thackeray. He wanted to continue with the Hindutva ideology and this Hindutva ideology will come only with the getting it merged with the Bharatiya Janata Party. He also, there are many MLAs who are right now at in Guwahati. He has clearly made a clear statement that there was some of the injustice that has happened because whether it is a statement, the letter that has been given by Santosh Shirshat, who clearly stated that he was not allowed to go inside the Varsha Bungalow or the Matoshri as well, being a MLA, but the MLAs, but the leaders from NCP and Congress were allowed. But if we look at the resolution also where Eknath Shinde has put up and given to the Deputy Speaker, has also stated that there are MLAs, there are the minister, that is Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh, so who has been in the corruption charges. So that is the reason where Eknath Shinde has come up with this petition. Now he has been challenging because all they were waiting for the answer from the Deputy Speaker, the two petition that was given by the Shinde camp, and it's a very important hearing that is going to be held in Supreme Court where Eknath Shinde, the other MLA, is going to put an eye on this. Yes.
Absolutely, Alisha, it's raining around you. It's raining petitions on the Maharashtra government right now in the Supreme Court. Let me also go across first to the Guwahati hotel where Piyush Mishra is joining us from. Piyush, it's very clear that the camp that you are looking at says that we have the numbers, their decision will be taken, they should not be disqualified. What is happening around you, Piyush?
Well, Rhythm, like you rightly pointed out that yes, they have numbers and only one minister left with Uddhav Thackeray and that's his own sir, Aditya Thackeray. All the ministers, those are there from the quota of Shiv Sena and Mahavikas Aghadi have come here. Let me straight away try to show you the pictures from right outside the very hotel, Radisson Blue, where you can see how the security is in place. It's the 5th day when these MLAs are staying here and today is a very important day where there are multiple petitions also inside the court where the disqualification notice which was sent to all the 16 rebel MLAs have been challenged by the Eknath Shinde camp. At the same time, they have challenged the decision of Speaker, of Deputy Speaker, in fact, who is now presiding as the Speaker, acting as the Speaker, to appoint Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena in the Assembly. It has also been challenged the appointment of Chief Whip Sunil Prabhu. The Eknath Shinde petition is now saying that these appointments are illegal. So today it's going to be a very important day as far as this entire political crisis in the state of Maharashtra is concerned. Now, what is the Uddhav Thackeray camp is saying? The Uddhav Thackeray camp and their lawyers are saying, Rhythm, is that they should now reply to all the notices those have been sent by Speaker, and also they are saying that a 2/3 majority, the point which they are talking about, they should be disqualified. In fact, because if they have 2/3 majority, then they should merge with any political party. If they do not merge, then this disqualification notice applies on them. So that is the view of the Uddhav Thackeray camp lawyers also. We'll have to wait and watch how the proceedings will go on. But today is going to be very important as we're speaking. There's a meeting also underway inside the Radisson Blue Hotel, which is being chaired by Eknath Shinde, and he's going to keep a close watch on all the developments. At 11, we are given to understand is that Uday Samant the newly inducted MLA and the fresh MLA who has reached here at Radisson Blue Hotel will be addressing people via Facebook Live. So multiple developments are taking place today. Multiple petitions are there in the court. MLAs have reached here in large number, and the number of Shiv Sena MLAs continue to reach here, and the camp continues to swell. More and more MLAs have come here at this hotel. The Eknath Shinde camp is also claiming that they have got the support of around 50 MLAs, which also includes a good number of Shiv Sena MLAs. We'll have to wait and watch how things are going to pan out throughout the day. At 10:30, this crucial hearing is all set to begin. Rhythm.
All right, as we're getting to this, let me also tell you that there has been a politically loaded statement coming in from Union Minister Rao Saab Danveli. Let's listen into what he said, because he's clearly said that we shall be in opposition only for the next 2-3 days. Let's listen to that reaction. I'm back with our reporters on the story.
तर त्याचाही विचार आपल्याला करता येईल, पण जिल्ह्यामध्ये बऱ्याच गोष्टी अजून आपल्याला बाकी आहे. पण टोपे साहेब, अजून मी 2-3 दिवस विरोधी पक्षात आहे आणि माझी बाजू मी तुमच्या पुढे मांडली पाहिजे. आज आपण वर्तमान काळामध्ये बसले, माझी एक नाराजी आहे काही गोष्टीवर, कारण मी विरोधी पक्षात आहे राज्यात, मी माझी भूमिका मांडली पाहिजे. खरं तर भूमिका अशा लोकांपुढे मांडतो की जे तुमच्या अवतीभोवती फिरणार आहेत, महिला आहेत बिचाऱ्या दुसऱ्या, त्यांना सांगून काय फायदा आहे. त्या तर खुश आहेत आजी की खैली भेटली म्हणून.
All right, we've heard a very important and a politically loaded statements coming in there. I also want to go across to Piyush Ohri joining us from the Vidhan Bhavan. Piyush, this is something we've been seeing broiling in Maharashtra, a legal battle now, a political fallout is happening. Roughly 15 minutes to go. Take us through what you've been picking up around you.
So definitely, Rhythm, you just pointed out very well that, the constitutional crisis in Maharashtra is now going to be played in the court of law. What exactly is going to be the ruling is going to be, we are going to be viewing that and we are going to be tracking that. But ultimately, it is now about who's going to be controlling the legacy of Shiv Sena. It is going to be who actually controls Shiv Sena. The Eknath Shinde camp says that, it has the numbers, so definitely they are the rightful claimants. Whereas Uddhav Thackeray camp says no. We are not going to allow this. The Shiv Sena camp belongs to us, and all those MLAs who have deflected away from us should now be disqualified, and they should fight elections in the name of some other independents or other candidates. So this is all about now taking control over Shiv Sena, and where exactly is this party heading to? Who's actually the real claimant of Shiv Sena is all going to be known to us by the ruling of Shiv Sena, by the ruling of the Supreme Court. Back to you, Rhythm.
Yes. As we're taking into account all the details that are coming in, viewers, I also want to first go across to Shivangi, also joining us from Matushri. Shivangi, we've seen tension being built up at Matushri. We've also seen meetings being held to try and deflate this particular legal political crisis. Take us through what's happening around you, and also if you're picking up any internal meetings that could currently be taking place as well.
Well, Rhythm, later on in the day, Uddhav Thackeray will be addressing a rally later on for the party cadres. Now, when we talk about the political developments, this is where the Thackeray family is staying right now. They moved out of the official residence and came here. That a very emotional, message that was. They packed their bags and moved over here. Then we saw a video conference where he was crying. A lot of emotional play being done. Now, when we talk about what's happening in the Shiv Sena camp, the Uddhav Thackeray camp of the Shiv Sena, of course, we're going to see that hearing later on where their lawyers will also be present to argue the case there. But when we talk about this place in Matushri, many leaders had come and gone. Sanjay Raut was also one of the leaders who had come and gone for the past couple of days. But we're getting a different narrative from, different leaders. So Aditya Thackeray had said that whatever's happening there in Guwahati, their people going to the Shinde camp is for money and power. That's what they had said. Sanjay Raut also gave a statement. Again, emotional play word. Just a few minutes back, he said that Eknath Shinde was very close to him, and he's very surprised that the Shinde camp is doing this to Uddhav Thackeray when they've done so much for the Shinde camp, when they have given them so much, and they're feeling betrayed by what has happened. So we are seeing these developments happen. At the same time, Bala Saheb Thackeray's name, that's what Aditya Thackeray said, it does not belong to just anyone. It can't be used just by anyone. So once again, they're using Bala Saheb Thackeray's name, the Shiv Sena, a bit emotional, also trying to maintain that legacy. So right now, like Piyush was saying, it's also a matter of legacy. It's also a matter of survival now for the MVA government as numbers keep dwindling for them and they are clearly outnumbered with them. Of course, now when we see the political battle go legal, those will be the big updates we'll be tracking today.
Absolutely. 12 minutes to go for that hearing in the Supreme Court, where the bench of Justice Surya Kant is going to be hearing this matter. Let me also tell our viewers, the Maharashtra rebels coming into the BJP-ruled Assam moved their battle to the Supreme Court, where Piyush is joining us from in Guwahati. We've also got Piyush at the Vidhan Bhavan. We've got Sambhav at the Supreme Court. From Matashri Shivangi joining us and Alicia giving us all the updates from Fadnavis's house. But clearly the legal matter that's going to be decided today is going to be whether the Deputy Speaker's action was illegal in disqualifying 16 MLAs when the House is not in order. Viewers, yesterday we saw Devdutt Kamath, a senior advocate who appeared in a press conference for the Shiv Sena, had stated that this is unconstitutional. We've also seen Dr. Abhishek Singhvi is going to be appearing for the Shiv Sena. But we've also seen from the other side, and this is breaking news that's only coming in on Republic TV, Neeraj Kishan Kaul, former Additional Solicitor General of India, is also going to be appearing for the Shinde camp. We've also heard it's likely former Solicitor General Ranjit Kumar will be there. And what will they really be saying? They are going to say when the House was not in order to take such an action under the 10th schedule that defines what really defection is and what all these details are cannot be taken into consideration. But first, I'm going to tell you who's going to be appearing. News first broken on Republic TV after getting a confirmation from our sources. Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who tweeted later on at around 10:38 p.m. last night that he's going to appear for Shiv Sena, is very clearly trying to get a legal way ahead to ensure that the Deputy Speaker's action is not considered to be unconstitutional. On the other side, we're going to be seeing Neeraj Kishan Kaul, senior advocate, appearing in the Supreme Court, as well as others appearing before the bench of Justice Kant and Justice Pardewala, trying to say that we do believe this action is illegal. Let me also now go across once to Sambhav. Sambhav, the Shinde camp has claimed it's 39 of the Sena's 55 MLAs whom they have, including ministers. When they come to the Supreme Court, what are they going to be seeing? Because the Deputy Speaker's action is, according to them, illegal. We've also seen security being withdrawn of these people, and where Piyush is joining us in Guwahati from, they've also said we have a perceptible threat in Maharashtra. So Sambhav, first give us the details about the legal picture today, and then I go across to Piyush again.
So when it comes to anti-defection law, the 10th schedule of anti-defection law says regarding the 2/3 majority. Now, as per the Shinde faction, which is there at Guwahati, they have 39 MLAs to their side, which means they have the majority, which means anti-defection law doesn't apply there, as per the Shinde faction. And likewise, they have filed 2 petitions in the Apex Court, which is to be heard from some time from now by a vacation bench of the Supreme Court. Now, when it comes to these 2 petitions, the petition is basically regarding the Deputy Speaker Narhari Zariwal acting as per the petition. They are alleging that the Deputy Speaker is acting hand in glove with the government in an attempt to hastily disqualify the petitioner along with other supporters. That's in the faction. Now, the petitioner and the disqualification rules and Maharashtra Legislative Assembly rules are sought to be completely bypassed. This is what is said in the petition, which is to be heard in the Apex Court. Now, the power tussle in the Maharashtra is getting intense day by day as things are unfolding, Rhythm.
All right, as you can see, of course, there's a lot that we are expecting today. Shinde and Co, of course, have moved the Supreme Court, and they're still holed up in that hotel in Guwahati. But on the grounds also, we have on the ground in Maharashtra, we have seen support for both camps. That's Uddhav Thackeray as well as Eknath Shinde. The Supreme Court is set to hear the case in a short while from now. It's a vacation bench of the Supreme Court where 2 petitions have been filed. One petition, of course, talks about the disqualification notice that's been sent to the 16 rebel MLAs. Now, on that front, these 16 rebel MLAs, which includes Eknath Shinde, have been sent a notice by the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly. They are expected to reply by this evening. But before that, of course, we will know what the Supreme Court thinks about this. But on the other side, we are also seeing a show of strength by both the Shiv Sena camps. Now, even as that happens, of course, we just heard Sanjay Raut a short while ago speak to the media. I'm going to go across on the ground to Alisha, who's keeping us up to speed with the political developments in the state. Alisha, we have seen a lot of support for both camps of the Shiv Sena. We have seen, of course, Eknath Shinde, who's extremely popular in Thane. His supporters gather over there. But across Maharashtra, we've also seen other Shiv Sainiks who are believed to be loyal to Uddhav Thackeray on the ground. So in that sense, that also continues?
Well, yes, Rukma, we have been, from the beginning, we have been witnessing the support that has been distributed between Uddhav Thackeray camp and Eknath Shinde. At one side, we saw there are many banners across Mumbai or Maharashtra in support of Eknath Shinde, but there are even many supporters who have been coming on road, and we saw that there are many of the offices of this rebel MLAs has been vandalized. But yes, what now the Uddhav Thackeray camp? What are the strategy that they have been going through? Because we saw that since the time all the rebel MLAs who has been making an allegation that the Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, never gave time to his own MLAs. He never gave time to his own ministers. And that is the reason why they are not happy with the leadership. It's just because it's not something like Uddhav Thackeray has not given time only to Shiv Sena. But the thing is, they have given a time, they have given an appointment to the leaders from NCP and Congress. And there is what the disappointment come from. They have been asking for a justice. And that is the reason they have been saying that we should go with the same ideology. We should go with the one who has the Hindutva ideology, the legacy of Bhaisab Thackeray. And this after we know that Uddhav Thackeray, who have started with the public meeting. We saw that he was starting with the meeting local pramukhs, the local the district president, and also the corporators. And even since yesterday, since the day before yesterday, where Aditya Thackeray has also started doing a public meeting. So yes, they've been trying to gather as much as support. But yes, the number clearly shows that the majority is with Eknath Shinde. This some of the way can help Eknath Shinde in the case
absolutely, that absolutely. So a lot expected on the ground, Alisha. For the moment, thank you. Here's just coming in. We are now learning that Sanjeev Bhatt's remand is being sought by the Ahmedabad crime branch in the court at about 11 this morning. Officials want to confront Sanjeev Bhatt, Teesta Setalvad and Sri Kumar with each other, and also with documentary evidence of the 2002 SIT probe. Hence, Sanjeev Bhatt's custody is being sought now. Just to tell our viewers, currently, of course, Sanjeev Bhatt is in a Palanpur jail in a separate case that is being investigated. Now, the Gujarat government on Sunday, of course, had formed a 6-member SIT headed by the state's anti-terrorism squad to investigate retired DGP RB Sri Kumar, Mumbai-based activist Teesta Setalvad, and the former IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt.
Important hearing to take place in Supreme Court on a petition filed by Eknath Shinde camp. Hearing to take place at 10:30. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
This morning, Yashwant Sinha, the candidate for the presidential elections from the opposition, will be filing his nomination papers today. Following this, leaders will hold a meeting in Parliament on his nomination and the strategy for the opposition. Union Minister Amit Shah chaired a parliamentary consultative meeting aimed at strengthening national security. During the meeting, he assured the central government is committed to enhancing security and citizen-friendly justice system. He further urged the investigative agencies to be one step ahead of criminals by using technology. After the BJP won the by-elections in Rampur and Azamgarh, Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that the victory has sent an optimistic message for 2024's general elections. Taking a dig at the Congress party, he said the victory also sends a clear message to the Parivarwadis. This is
Top headlines at 10:30. Maha-political crisis reaches the top court. Supreme Court to hear Shinde camp's plea against Deputy Speaker and rejection of no confidence motion next. Protests and counter-protests, defections and open challenges, and now the legal battle. It's Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde. Deputy Speaker's deadline to 16 Shinde camp MLAs ends today. All eyes are now on Shinde camp's next move. Presidential polls heats up. Yashwant Sinha set to file his nomination as the presidential candidate. It's a packed agenda for the Prime Minister there in Germany, who will attend the G7 summit. Big meetings lined up next. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Tracking our top story this hour, the Maharashtra political crisis, which has now taken a legal turn, fueled by Eknath Shinde's rebellion. The top court is set to hear plea by Shinde camp against the Deputy Speaker and the rejection of no confidence motion. On that note, let's listen into the soundbite of Rebel Sena MLA Subhash Sapne.
नमस्कार, मी सुभाष साबणे, माजी आमदार. एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांनी जे काही बंड केलं असं म्हणतात, हे बंड नव्हतं तर ह्या राज्यातल्या शिवसैनिकाला, शिवसेनेला वाचवण्यासाठीचं केलेलं हे पुण्याचं काम आहे. आम्ही आपल्याला काही मुद्दे ह्या ठिकाणी सांगणार आहे. महाविकास आघाडी स्थापन झाल्याच्या नंतर ह्या राज्यामध्ये स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्थेच्या निवडणुका झाल्या आणि त्या निवडणुकीमध्ये राज्यातल्या काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादीच्या जागा निवडून आल्या. पण यवतमाळमध्ये आमच्या शिवसेनेचे शिक्षक मतदारसंघातले सन्माननीय आमदार, माझे मित्र आदरणीय श्रीकांतजी देशपांडे हे तिथं आपले शिवसेनेचे उमेदवार होते. त्यांच्या विरोधामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी अनिल देशमुख माजी मंत्री यांच्या मेहुण्याला त्या ठिकाणी उभा करून त्या ठिकाणी पाडण्याचं काम शिवसेनेला पहिला धक्का जर देण्याचं काम कोणी केलं असेल तर राष्ट्रवादीने विदर्भामध्ये केलेला आहे. दुसऱ्या काही मी घटना आपल्याला ह्या ठिकाणी सांगणार आहे नम्रपणानं. पंढरपूरची पोटनिवडणूक त्या ठिकाणी लागली. पोटनिवडणूक लागल्याच्या नंतर कुठलाही पक्ष आपला पक्ष वाढवला पाहिजे, आपला चिन्ह त्या लोकांपर्यंत गेला पाहिजे, ह्याच्यासाठी पक्षाची धडपड आहे. पण आमच्या पक्षाने आपलं मुख्यमंत्रीपद टिकवण्यासाठी किती जागा आपण राष्ट्रवादीला सोडली. तिसरी पोटनिवडणूक लागली, दुसरी पोटनिवडणूक लागली, देगलूर विधानसभा मतदारसंघाची दुर्दैवाने पोटनिवडणूक लागली. मी 1984 पासून शिवसेनेचा तालुका प्रमुख म्हणून काम केलो. विधिमंडळामध्ये 3 योजना मी तिथे शिवसेनेचा आमदार म्हणून काम केलो. पण माझी जागा पोटनिवडणुकीमध्ये मला तिथे उमेदवार न देता काँग्रेसला ती जागा सोडण्यात आली. तिसरी पोटनिवडणूक लागली कोल्हापूरची. त्या ठिकाणी राजेश क्षीरसागर हे आपले उमेदवार असताना 2024 ला आम्हाला समोर जायचं असते, आम्हाला तिथे तिकीट न देता राजेश क्षीरसागरला तिकीट न देता ती जागा काँग्रेसला सोडली आणि आम्हाला सांगतात की आता तुम्ही काँग्रेसचा प्रचार करा. खरं म्हणजे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
And the ticket were not given to us, but they were asking us to do election campaign aggressively. The seat were given to Congress and to NCP.
काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी झालं आणि ह्या राज्यामध्ये शिवसेनेचे मुर्दे पडले असतील, खून सांडला असेल.
What is happening in the state today is nothing but just NCP is held responsible. We have never considered Congress as the same party, but whatever happening, the illegality in the state is something NCP is responsible for.
त्याच्या मांडीला मांडी लावून तुम्ही मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये बसता, ते चालते तुम्हाला. आणि त्याच्यासाठी आम्ही 12 आमदार शिवसेनेचे 1 वर्ष विधानमंडळामध्ये निलंबित होतो. फक्त आणि शिवसेना प्रमुखांच्या प्रेमामुळे निलंबित होतो. आजही शिवसेनेबद्दल माझ्या मनामध्ये नितांत आदर आहे. आणि आज जे काही शिवसेना नेते आदरणीय एकनाथजी शिंदे बंडाला मी पाठिंबा देण्यासाठी आणि महाराष्ट्रातल्या शिवसैनिकाला मी नम्रपणाने आवाहन करणार आहे.
Whatever the Eknath Shinde has been doing, I have given my full support to Eknath Shinde. We will stand stronger with Eknath Shinde and his decision.
So all eyes on the SC hearing, which is set to begin any time now. Our executive editor for legal affairs also joins us on the broadcast. Rhythm, good morning. It's over to you.
All right, absolutely. Thank you for that. Viewers, as we've been telling you for the last 40 minutes, a very high octave hearing in the top court of the country when a political crisis, a constitutional political crisis takes place. What is at stake here? We're going to be seeing whether the Deputy Speaker's actions were accurate or whether it is the rebel MLAs that need to be put to task. What is the Supreme Court going to do any moment now? The petition that's been filed in the Supreme Court against the disqualification proceedings that have been initiated by the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. First, let me go across to the marathon rolling coverage that we're having. We have reporters with us from all across India, whether it's Guwahati, Mumbai or Delhi. Let me go across to Piyush Ohri joining us from the Vidhan Bhavan. Piyush, give us a sense about what could be happening, not in the legal sense only, but politically, how high profile this crisis has become.
So to begin with, I'll just discuss with the legal sense. Today, it's going to be decided by the Supreme Court that ultimately who's going to be controlling Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena, by the Eknath Shinde camp, says that because they have the numbers, they are the rightful claimants of Shiv Sena. Whereas Uddhav Thackeray camp, whose father actually founded, the Shiv Sena, says that no chance. We are not going to be giving you Shiv Sena name just like that. You have to first resign and fight as elections, as independents. So we are not going to be giving you Shiv Sena just like that. Shiv Sena belongs to us. And they have already stated that, all these 16 MLAs are disqualified and they are not going to be taken into the fold. So all this is going to be decided today in the court, that what exactly controls Shiv Sena. But whereas the political field is concerned, now there is a show of strength by not only Eknath Shinde camp, who in Thane, but also in Mumbai, several parts of Mumbai, where Shiv Sena today, are holding public rallies. We have already seen 2 massive public rallies held by Aditya Thackeray, and today in the evening, Uddhav Thackeray is also expected to attend the rally. Mind you, how desperate the situation is. Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive, yet he's, attending the rally. This shows the urgency which, is being felt by Shiv Sena under the Uddhav Thackeray camp to reclaim its lost ground worker, lost political workers, MLAs and MPs who got disenchanted and have gone away and shifted away from them towards Eknath Shinde camp. So now the battle is all out in the open. It is legal as well as political. What is going to be the fate of it? We are going to be updating you on all the latest developments. Yeah.
Absolutely. As I also go across to others who are joining us, let me also tell you that inside the courtroom, we are waiting for the bench to be sitting. We're seeing several people who are already present there. There are several advocates who are joining inside. So this is a VC that we are going to try and see about what happens. So inside the courtroom, we're going to be seeing whether in this video conferencing also in the vacation bench of the Supreme Court, who are the lawyers that here really finally make an appearance. What is at bay here? We've been stating, viewers, but I want to once again go back to the numbers. I also want to go to Alisha joining us from Fadnavis's house. Alisha, the Shinde camp claims 39 of the Sena's 55 MLAs are with them. We've also seen top politicians now joining the camp. What is happening around you, and what is the sense that we are picking up? If these people have a 2/3 of the Sena legislature party numbers, then we're clearly going to be seeing a change and a shift in the Maharashtra government and politics.
Well, of course, we are sure about it that Eknath Shinde camp is just waiting for the Supreme Court order, and right after that they can go to meet governor, because this is something very important for Eknath Shinde camp, and they were actually waiting. The strategy that has been made since the beginning is just first write a letter to Deputy Speaker clearly asking to give the position of the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly to Eknath Shinde, and Bharat Seth Gogavle should be the whip chief. It's just because when it comes to the number, because yes, the number, it should be the 2/3 of the majority, and Eknath Shinde has clearly proved in an application that was given to Deputy Speaker. So they were just waiting for Deputy Speaker to give an answer, because that was two papers, that were two application that was given. The first was over the appointment of Eknath Shinde, that as a leader of MLAs, and Bharat Gogavle should be the whip chief. It's just because when it comes to the flow, because all they have to prove is before the flow, when it will be the flow test. The one fear was even going through, for now they were waiting for not to go to the floor test, just because if Shiv Sena, because right now Shiv Sena who is in a power, and the three parties, that is MVA who is in a power, they will not go to the floor, because they know that they don't have the number, they don't have the majority. All they do is just they can just challenge the Eknath Shinde and the Shinde camp. But what Shinde is been waiting for, what Eknath Shinde has been waiting for, is waiting for him to be elected as the leader, and importantly his MLA, the MLA who is with him in the Guwahati, that is Bharat Gogavle, should be appointed as the whip chief, because during the floor test, when they will issue a whip, whoever the whip chief is issue the whip to the party members, they have to vote for the same, and they have to stand whatever the leader of the Legislative Assembly directed for. So this is what they were waiting, and the time a Deputy Speaker has rejected the application, rejected the petition of Eknath Shinde, without a second thought, we know that there was series of meetings that held yesterday in Guwahati, and after which they have finally filed a petition before the Supreme Court, and this is some of the way this is going to benefit Eknath Shinde. But talking about the disqualification, because today what we got to know that Eknath Shinde and in total the 16 rebel MLAs, where the disqualification notices has already been issued to him. They are just going to wait, because they have a time till 5:30. So they are going to wait for the Supreme Court, what Supreme Court says over the disqualification of the notices that has been issued against 16
I'm just going to interrupt you for a minute, because we're getting some breaking news from Guwahati, where we know there seems to be a meeting taking place. I want to go across to Piyush joining us from Guwahati. Piyush, over to you.
Yes, the meeting is going on inside the Radisson Blue Hotel, and what we are now given to understand is that at 11, Uday Samanta, the freshly coming Sena rebel MLA, will be doing a Facebook Live at 11, and as we are speaking, the meeting is being chaired by Eknath Shinde. Remember that there are around 39 MLAs of Shiv Sena who are present inside this very hotel which is here in Guwahati. The close watch is being kept on the developments. Those are also to take place in Supreme Court. If we talk talk about today's court proceedings, what we are given to understand is that the Eknath Shinde camp has challenged the disqualification notice which was given by Deputy Speaker to the Shinde camp. They have also challenged the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as a Sena legislature party leader and Sunil Prabhu as the chief whip. They are saying that they have got the numbers and they are the one who should now call the shots. On the other side, the Uddhav Thackeray camp, Ridham, is now claiming that this disqualification does apply on them because even if they have a two-third majority, they have not merged with any political party. So there are some legal nuances. Those are needs to be explored, and this is what Shinde camp is right now doing, and they have moved to Supreme Court. We'll have to wait and watch how the proceedings go on. But what we can confirm right now is that at 11, Uday Samant is going to do a Facebook Live where he is going to address to the workers supporting Eknath Shinde and also these MLAs who have come here. It's going to be important to watch what he tells us. Remember that there have been series of informations and also statements being shared by Eknath Shinde camp. They have made it very clear that their one and only demand is that Shiv Sena must come out of this Mahavikas Aghadi alliance because their agenda of Hindutva has now been diluted and they would not want to continue with Congress and NCP. In fact, they are subjected to criticism whenever they go in society, go to meet their workers. They criticize them for having an alliance with Congress and NCP. So looking at all the equations, today is going to be a very important day where Uddhav camp is going to oppose the pleas. Those have been filed by Eknath Shinde camp. We'll have to wait and watch how Supreme Court is going to look into these important demands where they have now requested to court to look into this disqualification notice which has been given to them. Before I toss it back to you, let me tell to our viewers that today by evening these MLAs had to respond to Speaker, but they have now moved to court. This Speaker had asked them to give the reply in return or come in or appear before Speaker in person, but they have now moved to court. We'll have to wait and watch them how the court is going to look into the pleas petitions that have been filed by Shinde camp.
All right, let me tell you the breaking news that's coming in from the Supreme Court. The bench is assembled that's going to hear this matter. It's a vacation bench. Court number 16, the matter will be item number 34. Currently, as I'm speaking, the mentioning is going on. And what we are going to be seeing at item number 34 is what is going to happen. The Supreme Court's bench of Justice Suryakant and Justice Pardewala already assembled and mentioning happens in Court 16. Viewers, this is a vacation bench that's hearing the matter since it's vacation time. Several of the legal luminaries also traveling as of now, but this bench is now assembled. It's going to be soon and quickly be hearing the matter. Mentioning is happening as we are speaking. I also want to go across to Sambhav who's joining us. Sambhav, take us through what's happening in the court.
Yes, so the bench has assembled, the vacation bench of the Supreme Court of Justice Suryakant and Justice G.V. Pardewala has assembled and hearing is likely to begin any time. Now, speaking of the two petitions filed by the Shinde camp of Shiv Sena as the Maharashtra political crisis has hit the legal ground, one of the petitions challenges the decision of the Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal to recognize Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena legislative party instead of Shinde. And speaking of the other petition, it is regarding the challenges of the disqualification notices served on Shinde and other 15 MLAs who are there in Guwahati. Now, likely the team for Shinde, as you have pointed out, Rhythm, it could be Ranjit Kumar, the former Solicitor General, and Neeraj Kishan Kaul, also the former Solicitor General and Senior Advocate, and Congress MP and Senior Advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi for Shiv Sena. Now, speaking of the petition again, the notice issued by Deputy Speaker, that is the bone of contention between the Sena factions, one led by Eknath Shinde and the other led by Uddhav Thackeray. So those are basically, as per the petition filed by Eknath Shinde faction, the plea states that until a decision is taken on the proposal to remove the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly, till then, as per the plea, they are requesting the apex Court to direct Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal not to take any action on the disqualification petition against the rival MLAs. Now, Shinde faction, now this very important, as per the petition, the Shinde faction alleged that the properties of the rival MLAs have been damaged and they are receiving threats. So there is a live threat to the Shinde faction MLAs. It is said in the petition filed by the Shinde faction. Apart from it, the Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena the petition is regarding basically they are saying that they have a number. They have number of 39 out of 55 Shiv Sena MLAs, which according to them doesn't fall under the anti-defection law of the 10th schedule of the Constitution of India. So this is the bone of contention. On one hand, they are claiming that they have the number, the Shinde faction has the numbers. On the other hand, a political tussle is going on between the Shiv Sena faction headed by Uddhav Thackeray, wherein Sanjay Raut says that they do not have the number. If they do have the number, they come to the Mumbai and prove the numbers. So this is the basic bone of contention. Now today, when the matter is in the Apex Court, the Apex Court might take a stay on the whole matter, or what the Apex Court do is as a matter of time. We'll let you, we'll update you regarding what's going on in the Apex Court. Rhythm.
Right. I also want to tell our viewers, since this is a hearing that we are seeing via VC, I can see from court 16 where the court is now hearing mentionings. Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is currently present. His video is switched on. Very crucial because he's going to be appearing for the Shiv Sena in the matter. I'm also trying to get a sense of who are the other advocates who've already joined in. But this is a case, several lawyers who've joined this very high octave hearing to see what happens in the court today. So I'm just going to be waiting for that to happen. The latest update I got is that mentioning takes place. But what is going to be seen and decided today is whether, constitutionally speaking, viewers, we're going to see whether the actions are whether the actions of the Deputy Speaker are legal or not. But there's a breaking news that's coming in, and I want to go across to Alicia, who's joining us. Alicia, over to you. What's happening there?
They're just waiting what is exactly happening. Even if we know that the statement that was released by Bharatiya Janata Party clearly stating that is they have nothing.
The party clearly stating that is they have nothing to do with the ongoing issues of the Shiv Sena. But yes, there were series of meetings, and even we know that Devendra Fadnavis, who was in touch with the Delhi BJP leadership. So this is the clear indication, and I'll just show the visuals if we can. My video journalist Kanti can show you that we are right outside the Sagar Bungalow where Devendra Fadnavis is, and there could be a meeting that is going to be held of Bharatiya Janata Party, because they are also been waiting. They all eyes on the Supreme Court. What will be the verdict? So that this is something, because BJP at this point of time is why important to them is just because they have the number of 106, and even we know that from a source that some of the either way BJP is going to ask for the speaker as well, because we know that the speaker post is still vacant since the time Nana Patole, who was the speaker of the Legislative Assembly, but then he resigned as is been given by the MPCC chief post, and from that way we know that the post of the speaker was vacant, and there is why the Bharatiya Janata Party can go to the governor and ask for to appoint the speaker of the Legislative Assembly, and this can really help the Bharatiya Janata Party, and also this can give a benefit to the Eknath Shinde camp. But everyone has been waiting what the Supreme Court says, because we know that the application that has been given and the Supreme Court is going to hear the matter on the petition that has been filed by Eknath Shinde, clearly stating that the removal of him as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly is something invalid and unconstitutional. It's just because he has the number, he has the majority. He already gave a letter to the Deputy Speaker saying that he has the 37 number, the 2/3 majority, which is being required for being elected as the legislator, even if that not considering to the fact where Deputy Speaker has appointed Ajay Chaudhary, who was recommended by the Uddhav Thackeray camp. So this is now hearing is going to take place in the Supreme Court, and on other hand, it's also about the whip chief, because Eknath Shinde, who considered Bharat Seth Gogavne to be the whip chief, but Sunil Prabhu has been appointment, and even they have requested, because some of the no confidence motion that has been rejected by Deputy Speaker, and after which we know that the application given by Uddhav Thackeray camp to disqualify 16 Shiv Sena rebel MLAs, and the notice has already been sent to them, and they have time till today, that is by 5:30 they have to give a reply. But Shinde camp is just waiting for the Supreme Court hearing what will be come up, and then only the action will be taken, because Deepak Kesarkar in the press conference has clearly stated that they are going to give a befitting reply. It's just because the whip that was issued on a meeting that was called by Uddhav Thackeray at a Varsha bungalow, so the whip only can be issued only in the assembly and not for the meeting, is what Eknath Shinde has clearly clarified. It stated that under constitutional 10th schedule, the whip that has been issued, it should be inside the house and not for the meeting, and the disqualification petition that has been given by the Uddhav Thackeray camp is something very invalid and unconstitutional, and that is why that has been challenged. The notice that has been issued against 16 MLAs, that has been challenged, but they have been waiting what the Supreme Court says, because only after that they will be giving a report, a reply to the Deputy Speaker, because they have a time till today by 5:30. Either they can come personally or by their lawyers. Yes.
The Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena has filed 2 petitions in the Apex Court today, and the hearing in the Apex Court is underway. Now, what will happen today in this Maharashtra political crisis, will give minute-to-minute update to you. Stay tuned to Republic Television.
Supreme Court is all set to hear the petitions filed by Eknath Shinde camp. After this very short break, we'll get all the details, as a very important hearing is also to take place in Supreme Court today. Stay tuned.
To assist Assam flood victims, the Indian Air Force has deployed 7 types of fixed and rotary-winged aircraft in various flood-affected areas. The aircrafts aim to transport about 77 tons of relief material. In a bid to reduce sound and air pollution across Visakhapatnam city, the police crushed 631 silencers and various motorcycles by using a road roller on Sunday. The city police commissioner, C.H. Srikanth, said that they have seized modified silencers and crushed them. Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant reviewed the probe by the Special Investigation Team regarding the case of illegal land grabbing across coastal regions. The report suggests that many of the land has no legal heir, as the owners had died or migrated. They'd also arrested 4 people in the case so far. Citizens took to the streets to dance to traditional beats on Pride Parade 2022 in Tamil Nadu. With June being celebrated as Pride Month, hundreds of people came out to demand equal rights for everyone in society, irrespective of their gender and sexual orientation.
And in other international news, NASA launched a rocket from the Arnhem Space Center in Australia's Northern Territory on Sunday. This is NASA's first launch from a commercial spaceport outside the US and the first in Australia in 27 years. Rocket struck a residential area of Kharkiv, causing damage to residential properties and a hospital. According to the police, the rockets were launched from Russia's Belgorod region, where 2 people have been hospitalized with injuries. And in other international news, the US space agency NASA launched a rocket from the newly built Australian Arnhem Space Center. According to media, it was the first commercial rocket launch in Australia's history and NASA's first from a launch pad outside the United States of America. US
The Maharashtra political thriller has gone completely illegal, viewers. We're tracking every development from everywhere, from Delhi, from Guwahati, from Mumbai, multiple locations, getting you the latest. A couple of meetings lined up as well. It's happening at BJP Devendra Fadnavis' residence, and also that crucial hearing also is underway. In fact, we'll get you all those updates. And also in Guwahati, Uday Samant will soon have a briefing. Many updates coming up, and we'll keep tracking all of them. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Much more coming up on the other side.
And in other international news, NASA launched a rocket from the Arnhem Space Center in Australia's Northern Territory on Sunday. This is NASA's first launch from a commercial spaceport outside the US and the first in Australia in 27 years. Rocket struck a residential area of Kharkiv, causing damage to residential properties and a hospital. According to the police, the rockets were launched from Russia's Belgorod region, where 2 people have been hospitalized with injuries. And in other international news, the US space agency NASA launched a rocket from the newly built Australian Arnhem Space Center. According to media, it was the first commercial rocket launch in Australia's history and NASA's first from a launch pad outside the United States of America. US First Lady Jill Biden arrived in Spain ahead of the NATO summit. Her arrival was 2 days before her husband, US President Joe Biden, who will travel to Madrid to participate in the summit on the 29th and the 30th of June. More emergency aid arrives for residents who survived this week's deadly quake in Afghanistan. Many who had no idea how to rebuild the homes destroyed in villages strung through the mountains. The quake struck one of the poorest corners of a country that has been hollowed out by increasing poverty.
Maharashtra political crisis reaches the top court. Supreme Court hearing on Shinde camp's petition against the Deputy Speaker in rejection of the no confidence motion is underway. Protests and counter-protest, defections and open challenges, now a legal battle. It's Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde. Deputy Speaker's deadline to 16 Shinde camp MLAs ends today. All eyes are now on Shinde's next move. Presidential polls heat up. Yashwant Sinha is set to file his nomination papers as the presidential candidate. And it is a packed agenda for Prime Minister Modi. In Germany, will be attending the G7 meeting. Well, good morning and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and we're going to cut across live to Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, our legal editor, to get the latest on what's happening in the Supreme Court. Rhythm.
Right, let's tell our viewers that inside the bench is presided Nupur, that is currently sitting to be hearing the matter. We're also being told that there was a PI that was filed in a separate case against Eknath Shinde and other rebel Shiv Sena MLAs for neglecting their official duties and seeking directions for them to resume office in the Supreme Court. I'm trying to get in a sense that what happened is the matter was mentioned before the bench led by Chief Justice. But we shall see what happens in this case in just a short while from now. Coming back to the case, item number 34, Court 16 of the Supreme Court that's going to be hearing the case. We've already seen Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is appearing in the case. We've also been told Neeraj Kishan Paul, senior advocate, is going to be appearing for the Shinde camp. It also has to be seen who are the other counsels who are going to be appearing in the case. But what is going to be seen is item number 34 could be coming in at around 15 to 20 minutes if the order is followed followed. Right now, mentioning is happening inside the courtroom. Will the Supreme Court really intervene today is a crucial question that we're asking, but also there are two petitions that are challenging the decision by the Deputy Speaker to recognize Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislature Party in place of Shinde, and the disqualification notices that have gone to the 15 MLAs. The matter to be heard by the bench of Justice Suryakant and Justice Pardewala. We've also seen that several top legal luminaries are going to be appearing in this constitutional legal matter that's going to be deciding a political crisis. As we've seen for the Shinde Senics, there are 39 who've already gathered, and Uddhav Senics are at a number of 16. As the political number game continues in Guwahati, we've been told there are several meetings and developments taking place at Fadnavis's office, where Alisha was reporting from earlier. She told us about details about what could be happening. And of course, at Matushri, we've also seen tension. We've got Shivangi, Alisha, Piyush Ohri from the Vidhan Bhavan, Sambha from the Supreme Court, and Piyush Mishra also joining us from Guwahati. If I could come across to you, Shivangi, at Matushri, any meetings, what's been happening? Have you seen anyone go inside? What is the general mood there like?
Well, Rhythm, when it comes to the meetings, like we told you earlier, there will be a rally later which will take place in Mumbai by Uddhav Thackeray, but nobody has really come in and gone out right now, because in the past few days we did see that leaders coming in and going out. No such meeting right now inside, though there's speculation that some leaders might come later on. But right now, of course, the action is at the Supreme Court. Remember that the Uddhav Thackeray camp is also extremely, it's very important for them. It's extremely important juncture for them, Rhythm, of course, so you will agree with me. The survival also depends on what will happen later at top court. But when we talk about the developments in Matushri, we saw, this is the space, Rhythm, where we saw a lot of developments happen for the past couple of days. We saw Uddhav Thackeray pack up his bags and come here. We saw a show of strength a couple of days ago, where there were many supporters, many women Shiv Senics were completely emotional about what is happening. And we also saw a couple of leaders come and go. Now, when we talk about the leaders, Sanjay Raut has been making a couple of statements, and he has been maintaining the same stance, Rhythm, for the past couple of days. He's saying nothing is wrong. And even today, he went on to say that Shinde is a very good friend of his, and they have shared the good times and the bad times. So Shiv Sena, they're really playing on an emotional plane. Now, as it's being played on an emotional plane, we can also see a legal battle also happening. We can also see a political battle happening. So this is a political thriller, Rhythm, which is seeing multiple angles, not just political, now legal and emotional. And also the question of legacy, the question of Bala Saheb Thackeray's legacy also comes into play. And of course, as the day progresses, we'll be getting you all those updates. Now, when it comes to the stance of the BJP, now sources have been telling Republic TV that a meeting happened between Shinde and BJP. Nothing official, because BJP has distanced itself from what's happening, the political crisis and what's happening in Guwahati. They say that we have nothing to do with the split in the Shiv Sena. But Ramdas Athavale yesterday met Devendra Fadnavis, and he said something very interesting, Rhythm. He said that we are behind Shinde camp. That gives a clue to what we can expect in the next couple of days. So this is the top developments right now, Rhythm, and of course we'll be tracking everything from Matushri as and when it happens.
Tell you that appearing inside the Supreme Court, as I was...
5 lakhs, direction was 5 lakhs.
Just 1 moment. All right, let me tell you, inside the Supreme Court, mentioning continues. I also want to go across to Alisha joining us from Fadnavis's residence. Alisha, what's happening there? You told us a little bit about the political movement that is taking place. What else is happening there, Alisha?
Rhythm, let me show you the visual. We are right outside the Fadnavis bungalow, that is Sagar bungalow, where Ashish Shelar has already reached. We have to wait. I'm sure along with Eknath Shinde camp, the Bharatiya Janata Party is also keeping a close eye on the court proceeding that is going to be held in some time from now in the Supreme Court. It is just because we know that some of the either way where Eknath Shinde camp is going to, they wanted to continue with the Bharatiya Janata Party, but the statement already given by the BJP that there is no, they have no hands in the ongoing situation in the Shiv Sena. But what update that we are getting is that a new PL that has been filed in the Bombay High Court. 7 citizens of Maharashtra have moved the PL in the Bombay High Court to consider their fundamental rights and direct Eknath Shinde, who is an official leave with other ministers, to return to the state and assume duty. So this is a public interest litigation that has been filed before the Bombay High Court over the ongoing Maharashtra turmoil in politics, and they have been asking to Bombay High Court to direct Eknath Shinde and the other minister to come back to Maharashtra and assume their duties, because it has been said that they have been in an official leave, and this has really turned, and this is something like really very is getting something affected for the state of Maharashtra and for the people, and that is where they have filed an appeal, and it is going to be mentioned before the Bombay High Court as well. But yes, all eyes on Supreme Court, because there is somewhere where the government of the Maharashtra, the situation of the Maharashtra is going to be considered, because we may know that Eknath Shinde was already given a petition saying that he should be considered, he should be appointed as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bharat Seth Gogavle should be appointed as the whip chief, but not considering to the fact where Ajay Chaudhary has been appointed on the recommendation of the Uddhav Thackeray camp. So this has been channeled before the court, and also they have been waiting for what the Supreme Court says, because today the 16 rebel MLAs whose petition was filed before the Deputy Speaker for disqualification of this 16 MLAs, and the notice has already been issued by the Deputy Speaker. That has also been challenged, so they are just waiting for Supreme Court to hear the matter, after which they will file its reply. Yes.
It's very interesting what Alisha you're telling us about how citizens of Maharashtra moved to PIL in the Bombay High Court to consider their fundamental rights and direct Eknath Shinde, who is on official leave, to return to the state and assume duties. Yes, Nupur, I want to go across to you. You're speaking to all of us. Back to you, Nupur.
All right. Thank you for that, Tanvi. Thank you for that, Rhythm. But let's just go across to visuals that we are getting right now from Thane. Now, there has been an increased security presence in Thane and at various locations across Mumbai and in Maharashtra. So what we understand right now is that this, of course, is the Rebel Sena MLAs who have been talking about how they've been facing threats. After this, of course, what we are seeing is Thane police has been deployed at the Anand Ashram, where Shinde supporters are gathering in support of Eknath Shinde. Now, what's happening in Maharashtra is also perhaps a show of strength by both sides. On the one side, of course, is Uddhav Thackeray's camp, which has challenged Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde, of course, and his rebel MLAs now at a number of 39 continue to say that they are the real Shiv Sena. The battle now is in the Supreme Court, but tension high in Thane. Now, Thane, of course, is essentially seen to be where Eknath Shinde's support comes from. He's a mass leader from Thane, and do remember that the Thane Municipal Corporation is also actually controlled by the Shiv Sena. So in those terms, Thane becomes extremely important. It is a suburb of Mumbai. Security, of course, has been on high alert ever since Eknath Shinde rebelled against the Shiv Sena's leadership of Uddhav Thackeray. Posters and banners were seen come up in support of Eknath Shinde in Thane, and that, of course, is continuing. What you see on your screens right now is security being heightened. Now, do remember, what we are also expecting, of course, is that Eknath Shinde could soon be revealing what he's going to be doing next. There are 16 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, including Eknath Shinde, who have been issued disqualification notices by the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly. They were given a deadline of Monday evening to reply to those notices, but they've now, the rebel group led by Eknath Shinde, of course, has now gone to the Supreme Court. Even as what you see right now, security in Thane is heightened, we have also seen requests come in from rebel Shiv Sena leaders saying that their security was withdrawn by the Maharashtra government. Parallelly, of course, we saw the governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari write to the centre asking for more security to be given to rebel Shiv Sena leaders and also their families who are continuing to reside in Maharashtra. Currently, of course, on your screens is what's happening in Thana and at that hotel in Guwahati, where Eknath Shinde and the rebel camp is currently actually camping. But a lot of developments also expected in the Supreme Court, which is hearing the matter of the disqualification of those 16 MLAs. That of course is a hearing that's going on even as we speak. There are of course 2 petitions that have been filed by the Eknath Shinde camp. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground, Alisha, if we have her. Alisha, what we are seeing in Thana, of course, is enhanced security. Now, this is where Eknath Shinde gets his support base from.
Well, Nupur, this is something not a new picture that we are witnessing. Since the time Eknath Shinde and the other Shiv Sena rebel MLAs who has already left to Guwahati, who are in Guwahati, we have been seeing that in Mumbai, in Thane and across Maharashtra, there is a huge support that has been given to the Eknath Shinde. But of course, yesterday there was a meeting, there was a public meeting, and we saw that hundreds of Shiv Sainik was on the road, and it was organized by none other Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, who was present and clearly stating that this fight is only for the ideology. This fight is only for the legacy of the Baba Thackeray, that is the Hindu ideology, and to give a justice to all those Shiv Sena MLAs or the ministers or the leaders who has actually suffered. We have learned many of the statements that is given by the MLAs who were present in Guwahati, who has clearly complained over the behavior of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Even if it's a statement, that letter that was given by Santosh Sheshat, who clearly stated he was not even allowed to go inside the Matushri. He was not allowed to go inside the Varsha. But Uddhav Thackeray was giving an importance to NCP, to Congress. They were allowed to go inside, and there is where he wanted to give answer to the people of his own constituency. So that was a really embarrassment situation for him. That is what been claimed by Mr. Sirsat, who was in a Shiv Sena MLA and right now in Guwahati. And this is not the first time. We even heard Deepak Kesarkar. Deepak Kesarkar at time before 2019, where Deepak Kesarkar was MOS home. He was a minister of state home when the BJP and Shiv Sena was in power, and right now he's been known to be a very loyal to the Shiv Sena party. But now he's also claimed that there are some of the injustice that has been happening with them, and there is the reason why they wanted to go with the Bharatiya Janata Party. But right now they have ruled out it. But now they have been fighting for their own party. They have been fighting for their own rights. The petition that has already been filed before the Supreme Court, and they're just waiting for Supreme Court to hear the matter so that some of the conclusion can come. And the sources have already informed right after the Supreme Court order, they are likely to go to governor, because they have been hoping the Supreme Court order will be in their favor, that is in the favor of Eknath Shinde camp.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, Alisha, of course, a lot will depend on what the Supreme Court observes today. But let's go across also live right now to Piyush Ori, who's reporting from the Vidhan Sabha now. Piyush, a lot of the action is going to take place at the Vidhan Sabha. Now, of course, there is the whole talk of the Speaker's election. Now, the BJP does have the numbers on its side. If that were to go ahead, it could change the dynamics of what's happening on the ground as well.
So definitely, what is going to happen over here is going to be decided by Supreme Court, and all eyes today will be on Supreme Court on what ruling it is going to take. Irrespective of whatever ruling the Supreme Court may take, this is all about political now. It is all about taking over the legacy of Shiv Sena. The Eknath Shinde camp right now is confident because they have the numbers and they have the valid numbers. So definitely. Their ruling is going to be favorable to them, but Uddhav Thackeray camp in its side also is making no stone unturned to make sure that all the rebel MLAs, who have deflected away from them are disqualified and are not taken into the fold. And they are making, legal turns, and they are also using all political means to malign and to defame all these rebel MLAs who have gone and, who have deflected away from them. For this, there are a lot of political rallies that are being held not only by Aditya Thackeray but also by Uddhav Thackeray. Mind you, Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive, yet he's now making sure that he's stepping out and addresses party workers. So you can understand the seriousness and the desperation for which is being felt by the Uddhav Thackeray camp, who now realize that this is now or never a chance for them, and they don't want to miss any of the opportunity. So definitely, matter is being played in Supreme Court. Our eyes are over there of what.
Yes, in fact, as you're pointing out, let's go across live to Sambhav, who's reporting from outside the Supreme Court. Sambhav, give us a sense of what's happening inside. We understand that the bench, of course, has assembled. Tell us more.
So the vacation bench of the Supreme Court, comprising of two judges, Justice Suryakant and Justice J.B. Pardiwala, is hearing the mentioning. The bench is hearing the mentioning by the lawyers seeking urgent circulation of matter. The Shinde Group pleas are listed as item number 34 and 35 in the matter. Now, will the apex court intervene in the matter is a big question. The court has already assembled, and the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena filed two petitions in the apex court, wherein one petition challenges the basic decision of the Deputy Speaker Narhari Zarwal to recognize Ajay Chaudhary as a leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly in place of Shinde, and whereas the other petition which challenges the disqualification notices issued by the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly to Shinde and 15 more rebel MLAs who are stationed in Guwahati right now. Now, speaking of the lawyers, Neeraj Kishan Kaul, the former ASG, is appearing for Shinde, and Congress MP and senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi for Shiv Sena. Now, as per the petition,
absolutely, Sambhav, as you're pointing out, those are the things that are happening in the Supreme Court. I'm going to go across to Piyush Mishra, who is reporting from Guwahati. Piyush, the rebel camp over there holding strong so far, but tell us more of the meetings that are lined up. We understand that Eknath Shinde is also watching these proceedings extremely closely.
Well, absolutely, and since beginning we have seen Eknath Shinde camp coming out in open and challenging the notices those were issued by the speaker. Remember that they have mentioned that they should not be disqualified, and that is why they have also moved to court. Today is going to be a very important day where a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court, where it has been demanded that this disqualification notice should be cancelled. In fact, they have said that the appointment of a chief whip and also the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary should also be termed as illegal. Any minute from now, we can also expect the hearing to begin, from where our colleague Sambhav is also getting all the details. But let me try to show you pictures from right outside this very hotel, Edison Blue Hotel, where continuously movements are taking place. If we talk about the numbers, remember that Eknath Shinde camp has got the numbers in his favor. Around 39 MLAs of Shiv Sena are in his favor. What Uddhav Thackeray camp is also saying, the lawyers of Uddhav Thackeray are now claiming that even if Eknath Shinde has got the majority of 2/3, then disqualification notice does imply on them. Why? Disqualification by imply on them because they have not merged with any political party. Remember, Nupur, that today also very interesting development took place in the morning when we got to know that Eknath Shinde has spoken with Raj Thackeray of Maharashtra Navnirman Sena. And if it speculate, even if these MLAs, certain MLAs merge with Raj Thackeray, then that would be an option available with Eknath Shinde, because MNS is a recognized party. As of now, they have not merged with any political party. They have just said that they are the real Shiv Sena and they hold all the powers of Shiv Sena. But if these MLAs going to merge with MNS, then they can be saved. The lawyer of Uddhav camp claiming that they have got, even if they have got 2/3 majority, this disqualification implies on them. We'll have to wait and watch how the proceedings are going to take place in the Supreme Court. Today is a very important day as court is going to hear the pleas those have been filed by Eknath Shinde camp, where they have challenged the disqualification notice which was issued to them by Speaker, and also the appointment of Sunil Prabhu and Ajay Chaudhary. Remember that they were to respond to Speaker today by evening, but instead of replying to Speaker, they have now approached to Supreme Court. Numbers are in favor of Eknath Shinde. Uddhav camp continues to show that yes, they have got the strong support, but let us also tell to our viewers that only one minister is left with Uddhav camp.
Absolutely.
And that's
so the numbers aren't looking very good for Uddhav Thackeray. But you know, Piyush, you brought out an interesting point about that telephonic conversation that took place between Raj Thackeray and, of course, Eknath Shinde. And I'm going to go to Alicia on that one. Alicia, you know, that's a very interesting conversation that actually happened. On the face of it, it was just to inquire about his health. But, you know, when so much is happening in the state, a lot will be between the lines, wouldn't it?
Well, yes, Nupur, the call over the conversation that happened between Raj Thackeray and Eknath Shinde, we saw that some of many media channels has actually made a speculation over the political crisis that has been ongoing, and they discuss over the political crisis. But it is confirmed from the Manse itself that there were two calls made by Eknath Shinde to Raj Thackeray. Once when Raj Thackeray was admitted to the hospital, and one the time Raj Thackeray itself has tweeted about that he has been discharged and back home. So that was the second call. It was not the call that was made last night or this today morning. So this has been confirmed by both the sides, and that is why we have been informing to our viewers that there was no discussions over the political crisis. But yes, we know what has been happening in Maharashtra since a week now, because all eyes on Supreme Court. The Eknath Shinde camp is completely reliable on Supreme Court, because there's the only reason and the only hope where Supreme Court will give a verdict in favor of Eknath Shinde is just because we know there are two petitions that has been filed. One petition that Eknath Shinde should be appointed as the leader of the legislative Shiv Sena MLAs, and the second that Bharat Seth Gogavle should be appointed as the chief whip. It's just a challenging of the deputy speaker that has accepted the letter, the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary of the leader of MLAs, Shiv Sena MLAs, and Sunil Prabhu as the chief whip. So this is a direct challenge order that has been given, the petition that has been given, because Eknath Shinde has clearly stated that he has the number, he has the majority, the 2/3 majority, and this is what matters. And this could be a plus point before the court, before the hearing. So, but we have to wait and what the pointers that will be made, whether from the Eknath Shinde camp side, the lawyers that has been already present inside the court, and the other side where Uddhav Thackeray camp as well.
All right. So a lot happening right now in the state. We'll have to wait and watch out for what the Supreme Court observes.
The Maha-political crisis is being played in the courts as well as in the political field. What field is going to take? What steps is going to take? We are going to be updating all about the latest updates. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
And in other international news, the US space agency NASA launched a rocket from the newly built Australian Arnhem Space Centre. According to media, it was the first commercial rocket launch in Australia's history and NASA's first from a launch pad outside the United States of America. US First Lady Jill Biden arrived in Spain ahead of the NATO summit. Her arrival was 2 days before her husband, US President Joe Biden, who will travel to Madrid to participate in the summit on the 29th and the 30th of June. More emergency aid arrives for residents who survived this week's deadly quake in Afghanistan. Many who had no idea how to rebuild the homes destroyed in villages strung through the mountains. The quake struck one of the poorest corners of a country that has been hollowed out by increasing poverty. G7 leaders posed for a last photo op after the first day of a 3-day summit in the Bavarian Alps, intending on keeping economic fallout from the war in Ukraine from fracturing the global coalition working to punish Russia's aggression. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince and visiting Iraqi Prime Minister met to discuss bilateral ties and cooperation. Both sides exchanged views on regional and global issues to promote regional security and stability. And in other national news, in the by-polls for the two Lok Sabha seats in Uttar Pradesh, the BJP won the Rampur seat and Samajwadi Party stronghold Azamgarh as well. Just after BJP's landslide victory, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath expressed gratitude to the people of the state, saying that the by-election results put a seal of public's faith in the double-engine BJP government.
Well, as the rebel MLAs, of course, continue to stay inside that hotel in Guwahati, we are now bringing to you Eknath Shinde's latest tweet. Now, in this tweet, he, and you know, it's anybody's guess who it's targeted at. He says, and I quote, he's written it in Marathi, but we are quoting the English translation. He says, do you not feel any pain while sitting in the cabinet with Chhagan Bhujbal, who arrested the Shiv Sena chief Balasaheb Thackeray? This question has been asked by Subhash Sabne. Essentially going on to say that Chhagan Bhujbal, who originally, just to tell our viewers, was from the Shiv Sena, he rebelled later and joined the NCP later on. This tweet by Eknath Shinde essentially says that Chhagan Bhujbal, who arrested Shiv Sena chief Balasaheb Thackeray, do you not feel any pain while sitting with him? I'm going to go across to Alisha on this one. Alisha, a lot of what we are seeing in Maharashtra is also a battle for political legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray.
Well, yes, of course, it's a new tweet from Eknath Shinde clearly stating that Chhagan Bhujbal, who has arrested the Samrat Shiv Sena Pramukh Balasaheb Thackeray. So, well, the Shiv Sena Kanda Uddhav Thackeray is ready to forgive, and this is the statement that has been coming in from the same person, where he's one of the Shiv Sena MLAs who has already given a bite and clearly stated that what this NCP and Congress has done to the Shiv Sena in the past earlier when they were in power. So we know that even Eknath Shinde, who has been fighting for the same legacy, for the same Hindutva ideology, he's been saying the same, that we are not here for the power, or we are not here for the post. Even we know that there were many posts. There were many posts that was given, but now
many posts that was given. But now all eyes on the Supreme Court hearing that is going to be start in a short while from now. Minute-to-minute update will be given on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
And in other national news, in the by-polls for the two Lok Sabha seats in Uttar Pradesh, the BJP won the Rampur seat and Samajwadi Party stronghold Azamgarh as well. Just after BJP's landslide victory, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath expressed gratitude to the people of the state, saying that the by-election results put a seal of public's faith in the double-engine BJP government.
दोनों चुनौतीपूर्ण लड़ाई को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीत में बदल करके 2024 के लिए एक दूरगामी संदेश दे दिया है।
Bharatiya Janata Party candidate Ghanshyam Singh Lodhi won the Lok Sabha by-poll in Rampur under the leadership of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. The bastion of Samajwadi Party big shot Azam Khan.
देखिए मेरी उम्मीद से थोड़ा कम रहा जीत का अंतर।
अच्छा।
जैसे मैं क्योंकि थोड़ा परसेंटेज कम हुई गर्मी की वजह से, या शादी समझ लो या काम की समस्या समझ लो, मैं इससे भी चाहता, मेरा जो मन था मैं 1 लाख से ऊपर जीतता।
Top headlines this morning: Maharashtra political crisis reaches the top court. Supreme Court hearing on Shinde camp plea against Deputy Speaker and rejection of no confidence motion underway. Protests and counter-protests, defections and open challenges, and now the legal battle. It's Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde. Deputy Speaker's deadline to 16 Shinde camp MLAs ends today. All eyes are now on Shinde camp's next move. Presidential polls heats up. Yashwant Sinha set to file his nomination as the presidential candidate. It's a packed agenda for Prime Minister Modi in Germany. Will attend G7 summit. Big meetings lined up next. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Tracking all the latest on Maharashtra political upheaval. In the latest, Eknath Shinde has taken to Twitter. He said, and I quote here, "Do you not feel any pain while sitting in the cabinet with Chhagan Bhujbal, who arrested Shiv Sena chief Bala Saheb Thackeray?" This question has been asked by Subhash Sabne, the ex-Sena MLA. So that's the tweet that has been put out as well. In fact, let's listen into what Subhash Sabne had to say.
नमस्कार, मी सुभाष साबणे, माजी आमदार. एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांनी जे काही बंड केलं असं म्हणतात, हे बंड नव्हतं तर ह्या राज्यातल्या शिवसेनेला वाचवण्यासाठीचं केलेलं हे पुण्याचं काम आहे. आम्ही आपला काही मुद्दे ह्या ठिकाणी सांगणार आहे.
That is a request to the people of Maharashtra.
ह्या राज्यामध्ये स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्थेच्या निवडणुका.
What is happening in the state of Maharashtra after Mahavikas Aghadi came into the power?
मध्ये आमच्या शिवसेनेचे शिक्षक मतदारसंघातले
We saw that they were
आदरणीय श्रीकांतजी देशपांडे हे तिथं आपले शिवसेनेचे उमेदवार होते. त्यांच्या विरोधामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी अनिल देशमुख माजी मंत्री यांच्या मेहुण्याला त्या ठिकाणी उभा करून त्या ठिकाणी पाडण्याचं काम शिवसेनेला पहिला धक्का जर देण्याचं काम कोणी केलं असेल तर राष्ट्रवादीने विदर्भामध्ये केलेला. दुसऱ्या काही मी घटना आपल्याला ह्या ठिकाणी सांगणार आहे नम्रपणानं. पंढरपूरची पोटनिवडणूक त्या ठिकाणी लागली. पोटनिवडणूक लागल्याच्या नंतर कुठलाही पक्ष आपला पक्ष वाढवला पाहिजे, आपला चिन्ह त्या लोकांपर्यंत गेला पाहिजे, ह्याच्यासाठी पक्षाची धडपड असते. पण आमच्या पक्षाने आपलं मुख्य.
And we have Alisha reporting live from outside Fadnavis residence. Alisha, we believe there's some action happening. Give us more details.
Well, yes, Samiksha, we saw that Ashish Shelar and Girish Mahajan, who has already reached to Devendra Fadnavis. I'll just show you the visuals right out here because we can see that there are police who has been deployed, and some of the other meeting they would have been going inside the Devendra Fadnavis office. We see the continuously movement here outside, and we know that Bharatiya Janata Party who is something on a wait and watch mode. Now the all eyes on the Supreme Court, and then only after some of the either way we know that Devendra Fadnavis and the other senior BJP leaders who is going to stand over what is going to happen, because at this point of time and at this time when Eknath Shinde with the other 39 MLAs, because we know that there are in total now 39 Shiv Sena MLAs with the support of independent MLAs. In total there are 51 MLAs. So for that, if they really wanted to form a government, Shiv Sena, that the Shinde camp has to get in merge, whether with the Jan Prahara Shakti Party, which is Bachchu Kadu is the chief, and he is already there present in the Guwahati, or whether with the Bharatiya Janata Party, which has a number of 106. So it's very important, but all eyes, the decision only will be taken right after the Supreme Court order, because it's all about the disqualification of Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, the whip chief that should be appointed, the Bhagat Gogavle should be appointed as the whip chief. But in fact, we know that Deputy Speaker, who has given a verdict, who given us acceptance to the letter that was given by the Uddhav Thackeray camp over the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena MLAs and the whip chief to the Sunil Prabhu. So that is actually what has been challenged before the Supreme Court. But what has been mentioned that they have the majority. Eknath Shinde is the majority, and from the beginning they are clearly stating that they are in Shiv Sena and they will be in the Shiv Sena till the end. And that is where they should understand they are not forming any other party, but the party that is the Shiv Sena party with the 39 MLAs now and the other independent MLA that has been helping out, they are in support with. And with this is the real Shiv Sena, that in the Eknath Shinde camp is the real Eknath Shinde camp, and Eknath Shinde should be considered as the leader of Shiv Sena MLAs. Yes.
All right, Alicia, stay with us. We have Sambal also reporting live from outside the Supreme Court. Sambal, we believe that the bench has assembled. If you could tell us if the hearing has started.
So in the hearing in the vacation bench of the Supreme Court has begun with Justice Suryakant and Justice J.B. Pardiwala starting hearing the matter listed on the board. The vacation bench, the Shinde group pleas are listed as item number 34 and 35. Now here, will the apex court intervene is a big question. And now the Eknath Shinde faction of Shiv Sena has filed two petitions in the Supreme Court of India, wherein one petition challenges the decision of Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal to recognize Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Party in place of Shinde. That's one petition. And summarizing the other petition, it's about challenging the disqualification notices served on Shinde and 15 other rebel MLAs who are stationed in Guwahati. Now these are the two petitions, and apart from it, the Shinde faction also alleged, according to the petition which is filed in the Supreme Court, the Shinde faction alleged that the properties of the rebel MLA is in danger and their life, they have a life threat. It's a big allegation being leveled by the rebel MLAs in the petition, which Supreme Court is hearing right now. And now apart from it, we'll give you minute-to-minute update regarding that. Apart from it, speaking of the petition itself, so the bone of contention here we need to understand in the petition is Ajay Chaudhary, as Ajay Chaudhary was recognized as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Party by the Deputy Speaker, so which is being challenged in the Supreme Court by the Shinde faction. Apart from it, speaking of the two petitions, one of the petitions reads, the disqualification notice is the classic example of the Maharashtra Assembly Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal acting hand in glove. As per the petition, they are accusing the Deputy Speaker is acting hand in glove with the government in an attempt to hastily disqualify the petitioner, that is the Shinde and the 15 other MLAs along with the supporters. So that's the petition. And apart from it, the disqualification rules and the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly rules are sought to be completely bypassed, it is said in the petition. So now the matter is in the apex court, and apex court is hearing the matter. Now as day by day the power tussle in the Sena versus Sena fight is getting intense.
Yes.
So here these are the updates currently we are tracking.
Yes,
on
Sambhav, stay with us. Let me also go across to Piyush Mishra reporting live from Guwahati. Piyush, while the hearing is underway, if you could once again give us the breakup of the numbers at this point. We understand 51 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde at this point.
Well, yes, Samiksha, if we talk about the breakup, there are 51 MLAs. Those are there in favor of Eknath Shinde, which also includes more than 10 independents who are present here, which means that around 39 Shiv Sena MLAs are present here inside this very hotel, Radisson Blue in Guwahati. And it's the 5th day as we are speaking. These MLAs continue to stay here. We've also seen the multiple pictures coming in. Whenever new MLA comes, there's a video and photograph which is shared by Eknath Shinde camp. And in that particular photo, we can also count the heads, which certainly tells us that it has crossed the mark of 50. So good number of MLAs, those are there in support of Eknath Shinde, and continuously we are seeing war of words also going on between Shinde camp and Uddhav Thackeray camp. There is one and only demand of Eknath Shinde is that Uddhav Thackeray must put down his papers, must break ties with a Nationalist Congress Party, and also demanding that Chief Whip should be there of Shinde camp. And that is why they've also moved to Supreme Court, challenging the notice which was issued by Supreme Court, by Speaker, saying all these MLAs to be summoned today by evening. But instead of replying to that, they have now moved to Supreme Court, terming this as the illegal. In fact, they have also termed the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary and Sunil Prabhu as the illegal move by Uddhav Thackeray camp. We'll have to wait and watch how the Supreme Court is going to look into the matter. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray camp lawyer is now coming out and saying that even if Shinde camp has got the 2/3 majority, then his party, his members will have to get merged with a party, and then only this disqualification notice will not be implied on them. But if they do not, then it does. Remember that among these all the interesting developments, amidst all the interesting developments, there is one more very important development which has taken place, and that's the talk which has taken place between Eknath Shinde and Raj Thackeray. That is now also being seen as a very important one, because today we got to know how he spoke to Raj Thackeray for 2 times, and though the camps are not coming out openly about what actually happened, we are learning from our sources that yes, political developments which have taken place in Maharashtra was also discussed. Now let us also focus on one more aspect, one more hypothetical thing, that if these MLAs, around 39 MLAs of Shiv Sena, go and get merged with MNS, then that would be the face saver, that would be a saver for Eknath Shinde camp. But that is only the thing which is being speculated. Let's see how the Supreme Court is going to look into the plea which has been filed by Eknath Shinde camp, where they have moved forward and challenged the speaker's notice of disqualification. So also after this very short break, as the Supreme Court is going to hear the matter, we'll get all the details. Numbers are in favor of Eknath Shinde camp. Only one minister is left with Uddhav Thackeray, and that's Aditya Thackeray. Stay tuned for more and more deep updates after this very short break.
The Azamgarh Lok Sabha seat is considered the bastion of the opposition Samajwadi Party in the state, which is now won by the BJP after the results came out. Mifta Azam Khan alleges that there were no proper electoral voting done in the constituency.
जो चुनावी नतीजा है, जिस तरीके से तैयारियां,
चुनावी नतीजे कहाँ है? चुनाव था ही कहाँ? इसे ना आप चुनाव कह सकते हैं, ना चुनावी नतीजे कह सकते हैं। 900 वोट का पोलिंग स्टेशन और 6 वोट बस्ती है मुसलमानों की। 500 का पोलिंग मोहल्ला है मुसलमानों का, 1 वोट।
This morning, Yashwant Sinha, the candidate for the presidential elections from the opposition, will be filing his nomination papers today. Following this, leaders will hold a meeting in Parliament on his nomination and the strategy for the opposition. Union Minister Amit Shah chaired a parliamentary consultative meeting aimed at strengthening national security. During the meeting, he assured the central government is committed to enhancing security and citizen-friendly justice system. He further urged the investigative agencies to be one step ahead of criminals by using technology. After the BJP won the by-elections in Rampur and Azamgarh, Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that the victory has sent an optimistic message for 2024's general elections. Taking a dig at the Congress party, he said the victory also sends a clear message to the Parivarwadis. To assist Assam flood victims, the Indian Air Force has deployed 7 types of fixed and rotary-winged aircraft in various flood-affected areas. The aircrafts aim to transport about 77 tons of relief material. In a bid to reduce sound and air pollution across Visakhapatnam city, the police crushed 631 silencers and various motorcycles by using a road roller on Sunday. The city police commissioner, C.H. Srikanth, said that they have seized modified silencers and crushed them. Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant reviewed the probe by the Special Investigator.
Back-to-back developments when we talk about the Maharashtra political crisis. In the latest, we are told that Sharad Pawar is sharing a key meeting there. Praful Patel is also present in this particular meet, which is taking place at Sharad Pawar's residence. We have Alisha as well as Shivangi on the ground and Piyush Ori as well, tracking all the ground updates by the minute. Let me go across to Alisha first. Alisha, a lot of key meetings there. Well, I'm told Alisha will be joining us in just a bit. Let me go across to Shivangi, who's reporting live from outside the Matoshri. Shivangi, a lot of key meetings being held simultaneously. On one hand, we have Fadnavis sharing a meet, and now the NCP also in a huddle. Give us all the ground updates. Well, we have lost that connection with Shivangi. We will go across to Shivangi in just a bit, but we will be going across to Piyush Ori, I'm told, who's also on the ground. In the latest, we are told that Praful Patel is at Silver Oak to meet Sharad Pawar's daughter, Supriya Sule. Let me go across to Piyush Ori. Piyush, what is the latest that you're picking up from the ground?
Sharad Pawar isn't ready for the presidential campaign, and
all right, we'll try and connect with our reporters on the ground, but latest information that is coming in that Praful Patel is currently meeting Supriya Sule as we speak. So a lot of interesting developments there, back-to-back key meetings that are being held simultaneously. Remember, Fadnavis is also chairing a meet simultaneously as we speak. And in another update that we are getting, anti-Raut protests are also being carried out in Maharashtra. Those are the visuals also that we are putting out. Latest development coming in, this even as the hearing is underway, as the Supreme Court is hearing the plea. We have Sambhav with us, joining us, reporting live from outside the Supreme Court. Sambhav, take us through all the updates from the Supreme Court.
Now the matter is in the Supreme Court, wherein the Justice Surikant, the Justice J.B. Pardiwala has started hearing the matter, and the vacation bench of the Supreme Court is currently hearing the matter, wherein the Eknath Shinde faction of Shiv Sena filed 2 petitions in the Apex Court in front of the vacation bench of the Apex Court. And if I summarize the petitions, one petition challenges the decision of Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal to recognize Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Party in place of Shinde. That's one bone of contention that's there in the petition mentioned by the Shinde camp. The other, if I may summarize, the other petition challenges the disqualification notices issued by the Deputy Speaker served on Shinde and 15 other MLAs. So these are the 2 petitions. Apart from it, if I get into the petition, so the main ground of the petitions are Deputy Speaker, according to the petition in the Apex Court by Shinde, the Deputy Speaker cannot disqualify any member in under Schedule 10 of the Constitution of India during the pendency of a resolution seeking its removal. And the majority of the party members had in any case annulled the appointment of Sunil Prabhu as the Chief Whip and had appointed Bharat Gogawale as the Chief Whip instead. So these are the terms of the petition. So the whip issued by Prabhu is not valid as per the petition. Now apart from it, The other things which are stated here is that until the decision is taken on the proposal to remove the deputy speaker of Maharashtra Assembly, as per the petition, it is being requested to Apex Court to intervene and direct Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal not to take any action on the disqualification petition against the MLAs. Now, Shinde faction also alleges in the petition that there is a grave danger to their lives, the lives of the 16 faction MLAs stationed at Guwahati. So that's one thing, and the rebel, and apart from it, there is an allegation that the properties of the rebel MLAs have been damaged by the faction headed by Uddhav. That's there in the petition. So these are the two petitions being heard at the Supreme Court of India. Currently, we are tracking minute-to-minute update on Republic Television.
Yes.
Back to studio.
Yes. Sambhav, stay with us. Let me go across to Shivangi now, who's reporting live from outside the Matoshri. Shivangi, if you could give us the latest that you're picking up on the ground.
But Samiksha, we continue to bring you live coverage and rolling coverage on Republic TV. This is the big news we're tracking the entire day, and all our reporters are on ground, Guwahati, Delhi, and also Mumbai. I am outside Matoshri. This is Matoshri right behind me. This is the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray, who says he will quit but has not quit yet. That's a big story. Of course, now the entire fight has completely become legal. It's gone to the Supreme Court, as my colleague Sambhav is tracking all those developments from New Delhi. But as for what's happening right now, we're seeing a couple of statements come in since morning from Sanjay Raut. Now, what he said, once again, he said Shinde was very close to him at one point of time. And again, playing on those emotions, once again, we're seeing a lot of these emotional comments come from the Shiv Sena side and from Uddhav Thackeray side, where he also said that I want to talk to those rebel MLAs. Please come to talk to us. Even saying that you have to talk to us one day or the other. You'll have to come to Mumbai one day or the other. So talk to us. But it seems as if it's beyond the talking point. It's beyond, any kind of civil conversation. Because right now the conversations will all be legal. It's going to be played out there in the Supreme Court, where the hearing, of course, is going to be underway. My colleague is tracking those developments. And when we talk about the BJP now, we have been seeing key meetings also happening there outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence, where Alisha has been tracking all that. But when we were there yesterday, we got this very crucial information from Ramdas Athawale, which kind of gives us a sense of where the BJP stands. Officially, they say that we're not with the rebels. Officially, they say that we have nothing going to do with it. But our sources keep telling us that there is some kind of a meeting happening between Shinde and the BJP. Now, Ramdas Athawale had said that that we will stand behind Shinde. He also said that Uddhav Thackeray is taking part in hooliganism. So these are very crucial statements coming out. As for now, later on, there will be a rally which will be addressed by Uddhav Thackeray to the party cadres. So that also will be a very crucial meet there when it comes to the Thackeray camp. Aditya Thackeray has been coming out continuously and addressing rallies, also speaking to a couple of party workers, including the youths, and making sure and telling that the Bala Saheb Thackeray legacy is something which definitely cannot be played with, because then again, this is a question of legacy, Samiksha, at the end of the day, the way it seems right now.
Attending a key meet there, and that is a live visual that in fact we are tracking. In fact, remember on that note, the NCP and Congress is also in a huddle at this point. The visuals coming in show Sharad Pawar leaving from his residence, and this in the backdrop of the key hearing which is underway in the Supreme Court.
Our political crisis is being playing in court as well as in the political field. What route is it going to take? Will Uddhav Thackeray be able to salvage itself and hold over Shiv Sena? To all these updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
This morning, Yashwant Sinha, the candidate for the presidential elections from the opposition, will be filing his nomination papers today. Following this, leaders will hold a meeting in Parliament on his nomination and the strategy for the opposition. Union Minister Amit Shah chaired a parliamentary consultative meeting aimed at strengthening national security. During the meeting, he assured the central government is committed to enhancing security and citizen-friendly justice system. He further urged the investigative agencies to be one step ahead of criminals by using technology. After the BJP won the by-elections in Rampur and Azamgarh, Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that the victory has sent an optimistic message for 2024's general elections. Taking a dig at the Congress party, he said the victory also sends a clear message to the Parivarwadis. To assist Assam flood victims, the Indian Air Force has deployed 7 types of fixed and rotary-winged aircraft in various flood-affected areas. The aircrafts aim to transport about 77 tons of relief material. In a bid to reduce sound and air pollution across Visakhapatnam city, the police crushed 631 silencers and various motorcycles by using a road roller on Sunday. The city police commissioner, C.H. Srikanth, said that they have seized modified silencers and crushed them. Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant reviewed the probe by the Special Investigation Team regarding the case of illegal land grabbing across coastal regions. The report suggests that many of the land has no legal heir, as the owners had died or migrated. They'd also arrested 4 people in the case so far. Citizens took to the streets to dance to traditional beats on Pride Parade 2022.
And as we speak, key hearing is underway in the Supreme Court at this point. Our executive editor for legal affairs, Rhythm, is joining us for more details. Rhythm, over to you.
Tell our viewers as we are hearing, the hearing is going to begin in the Supreme Court. Item 5 is going on. It's item 34. That could be roughly 15 to 20 minutes when we hear the case in the top court, where finally a political issue is going to be decided in the Supreme Court. Viewers, as we slip into a quick break, on the other side, we're going to be telling you it's 39 MLAs whom Shinde camp says they have. It's 16 for Uddhav's camp. The real question going to be for Uddhav Thackeray, whether he can even save his own party, because that is clearly splitting up. All eyes on the Supreme Court to see whether the Deputy Speaker's actions were illegal and unconstitutional, and also to see if the so-called alleged disqualified MLAs will get the kind of relief they are looking at from a bench of Court 16 that is hearing the matter. Back after a short break. Stay on with us.
To assist Assam flood victims, the Indian Air Force has deployed 7 types of fixed and rotary-winged aircraft in various flood-affected areas. The aircrafts aim to transport about 77 tons of relief material. In a bid to reduce sound and air pollution across Visakhapatnam city, the police crushed 631 silencers and various motorcycles by using a road roller on Sunday. The city police commissioner, C.H. Srikanth, said that they have seized modified silencers and crushed them. Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant reviewed the probe by the Special Investigation Team regarding the case of illegal land grabbing across coastal regions. The report suggests that many of the land has no legal heir, as the owners had died or migrated. They'd also arrested 4 people in the case so far. Citizens took to the streets to dance to traditional beats on Pride Parade 2022 in Tamil Nadu. With June being celebrated as Pride Month, hundreds of people came out to demand equal rights for everyone in society, irrespective of their gender and sexual orientation.
And in other international news, NASA launched a rocket from the Arnhem Space Center in Australia's Northern Territory on Sunday. This is NASA's first launch from a commercial spaceport outside the US and the first in Australia in 27 years. Rocket struck a residential area of Kharkiv, causing damage to residential properties and a hospital. According to the police, the rockets were launched from Russia's Belgorod region, where 2 people have been hospitalized with injuries. And in other international news, the US space agency NASA launched a rocket from the newly built Australian Arnhem Space Centre. According to media, it was the first commercial rocket launch in Australia's history and NASA's first from a launch pad outside the United States of America.
Maharashtra political crisis reaches to the top court. Supreme Court hearing on Shinde's camp's plea against the Deputy Speaker and rejection of the no confidence motion is currently underway. Protests and counter-protests are taking place, defections and open challenges, and now the legal battle. It's Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde. Deputy Speaker's deadline to 16 Shinde camp MLAs ends today. All eyes are now on the Shinde camp's next move. Presidential polls heat up. Yashwant Sinha is set to file his nomination as the presidential candidate. And it is a packed agenda for the Prime Minister, who's in Germany, will be attending the G7 summit. Other bilateral meetings are also lined up. Good afternoon and thank you for staying with us on Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, the ongoing political crisis in the Maharashtra government, fueled by Eknath Shinde's rebellion, is getting bigger. Now, what we are learning, of course, is that even as this happens, there is a lot of developments that are taking place. Now, the Supreme Court is also hearing the case. Do you remember that the rebel group led by Eknath Shinde had approached the Supreme Court over the disqualification letter that was issued to them, the notice rather that was issued to them by the Shiva Sena. That, of course, is a matter that's being heard in court. Let's go across right now to our reporters who are on the ground. Alicia, of course, is live from outside Fadnavis's residence, Shivangi at Matoshri and Piyush at the Vidhan Bhavan. I think we've also got our legal editor, Ridham Anand Bhardwaj, now joining us. Ridham, there's a lot taking place even as we speak. Now, we're, of course, the big thing, a lot will depend on what happens in the Supreme Court.
We're seeing a very high octave hearing today in the top court, as we're seeing several people have already joined the Supreme Court. Viewers, it's Court 16 that's hearing the matter. That is Justice Suryakant and Justice Pardiwala's bench. And what we have to see is when the case will be coming up. Item 7 is now currently going on. So roughly 20 matters away, when 20 to 30, 25 matters away that we're going to hear the case. What has to crucially be seen is whether the Supreme Court today gives a hearing to the disqualified MLAs who've come and appeared before them, stating that there can be no disqualification and the Speaker's actions are illegal and unconstitutional. Let me go across to all the reporters who are joining us. We've also got right now a tweet that's coming in from Eknath Shinde, who had spoken out earlier and spoken about how the Hindu Heart Emperor Shiv Sena Chief Bala Saheb Thackeray is the people whose ideals they need to continue following. Sambhav, I want to come across to you in the Supreme Court first. What's happening there?
So in the latest coming in, as you pointed out, Rhythm, it's item 7 going on, and Eknath Shinde's plea is listed as item number 34 and 35. So it would take some roughly around 20-25 minutes, as you rightly pointed out earlier. And now speaking about the pleas in front of the vacation bench of the Supreme Court, wherein two Supreme Court judges, Justice Suryakant, Justice J.B. Pardiwala, is hearing the petitions, wherein one petition challenges the decision of Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal to recognize Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Party, which in place, as per the plea, it ought to be Shinde. And if I may summarize the petition number 2, it challenges the disqualification notices served on Shinde and the 15 rebel MLAs who are stationed at Guwahati. So these are the two petitions stated as item number 34 and 35 in the apex court to be heard in 20-25 minutes from now. And apart from it, adding to, speaking about the pleas, the two pleas deal with the main ground of the petition is, Deputy Speaker cannot disqualify, as per the petition, any member under Scheduled 10 of the Constitution of India during the pendency of the resolution seeking the Deputy Speaker's removal altogether. And apart from it, majority of the party members had in any case annulled the appointment of Sunil Prabhu as the Chief Whip, that's the second petition, and had appointed Bharat Gogawale as the Chief Whip instead. So the whip issued by Prabhu as per the petition is not valid. Now it is the apex court who will have to decide on the petition, and whether the apex court intervene or doesn't intervene is a matter of time. We'll get to know. We are tracking every detail minute by minute at Republic Television here. Back to Studio Rhythm.
I also want to move across to news that's coming in from Piyush also. Piyush, earlier you told us about meetings taking place in Guwahati. Give us more details.
Well, yes, absolutely. As we are speaking, there are multiple developments which are now taking place.
लिखा हुआ है कि इस वजह से MBA गवर्नमेंट कंटिन्यूज टू आगे हम पढ़ के आपको सुनाते हैं। लगातार ये तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये जो लिखा हुआ है इसमें साफ तौर पर समझा जा सकता है कि मिसयूज ऑफ द ऑफिस ऑफ डेप्यूटी स्पीकर यानी गलत तरीके से इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है और 38 विधायकों का समर्थन ही नहीं है, तो फिर महाविकास अघाड़ी जो फैसले ले रहे हैं वो कैसे वैध हो सकते हैं? वो अवैध फैसले। अनामिका लगातार हमें अपडेट दे रही हैं। अनामिका के पास एक बार फिर चलेंगे, इसके बाद हमारे सहयोगी वैभव, सुमित भी हमारे साथ और अमित हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं। अनामिका, ये तस्वीर बताने के लिए काफी है। देखिए, दर्शकों को हम पढ़ के भी बता चुके हैं कि साफ तौर पर लिखा है कि महाविकास अघाड़ी इसका गलत इस्तेमाल कर रही है और जो फैसले ले रही है वो भी अवैध हैं।
Shinde camp has.
I have breaking news coming in right now. If the director can please, producers can please come to me right now. I'm going to show you their withdrawn support. It's official now. I'm just going to tell you that this is a petition, a copy of which I have in my hand, and they have withdrawn support. Shinde has withdrawn support. The petition, Shinde camp has withdrawn support, has lost. MVA alliance has lost the majority in the house, as 38 of the members of the Shiv Sena legislature party have withdrawn their support. It's over. Support withdrawn. Support has been withdrawn. That's the big breaking news coming in right now, that Shinde camp has officially pulled the plug from the MVA government. Support has been withdrawn. Breaking news coming in on Republic TV, the support has been withdrawn. Shinde support, Shinde's group, 38 MLAs officially have pulled the plug, saying that the government in the state of Maharashtra, led by the Mahavikas Aghadi Alliance, has lost the majority in the House, as 38 of the members of the Shiv Sena legislature party have withdrawn their support, thus bringing it below the majority mark in the House. However, the MVA government continues to misuse the office of Deputy Speaker. Look at this, to ensure that they remain in power by whatever means necessary. Big breaking news coming in. Shinde camp has withdrawn support, which means it's over. They have the numbers. They have officially pulled the plug. 38 MLAs from Shinde camp have pulled the plug on the MVA government. It's over. They have withdrawn their support, and they have told the court, if Rhythm is with me, Rhythm, this petition proves that, and this mention here proves that they no longer, that is the Mahavikas Aghadi government no longer has the support of 38 MLAs. They're a minority government now. Can we say that now? Rhythm.
All right, I have to see, Niranjan, this particular part of the petition that you're reading out becomes extremely clear, because this is an official document that is filed before the top court of the country, where the Shinde camp asserts that they are withdrawing support to the Mahavikas Aghadi government. And if this is going to be taken at face value, so yes, this is a big setback for the Maharashtra government, because very clearly 38 MLAs seem to have withdrawn support. And if this is going to be the case, what are the next steps ahead need to be seen, because the Eknath Shinde camp is very clear. They have the numbers. It's 38 MLAs who are with them, and they have now withdrawn support to the Mahavikas Aghadi government, because they're saying that they've lost confidence in the government as they withdraw support. Today in the Supreme Court, it will have to be seen whether the disqualified MLA's disqualification was illegal and unconstitutional by the Deputy Speaker. They will also be taking note of very critical statements that are going to be made by the lawyers of Eknath Shinde's camp to understand what is actually the current political scenario in a very embroiled battle in the Maharashtra government. As we are seeing, the Uddhav camp is going to suffer another setback, as Eknath Shinde's camp says, we have withdrawn support to the MVA. This para 38 becomes extremely crucial, because before the Supreme Court of India, in a written plea, they have made this averment that they are no longer going to support the Mahavikas Aghadi government. If this is taken at face value, there are two things that happen immediately. First, the government in Maharashtra goes immediately, because they are no longer in majority. Two, we have to see who next is going to be formulating the kind of alliance that they would be needing, or the kind of numbers they would be needing to continue to stay in power. Like I said, it's right now at face value. We have to see whether this assertion will follow through with the Shinde camp making it clear. There are possible today, there could be numerous meetings, there could be conferences to really understand what's happening. But I think both the sides will keep their cards very close to their chest, because it's a Supreme Court hearing that becomes extremely crucial right now to see. We did last year, item 8 is on. And if I can actually read out from what Niranjan is showing on the screen, the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance has lost the majority in the House, as 38 of the members of the Shiv Sena legislature party have withdrawn their support, thus bringing it below the majority number in the House. The petition reads, however, the MBA government continues to misuse the office of the Deputy Speaker to ensure they remain in power by whatever means necessary. All right, so I want to also tell our viewers that this is an averment they have made in this particular case, where they also go on to state that the security of our families and relatives have been compromised by removing the security personnel, but there is an ongoing agenda within the various leaders of the MBA government. They are instigating the cadres of their respective parties. Another averment that has been made is it is common knowledge that the current government in the state of Maharashtra, led by MVA, has lost the majority in the House, which I read out earlier. And it said, it's further submitted that while the said order is dated 21st June, the same was published in the media on 24th June. Further, petitioner was not even given any prior notice. So keeping all these aspects in mind, the writ petition makes this averment that it is common knowledge the current government has lost majority. So this is an assertion that's coming in as if it's a matter of fact. The wording that has been used in the final writ petition that's been filed by the Supreme Court is more, Niranjan, to show that this is already a given, which means they are very clear that they have 38 MLAs with them. Support has gone from the MVA. It's clear that the numbers seem to be with the Shinde camp, and we really have to see what action they will now take after the Supreme Court hearing, because I do believe, as I said earlier, both the camps will hold their cards very close to their chest. They are waiting for the Supreme Court short order or stay to come on the Deputy Speaker's decision. If that happens, Shinde camp, and of course the eye that led by Dr. Singh, is going to try and see the Deputy Speaker's actions are continuing to seem to be legal. So which side will win in the Supreme Court today, or get a reasonable, favorable order in the Supreme Court today, will become extremely crucial.
Absolutely, Rhythm. And I think because this is the first time that they are making it official that they've withdrawn the support. Now, this is extremely critical, because this is where the government falls. and it's officially a minority government now. They have been claiming that as per the rules, they're supposed to be given at least a minimum of 7 days time to respond to the disqualification plea. Now, as per the petition, from whatever I just was able to read and pointed out, they are saying that the government is already in minority and that they don't have the numbers anymore. And if they don't have the numbers anymore, this is a tactic to harass the MLAs to somehow desperately stay in power. Now, looking at the past precedent, I think the numbers are on their side. So, it's a simple case where over 2/3 majority is with Shinde's camp. Legally speaking, what do you expect in court? The different arguments that will be made, written by both sides.
Well, I do believe if I actually go across to what's going to happen, like I've been saying, this is going to be a political battle fought in the legal courts of the country constitutionally to understand whether the deputy speaker had the power. According to the Eknath Shinde camp, the deputy speaker did not have the power to have the disqualification because the house was not in session. This is something that is needed under the 10th schedule, which defines anti-election law in the country, where says that only disqualification is taken of the MLAs if in fact the house was in session. So the Eknath Shinde camp is going to go to the Supreme Court, and today very, very clearly being led also by senior advocate Neeraj Kishan, they are going to make the point that disqualification is incorrect because the house was not in order. They're also going to be saying the very critical point, Niranjan, that you've just raised here. 38 of the MLAs are with them, and therefore the MVA government has fallen according to them. And they're also going to say that there's security threat to several of these MLAs. Now, the other side that's going to come forward, that's going to have Devdutt Kamath, senior advocate, as well as Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, is going to make a point that the deputy speaker's actions are not illegal. What is the court going to do in such a scenario is going to be very, very critical, because it's a constitutional matter. In several other cases that are going to be there of different governments that are possibly formed later in the future in India, this particular judgment will also have a lot of notice. It has to go down as a precedent. So we have to see a very critical judgment. Court 16 of the top court of India, Justice Suryakant and Justice Pardewala, are hearing this matter roughly some time from now. Around 22 matters away, item 34 is going to be heard. But before I can go across to anything, I want to go back to that plea that particular point broken by Niranjan here, where we are saying that it says in the petition, it is common knowledge the current government in the state of Maharashtra, led by the MVA alliance, has lost the majority in the House as 38 of the MLAs, as 38 of the members of the Shiv Sena legislature party have withdrawn their support, thus bringing it below the majority number. Now, if I just stay with this point, it's clearly an indication that the MVA loses support as 38 of the MLAs are no longer with them. It seems that Eknath Shinde's assertions have been proved correct, even though we've been seeing the Uddhav camp say that no, in fact, several numbers are with them. We've come out with Sanjay Roth trying to make statements of confidence, but a plea and a paragraph in the final plea filed before the Supreme Court makes it very critical that in fact the MVA's support has been withdrawn by 38 MLAs. They've also said, as the party has withdrawn their support, the MVA government continues to misuse the office of the deputy speaker, and the security of several MLAs is under threat. Viewers, I want to give you a quick update that item 9 is now going on in the Supreme Court. So we are inching closer to that high octave battle in the top court of the country to get a sense of whether the deputy speaker's actions are going to be seen to be illegal and unconstitutional, or whether the disqualification of the 16 MLAs will stand. Why this is crucial is because of the breaking news that we're getting you, because an assertion has already been made by Eknath Shinde's camp that 38 MLAs are with them. If that is so, then the majority government in the Mahavikas Aghadi government has already fallen. We have to see how the court is going to be looking at the matter. The petition also goes on to say it is submitted the security of the relatives have been compromised by removing the security personnel, but there's also an ongoing agenda where various leaders of the MVA government are instigating the cadres of the respective parties to take up violence to further intimidate them. A very, very serious charge has been made before the Supreme Court, before this hearing comes before them, where they are saying that it's also the security of these people, the 38 MLAs, that has been compromised by removing the security personnel, and also saying that the cadres of respective parties are being instigated for violence. So these are very serious charges coming before the Supreme Court. But Niranjan, if I could just come back to you, it could be a complete shocker, because the statement that comes is in the final writ petition which is filed before the Supreme Court. So it is made with full confidence, it is made with full authority, and it's made under the oath of the law, because they're coming forward and giving out this in black and white before the top court of the country, that 38 MLAs have withdrawn support to the MVA. That means the government, according to them, is shaky, unstable, and about to fall anytime.
Well, absolutely, and I think from here on, this was just a formality, because if you look at the number game rhythm, to ensure that the anti-defection law doesn't kick in, they needed 2/3 of the majority of the legislature party, which they have right now. They have in fact more than the required number. The required number is 37. They have 39 on their own, including sitting ministers. With independents included, they claim they have the support of 51 MLAs, and I think even if you disqualify 16 of them, the required numbers are there with this grouping of Eknath Shinde and camp. And I think that's the big game changer for Eknath Shinde's camp, as the numbers completely tilt on their side. Even if they have disqualified the 16, if it comes down to the numbers, once again, I'm purely going upon the disqualification. If you disqualify 16, it still shows that the numbers are with Eknath Shinde's camp. And Shrikant Shinde, son of Eknath Shinde, in Thane, there is a huge show of support. There were protests in Thane as well against Sanjay Raut and the Shiv Sena, or rather Sanjay Raut's faction of the Shiv Sena. Against him there were some protests, and these are shots of Shrikant Shinde, who is the son of Eknath Shinde, and he's seen here. He's also a parliamentarian, he's an MP, and you can see him here just leaving his residence. Perhaps the signal is not very clear. The signal is not very clear, so bear with us as we try and get you the best pictures from Thane. In fact, our correspondents are there. Let me see if Priyanka is live. I'll go across to Priyanka and get in a word from her about the latest development there. Priyanka, can you hear me? Are you getting my audio, Priyanka? Priyanka, if you can hear us, tell us about the show of strength, the Shinde camp show of strength in Thane. Priyanka. I'm not sure she can hear us because it's a crowded location where she is right now. She's at the Eknath Shinde office in Thane, and these are live pictures coming in on your screen of Eknath Shinde's son gathering support. Eknath Shinde's son gathering support, and there is a huge show of strength in Thane, right outside of Mumbai, and that is Shinde's stronghold. People swear by Shinde here in this part of the state. One of the tallest leaders of the Shiv Sena, someone who's a ground worker, politically has roots and support on the ground that many compare to some of the biggest leaders in the Shiv Sena, and how he's trusted, respected for working for the people. As legend would have it, hundreds and thousands of people go to his residence and office seeking help, medical help, help in getting jobs, help in settling disputes, and that's what he brings to the table. That's Eknath Shinde, a strong man in Thane for Shiv Sena, and that's his son Shrikant Shinde there that you see waving his hand, just flashed the victory sign.
Very positive.
What about the arguments that have been presented right now, and of course your legal team is already present?
Sorry?
What about the arguments that are being presented right now before the court, and what are your expectations from the arguments that are being presented? Also, the governor is out. What is the next plan of action for Eknath Shinde camp?
Today we have a hearing in Supreme Court and we are very positive about it. The decision will be in our favor because legally we are correct, and within a short period of time I think the decision will be out.
Positive ekdam. Shinde saying that the facts are on our side and legally they are in the correct. Rhythm, they have a strong legal case is what they are saying, and you've seen the facts of the case, and one of the most high profile legal battles, Rhythm, and we've seen so many such legal battles politically. I can remember covering so many of them with you, holding the coverage for us, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, and it goes on and on. It's another high profile legal hearing in the Supreme Court, Rhythm, and once again it's down to the wire with each side fielding India's biggest legal eagles, Rhythm. What a fight this is going to be.
Absolutely. Niranjan, I remember the midnight hearing that we covered in the Karnataka case where we saw the same key players, whether it's Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Devdutt Kamath who appear in the case, or whether from the other side we are seeing the key luminaries appear. But what is critical is, once again, this is a case that will have to be decided as a finality because it will have to be seen as a precedent in the cases to follow. We are seeing a massive support for Shinde on the ground, as we were also seeing Priyanka speak to his son. We've also now got to see what the Supreme Court is going to say, because the Supreme Court's decision on the powers of the Deputy Speaker when the House is not in session will have to be very, very critically seen. We've got top legal eagles from both the sides appearing in the case. We've got Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi appearing for the Shiv Sena government. We've got Neeraj Kishan Kaul appearing for the Shinde camp in the top court. He's a senior advocate, former additional solicitor general. There are other people who are also expected to be a part of the legal camp of Shinde. We have to wait and watch for that. It's item 9 that's underway as we are speaking. So even as we're trying to get in a sense of what will be happening in the courtroom, let's tell our viewers that the petition that has been filed by the Shinde camp,
Decision for disqualification as well.
What happened earlier, it was all illegal. Because the decision given by Deputy Speaker and the group formed by 18 MLAs, I think, it is already in minority, and a minority cannot summon anyone. So today we'll get to see the decision of the Supreme Court.
And the alliance with the BJP has. What about going forward?
एक मिनट आप आगे चाहिए I'll give you the bike.
सर इधर मत गिरेगा कोई भी, साइड पे आओ ना आप मैडम, साइड पे आओ ना मैडम, पड़ेगा मैडम, पड़ेगा.
Okay, just lost the audio there. There's a little bit of a jostle there. So we'll try and the moment I have that audio back, I'm cutting back across. But that you just heard Eknath Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son, saying that the law is on their side. He says they're on a stronger legal wicket, saying that whatever the Deputy Speaker is trying to do is illegal. Very, very, extremely confident that legally they have a fight, legally they have a point, legally they have a case. Let me go back to the audio. Shrikant Shinde there marching with the Shinde camp. That is Shinde's son. Let's cut across right.
Very quickly, Supreme Court hearing is underway right now. What are you expecting will be the outcome of this?
Very positive.
What about the arguments that have been presented right now, and of course your legal team is already present?
Sorry?
What about the arguments that are being presented right now before the court, and what are your expectations from the arguments that are being presented? Also, the governor is out. What is the next plan of action for Eknath Shinde camp?
Today we have a hearing in Supreme Court and we are very positive about it. The decision will be in our favor because
legally we are correct, and within a short period of time I think the decision will be out.
Positive ekdam. Once again, that was Shrikant Shinde speaking to Republic TV. There, Shinde's son, Eknath Shinde's son, speaking to Republic, monitoring the developments, the legal developments in the court from the Anand Bhavan in Thane, which is Eknath Shinde's stronghold there. On your screen right now, that entire area is fortified. Hundreds of supporters gathering there. In fact, that's just one part of the area, and they continue to march from another side. And thousands of them are marching towards the Anand Bhavan in what looks like a show of strength for the Eknath Shinde camp. On these pictures, the moment I have Priyanka's audio back, I'll go back to her. But while we look at these pictures and the support building on the ground for Eknath Shinde, I'd like to get in Ridhamanand Bharadwaj, my colleague, who will tell you what this petition means. The fact that the Shinde camp has in court said that they have withdrawn support and that this government is in a minority now. Rhythm, take it away. Okay, I lost Rhythm's feed as well. I'll try and get Rhythm also back. I just lost the line with Rhythm. And I'll go across to Priyanka as well on the ground. Those are pictures coming in where you can see that Shrikant Shinde, Shinde's son, and supporters gathering outside the Anand Bhavan in Thane. They're gathering in large numbers in what is turning out to be a fight on the ground, a fight in the streets, show of support on both sides. And Priyanka's live. Let me cut across. Priyanka.
Shrikant Shinde himself, Eknath Shinde's son, in fact, going towards the Anand Bhavan and paying his respects to Anand as well, and trying to send across a message that the Shiv Sena is intact, and of course that the Shiv Sena is with Eknath Shinde as well, and this really is the message that really wants to be sent across with respect to the new rebel MLAs. In fact, the Eknath Shinde camp that is in Guwahati, and the Supreme Court hearing is also underway right now, and we are seeing how Shrikant Shinde along with the supporters, this is right now in Thane. Thane is the Eknath Shinde bastion, where we are seeing these kind of supporters who have gathered here to show their support to Shrikant Shinde, along with all the workers who have been gathered here and walking towards the Anand Bhavan as the Supreme Court hearing is underway in the Apex Court.
Priyanka, keep talking, Priyanka, and tell our viewers what's happening on the ground there. Priyanka, if you can hear me, Priyanka, that's Priyanka marching there with the Eknath Shinde camp as they move towards the Anand Bhavan in Thane. The moment I have Priyanka back, I'm going back to her. Let me go across to Priyanka. She's live there. All the action happening in Thane, where Priyanka is marching with the Shinde camp, and he's spoken to Republic about the legal case. Let's listen in once again. I think there's an audio there. He's speaking to the media. Let's cut across.
शिवसेना जो है वो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की है, और हम जो है वो शिवसैनिक आज भी है। इतने बड़े पैमाने पर जो है वो शिवसैनिक यहाँ पर आए हैं, और हम लोग सभी लोग आज जो है दिगे साहब के समाधि पर जो है वो दर्शन कर रहे हैं।
बगावत का अंत कहां तक होगा? आखिर ये लड़ाई जाएगी?
ये बगावत नहीं है, ये लोगों को जो चाहिए, वो महाराष्ट्र के जो लोगों को चाहिए, जनता को चाहिए, वो जो है वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में जो है वो सभी आमदार, सभी एमएलए लोगों ने मला वाटतं हे सगळं जे होत आहे हे पूर्ण महाराष्ट्राची जनता असेल, हिंदुस्थानाची जनता असेल, हे बघत असेल, आणि ही संस्कृती महाराष्ट्राची नाही आणि भारताची ही संस्कृती नाही, आणि हे सगळ्या धमक्या आहेत, पोकळ धमक्या ज्या आहेत कोणाला तरी दुसऱ्याला जाऊन त्यांनी दिल्या पाहिजे, आणि या सगळ्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत ह्या वैफल्यग्रस्त झाल्यामुळे या सगळ्या वक्तव्य जे आहेत ते होत आहेत, आणि त्यांनी लक्षात घेतलं पाहिजे हे जे कोणाला सांगतायत की मृतदेह येतील करून, अरे ते कोणाचे तरी भाऊ आहेत, ते कोणाचे तरी वडील आहेत, ते कोणाचा तरी मुलगा आहे, तर या सगळ्या गोष्टी जेव्हा माणसाच्या पायाच्या वाळू घसरते तेव्हा या सगळ्या गोष्टी होतात. चला पुढे
Okay, staying with the live pictures there, that's Shrikant Shinde, who's the son of Eknath Shinde, a parliamentarian himself from the Shiv Sena, marching towards the Anand Bhavan. As you're seeing the fight, you know, on the ground and also in the courts, in the Supreme Court right now, the matters are being heard, and this is case number 34, which will come up in a few minutes from now. Should take at least another half an hour. Let's cut across to ANI Live Service. ANI Live Service, again, where supporters of Eknath Shinde are speaking.
शिंदे साहब के भूमिका के समर्थन में, हिंदुत्व की भूमिका के समर्थन में और राष्ट्रवादी और कांग्रेस का जो हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के ऊपर महाराष्ट्र के जो अन्याय अत्याचार हो उसके खिलाफ जो उन्होंने भूमिका ली उसके समर्थन में मैंने इस्तीफा दिया.
देख रहे काफी धमकियां भरी डिसीजन देख रहे आपके ही अपना ही नेता, हालांकि आप सब एक ही, लेकिन खुल के धमकी दी जा रही है.
हमको नहीं किसी ने धमकी दी.
जो विधायक वहाँ पे बैठे
नहीं मेरे को किसी ने धमकी नहीं दी. थाना में किसी ने.
आपके जो विधायक वहाँ पे
एकाच वेळी घ्या प्रत्येक वेळी नाही बोलू शकत. एकाच वेळी तुम्ही चलो जाण असं नाही होत.
नरेश सर आपको लेकिन आपके जो विधायक है, आपके संजय राउत जो नेता है, वो कह रहे हैं कि आप यहाँ के आके दिखाइए, बॉडी की बात कर रहे हैं.
वो बड़ा बात है. हाँ
बोला सर, बोला कि चलो भाई अपना काम हो गया.
In fact, what you just heard also is Eknath Shinde's son and supporters hitting out at the kind of statements that are being made by some people in the Shiv Sena, namely Sanjay Raut. You saw protests against Sanjay Raut as well. If Priyanka is live with me, let me try and go across to her. Priyanka, can you hear me now? Priyanka, if you can hear me, take us through, why don't you walk us through this march that you're seeing there, which you're a part of in Thane. Priyanka. Okay, while I stay with those live pictures, Priyanka, if you can hear me, Priyanka, can you hear me now? Priyanka?
Live.
Yes, go ahead, Priyanka, you're live. Yes, go ahead. Tell our viewers what you're seeing there. Priyanka?
Well, yes, Niranjan, what we are right now showing you are the visuals of Shrikant Shinde, in fact, going in Thane towards the Anand Bhavan, and we had been, in fact, were able to have a word with him, and he has said that they are positive about the hearing that is underway in the Supreme Court, and also they have said that the people of Shiv Sena, in fact, are with Shrikant Shinde. Let's pan our cameras.
1-to-1 करेंगे आगे जाके.
And we are, in fact, also showing you the visuals of the kind of show of strength that the Eknath Shinde camp is carrying out right now here in Thane. We have seen that from the very beginning of this entire Maharashtra political crisis. But today the messaging that Niranjan, the people on the ground, Shiv Senics on the ground here, which Shrikant Shinde want to send across, is that the normal cadre of Shiv Sena, in fact, is with Eknath Shinde, and this is where we're going. He's, in fact, Shrikant Shinde is going to pay his respects to Anand Dige, and we had seen how 2 days back as well, when there was an impromptu rally
coming in. Priyanka, be with me. Priyanka, I'm just breaking more details. Sanjay Raut, in a development from Maharashtra, Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Sanjay Raut has been summoned. He's been asked to appear in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. That's the story breaking from Mumbai. Alisha with the details. Alisha.
That Sanjay Raut has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in a case related to Praveen Raut and
to Pravin Raut and Patra Chaul land scam. We know that Enforcement Directorate, who's been looking into the case that has been registered, the ECIR that was registered against Pravin Raut in a Patri Chaul land scam, and what we got to know that Enforcement Directorate has summoned Sanjay Raut. He has been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow. Will more details in the case has been awaited, but what we have been confirmed by the Enforcement Directorate officials that yes, he's been summoned. He's been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate office in Mumbai tomorrow at 11 a.m. is what we have been told, and it is a case related to Pravin Raut. Pravin Raut, who is his brother, and it's a Patri Chaul case that has been, it's a scam case that has been registered by Enforcement Directorate, and there are many of the statements that has already been recorded in the case.
Alisha, be with me. I'm getting in these live pictures from Priyanka, who's in Thane. That's Shinde's son, Shrikant Shinde. Let me go back to Alisha. Priyanka, what do you?
Niranjan, we're showing you the pictures, constant pictures of Shrikant Shinde, and today is really a show of strength that Shrikant Shinde is carrying out in the backdrop of the Supreme Court hearing as well. And we are seeing that the kind of statements that were made by Shrikant Shinde, claiming that all the workers of Shiv Sena are actually with Eknath Shinde, and this is really the real Shiv Sena. And we had seen that several leadership of Thane, in fact, of the Shiv Sena, has tendered their resignation from the party designation. However, they're still members of the Shiv Sena as of now on paper, and we are seeing that Shrikant Shinde, along with all of the supporters, in fact, are present here, and these visuals really speaks volume, Niranjan, because right now what we are seeing is Shrikant Shinde paying his respects to Anand Dighe as well, and we had seen the name Anand Dighe being mentioned again and again by Shrikant Shinde as well, claiming that there was a legacy of Shiv Sena, of Balasaheb Thackeray, of Anand Dighe, that the Uddhav Thackeray clan has completely ignored and completely betrayed as well. Now, after those statements, we are seeing these kind of visuals, and every time we get in a word from Shrikant Shinde, he says that they have the numbers and they have all the MLAs in their favor, that they are going to form the government, and that the MP alliance is that of a very unholy alliance with the Congress and the NCP, and we are seeing that more and more leaders, in fact, are joining with the Eknath Shinde camp, and that's exactly what Shrikant Shinde is also claiming, that this is going to happen because more people, more MLAs, more leaders going towards Guwahati, joining the Eknath Shinde camp, and we are tracking for you those visuals. Those are telling visuals of how Shrikant Shinde is paying his respects to Anand Dighe, and also we are seeing the number of people, in fact, who have shown up to give their support in solidarity of Eknath Shinde, and we are tracking how the cadre, the ground level worker of Shiv Sena is also reacting to the kind of legal and political developments that are taking place in Delhi and in, of course, at Vidhan Bhavan as well. And we are seeing how every worker has said that we are with Eknath Shinde, and that Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut and Aditya Thackeray are the ones who have betrayed the people of Maharashtra, who have betrayed Balasaheb Thackeray, betrayed the principles of Hindutva, and what really that the party that they stand for as well. Now, these were the statements that we had seen from the Eknath Shinde camp, and Niranjan, let's try to get in a word from Shrikant Shinde once again. Shrikant, Supreme Court hearing is going on. We are seeing Supreme Court hearing going on. You had said about the Deputy Speaker's answer, the move to actually disqualify the MLAs. What do you make of the Supreme Court hearing? What are you expecting as far as the legal arguments are concerned?
Supreme Court, we have a hearing today, and the outcome of the Supreme Court judgment, I think it will be a positive one, because the decisions taken and the notices given by the Deputy Speaker was in itself illegal. A minority group cannot give a whip to a majority group. More than two-thirds of the members are together, and they are itself a Shiv Sena group. They are not a different group.
But the Uddhav Thackeray loyalists, in fact, have said that you can form your own political alliance with somebody else, but you are not Shiv Sena anymore, and legally you can't use the party symbol or the party name.
Everything will be sorted out in the Supreme Court. We have never said that we have moved out of Shiv Sena. We are still Shiv Sainik, and the group, it is the original Shiv Sena group.
So going forward, what will be the course of action from the Eknath Shinde camp? What will happen with Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, who have now said that you are the ones who betrayed Shiv Sena, you are the ones who betrayed Balsaheb Thackeray?
I think there is a need for introspection, and why this 40 MLAs from Shiv Sena itself and more than 10 MLAs, the independent MLAs, and it has not happened in the history that so big number has was very disturbed in this Mahavikas Aghadi, and they took a different decision. So I think everyone needs a introspection. Why is this happening?
But are you also saying that the MVA alliance was an unholy one, because you had earlier as well said that the NCP and the Congress are not natural allies of Shiv Sena?
Obviously.
You sticking with that statement? So going forward, your alliance will be with the BJP?
It's now we are a group together. Let's see what happens in the...
Today, is this a show of strength to say, this is a message to Uddhav Thackeray that these are the people Shiv Sainiks are with you?
It is not a show of strength. They are Shiv Sainiks, and we are here to take blessings of Dharmavir Anandige sir.
Alright, so there you have it, Niranjan. Shrikant Shinde, in fact, we'll keep panning our camera because this is going to be quite chaotic. I guess the other media will also try to make their way towards Shrikant Shinde. But what we are trying to show you right now is that Shrikant Shinde claiming that there is a need for introspection when it comes to the MVA government, and that it is in fact a very unholy alliance that the Shiv Sainiks had ended up taking with the Congress and the NCP as well. And right now Shrikant Shinde claiming that they are the real Shiv Sena. In fact, all of the Shiv Sainiks are standing strong with Eknath Shinde, and that's really the messaging that they want to send across today. Let's pan our cameras once again, Niranjan, because this is the visual that is very, very important, that Shrikant Shinde claiming that this is not really a show of strength, but party members gathering to pay their respects to Anand Dige, who had been completely ignored for the longest time by the Uddhav Thackeray clan, by the loyalists of Uddhav Thackeray as well. And now we are seeing, in fact, Shrikant Shinde claiming that they are hopeful and optimistic about the Supreme Court hearing, claiming that the law is on their side and calling the decision of this Deputy Speaker completely illegal. Now, these were the statements from Shrikant Shinde. And now he is also claiming that going forward, they will have to do some introspection when it comes to the Uddhav Thackeray clan as to what they really want to do going forward as far as the political trajectory of the Maharashtra government is concerned. But as of now, the message very strong, Niranjan. Shrikant Shinde here paying his respects to Anand Dige, saying that the Shiv Sainiks are here with them, saying that the Shiv Sainiks are completely loyal to Eknath Shinde, and all of them really saying that we are standing strong with Shrikant Shinde, with Eknath Shinde, with all the MLAs that have gone to Guwahati. Niranjan.
Well, that's a big show of strength. Let's try and play out that entire reaction once again. Priyanka just spoke to Shrikant Shinde, and I think one of the significant statements he also made, okay, another soundbite coming across, let's cut across to ANI Live Service. ANI.
देखा है तो क्या कहेंगे जिस तरह के विधान और
मुझे लग रहा है ये सब बातें जो है वो महाराष्ट्र की जनता जो है वो गौर से सुन रही है, और आने वाले समय में जो है महाराष्ट्र की जनता ही उनको उत्तर देगी।
कहा जा रहा है ये एक खंजर घोपा है, शिवसेना का ऐसा कहा जा रहा है। सर क्या कहेंगे? सर क्या कहेंगे? सर क्या कहेंगे? सक्सेस ठीक है ना, कहा गया है।
Okay, that we'll play out that entire reaction once again. In fact, he spoke to Republic TV. My colleague Priyanka has been there speaking to Shrikant Shinde and the entire Shinde camp. They're on the phone making calls, keeping a check, marching through Thane, and that's Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son. Thane is the stronghold of Eknath Shinde. A demigod to many people there who swear by him because he has helped them personally. He gets hundreds of supporters on a daily basis who come to him asking for medical help, and seen as a big philanthropist as well, and that's why he's hugely popular in not just in Thane but across Maharashtra. A leader who's approachable, who started from humble beginnings. Let me go across and play that reaction once again of Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son, speaking to Priyanka.
एक मिनट. Supreme Court, we have a hearing today, and the outcome of the Supreme Court judgment, I think it will be a positive one, because the decisions taken and the notices given by the Deputy Speaker was in itself illegal. A minority group cannot give a whip to a majority group. More than two-thirds of the members are together, and they are itself a Shiv Sena group. They are not a different group.
But the Uddhav Thackeray loyalists, in fact, have said that you can form your own political alliance with somebody else, but you are not Shiv Sena anymore, and legally you can't use the party symbol or the party name.
Everything will be sorted out in the Supreme Court. We have never said that we have moved out of Shiv Sena. We are still Shiv Sainik, and the group, it is the original Shiv Sena group.
So going forward, what will be the course of action from the Eknath Shinde camp? What will happen with Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, who have now said that you are the ones who betrayed Shiv Sena, you are the ones who betrayed Balsaheb Thackeray?
I think there is a need for introspection, and why this 40 MLAs from Shiv Sena itself and more than 10 MLAs, the independent MLAs, and it has not happened in the history that so big number was very disturbed in this Mahavikas Aghadi, and they took a different decision. So I think everyone needs a introspection. Why is this happening?
But are you also saying that the MVA alliance was an unholy one, because you had earlier as well said that the NCP and the Congress are not natural allies of Shiv Sena?
Obviously.
You sticking with that statement? So going forward, your alliance will be with the BJP?
It's now we are a group together. Let's see what happens in the...
Today, is this a show of strength to say, is this a message to Uddhav Thackeray that these are the people Shiv Sainiks are with you?
It is not a show of strength. They are Shiv Sainiks, and we are here to take blessings of Dharmavir Anandige sir.
Okay, I'm going across to Rhythm also live. In fact, another breaking news update coming in right now is that the case is a few matters away. Right now in the Supreme Court, matter number 20 is on. That's case number 20 is being heard by the Supreme Court bench, and 34 is the Maharashtra crisis. So the case is proceeding right now, and we are expecting that case to come up perhaps within the next few minutes. Some cases get passed on, so we will have to wait and watch. Can't really speculate on what time it may come up, but we're all on the standby. India's biggest legal analysis team, Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj. Now every time there's a legal coverage on television, Rhythm is the go-to person. Rhythm will be joining me live anytime now, and she will be joining us in a few minutes from now. I'm staying with the live pictures. The breaking news update today. Right now, the petition that has been filed by the Eknath Shinde camp claims that they have officially withdrawn support to the MVA. 39 MLAs, officially 39 MLAs with Eknath Shinde have pulled the plug on the MVA government. The Mahavikas Aghadi alliance is now a minority government. It's now a minority government. Let's go across to ANI. I think there is some action on ANI where the Shinde camp is paying tribute to Anand Dige.
Absolutely, Niranjan. Behind me is where exactly, Shrikant Shinde, in fact, raising the pitch of Eknath Shinde, claiming that we are with the Eknath Shinde, the clan with Eknath Shinde, they have the numbers as well, and that's exactly why they are hopeful and optimistic about what's really going to happen in the Supreme Court hearing. And he has outrightly said, Niranjan, while we were speaking to him exclusively, he said that the entire decision of the Deputy Speaker for disqualifying the MLAs was an illegal one. Now that was the word that he had used, and he had said that we have the best legal team that is fighting our cases in the Supreme Court, and that is why we are optimistic and hopeful as to the favor that will come out of the Supreme Court will be on their side as well. And apart from that, he has categorically criticized Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, and has said that these are the people who have completely betrayed Shiv Sena and the ones who formed an unholy alliance with the MVA, with the Congress, with the NCP, and he has reiterated the fact that this is an alliance which is not a natural one for Shiv Sena as well. And apart from that, we had seen, let's keep panning our cameras actually, because there's a lot of movement here, and what we had seen him also speaking about was the fact that going forward, he did not speak too much about the alliance. I outrightly also asked him about whether alliance going forward, because he called the NCP and the Congress alliance an unholy one, if the alliance will be that with the BJP, and he had said he in fact did not comment on that. He completely sidestepped that question, but we do see the kind of backroom conversations, the kind of talks that are being carried out between politicians of the BJP as well. We had seen multiple occasions where Eknath Shinde had been flown, the camp in fact had been flown to Surat, to Barodra, and we had been learning about the leadership of Delhi from the BJP, how they had meetings as well. But that is something that at least what we get a sense from the ground is that that is something that is a lesser priority right now for the Shiv Sena clan, or at least the Eknath Shinde clan, because they are saying right now their entire focus is that on the legal battle that is going on in the Supreme Court, and post which their entire focus will be that of forming the government itself, and later on they will decide on what kind of an alliance will really take place. As of now, not really coming out in the public domain and claiming that there will be an outright alliance with the BJP. But what we see in the pictures here is Shrikant Shinde paying his respects to Anand Dighe, and he had in fact been reiterating this, the fact that Uddhav Thackeray had completely ignored Anand Dighe, and we had covered that impromptu gathering as well that had taken place in Thane, that is considered to be a bastion for Eknath Shinde. And we had seen Shrikant Shinde reiterating the fact that Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut have completely ignored Anand Dighe, completely ignored Balasaheb Thackeray. And this is why we are in fact the real Shiv Sena. We are the ones who are taking control of the party, taking control of the principles that the party should be working on, the principles of Balasaheb Thackeray, the principles of Hindutva. Now these are the messaging that the Eknath Shinde clan is trying to put across, at least here in Thane. And we have also seen similar statements coming to light.
Priyanka, you spoke to him. Priyanka, you spoke to him a few minutes back. Can I just play out that entire, that conversation with Shrikant Shinde? In fact, he was very, very strong in his statements that were made on the legal battle, and secondly, the kind of loose statements that are also coming in from some leaders, including Sanjay Raut. Listen in.
Shrikant ji, talking about the numbers, does the Eknath Shinde camp have all the numbers? And they had challenged the Deputy Speaker's decision for disqualification as well.
What happened earlier, it was all illegal. Because the decision given by Deputy Speaker and the group formed by 18 MLAs, I think, it is already in minority, and a minority cannot summon anyone. So today we'll get to see the decision of the Supreme Court.
Very quickly, Supreme Court hearing is underway right now. What are you expecting will be the outcome of this?
Very positive.
What about the arguments that have been presented right now, and of course your legal team is present?
Sorry?
What about the arguments that are being presented right now before the court, and what are your expectations from the arguments that are being presented? Also, the governor is out. What is the next plan of action for Eknath Shinde camp?
Today we have a hearing in Supreme Court, and we are very positive about it. The decision will be in our favor because legally we are correct, and within a short period of time, I think the decision will be out. Positive एकदम. एक मिनट. Supreme Court, we have a hearing today, and the outcome of the Supreme Court judgment, I think it will be a positive one, because the decisions taken and the notices given by the Deputy Speaker was in itself illegal. A minority group cannot give a whip to a majority group. More than two-thirds of the members are together, and they are itself a Shiv Sena group. They are not a different group.
But the Uddhav Thackeray loyalists, in fact, have said that you can form your own political alliance with somebody else, but you are not Shiv Sena anymore, and legally you can't use the party symbol or the party name.
Everything will be sorted out in the Supreme Court. We have never said that we have moved out of Shiv Sena. We are still Shiv Sainik, and the group, it is the original Shiv Sena group.
So going forward, what will be the course of action from the Eknath Shinde camp? What will happen with Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, who have now said that you are the ones who betrayed Shiv Sena, you are the ones who betrayed Balsaheb Thackeray?
I think there is a need for introspection, and why these 40 MLAs from Shiv Sena itself and more than 10 MLAs, the independent MLAs, and it has not happened in the history that so big number has was very disturbed in this Mahavikas Aghadi, and they took a different decision. So I think everyone needs a introspection. Why is this happening?
But are you also saying that the MVA alliance was an unholy one, because you had earlier as well said that the NCP and the Congress are not natural allies of Shiv Sena?
Obviously.
You sticking with that statement? So going forward, your alliance will be with the BJP?
It's now we are a group together. Let's see what happens in the...
Today, is this a show of strength to say, is this a message to Uddhav Thackeray that these are the people Shiv Sainiks are with you?
It is not a show of strength. They are Shiv Sainiks, and we are here to take blessings of Dharmavir Anandige sir.
In fact, there's another related breaking news update now coming in, that there is a big huddle now at the Raj Thackeray residence. Raj Thackeray has called for a critical meeting of his party. Raj Thackeray has called for a critical meeting of his party where all senior leaders of the MNS are present, and that meeting has been called at the residence of Raj Thackeray right now, and that meeting is underway, is the update that we have from Mumbai. All senior party leaders of the MNS have been called for that meeting. I'd like to go across to Alisha, who just broke that story, but before I do that, let me get in a word also from Piyush Ori and Shivangi also live with us. Piyush, before I come across to you, Shivangi, what's the update? Any update from Uddhav's residence?
Well, Niranjan, we actually have been reporting live since morning here now. Like we told you earlier, we reported earlier, there will be a rally later that Uddhav Thackeray is going to address at around 6 p.m. to party workers. But as we are seeing so much of activity happening in Thane, show of strength for Shinde, nothing really happening. No show of strength here. No leaders have come so far. It is completely silent. As numbers keep dwindling for Uddhav Thackeray, there has actually been no word right now, apart from Sanjay Raut, who earlier addressed the media and said that Shinde and I used to be very close. Again, playing on this emotional sentiments, Niranjan.
Stay with me. Alisha is joining me live. Let me go across to Alisha. Alisha is connected. Alisha, big meeting at Raj Thackeray's residence. Big meeting at his residence. What's going on? Now, there is a huge speculation that Raj Thackeray could have a huge role in this. Now, he does not have the MLAs to do much. But what are the possibilities with the MNS right now?
Well, yes, Niranjan, what we have been informed that it's a very crucial meeting that has been underway at Raj Thackeray residence in Dadar, and all the senior leaders has been present at Raj Thackeray residence in Dadar, and the meeting is been underway is what has been told. We know that already Eknath Shinde, who had a word with Raj Thackeray, but what we have been informed that was a courtesy call that was made by Eknath Shinde, because Raj Thackeray was in hospital. He was admitted in hospital, underwent surgery, and during when he was admitted, the first call the made at that point of time, and the second call when Raj Thackeray came back, when he was discharged and came back home, the second call was made by Eknath Shinde. But now looking into the situation, while yes, MNS has a one MLA, so that could also play a very crucial role, because we know that at this point of time, and even during the Rajya Sabha elections, where Manse has given a clear support to the Bharatiya Janata Party, and at this situation where to look into what exactly has been happening, so that is where Raj Thackeray has called for a meeting, and a crucial meet that has been underway at Raj Thackeray residence in Dadar. It is a bungalow where all the senior leaders has been present in the meet. Yes.
Yes, Alisha, stay with us. Let me go across to Piyush as well. Piyush, if you could once again take us through the big development coming in at this point. The Shinde camp revoking the support for the MVA. What does this really mean?
Well, yes, Samiksha, they have taken back their support from the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance, but it is important to point out that even if they do so, they will have to go to Maharashtra, they will have to prove the majority, they will have to take part in floor test, and then only the government would fall. But it is now official that the Shinde camp, along with 38 MLAs, they have now pulled back their support from Mahavikas Aghadi alliance, and that is what they have also mentioned on the page number 18 of the petition which has been filed in Supreme Court. Any minute from now, we can also hear the proceedings to begin in Supreme Court, and then things are going to get clear. Our colleague Priyanka also spoke to the son of Eknath Shinde, where he has said that the whip which has been issued, those are being issued by the Uddhav camp are illegal. We have the numbers and we should be called as the original Shiv Sena. But everything will clear after Supreme Court takes into account of the petitions. Those have been filed by Eknath Shinde camp. In fact, in their petitions, they have also said that they have got numbers. They have also mentioned that the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary and Sunil Prabhu as the whip and Ajay Chaudhary's appointment as Sena's legislative party leader in assembly should be termed as illegal. The biggest demand which they have said, which they have put in the petition is that this notice, disqualification in notice should also be termed as illegal, as they have the numbers. We'll have to wait and watch what is going to happen in court, but we can tell to our viewers is that there are 39 Shiv Sena MLAs which Shinde camp is claiming is there with them. More than 11 independent MLAs are there. Around 51 MLAs continue to hold up here at Radisson Blu Guwahati Hotel. It's the fifth day. Fifth day the MLAs are staying here. At one side, series of meetings are underway there in Mumbai at Devendra Fadnavis's residence,
Yes.
at Raj Thakre's residence. Also, Shiv Sena is also in huddle. On the other side here in Guwahati, Eknath Shinde also held a crucial meet. So he's keeping a close watch on all the developments. At 2 p.m. we can expect an official word coming in from Shinde camp, where they are most likely going to speak on the proceedings of Supreme Court. We are still waiting for the court to hear the petitions of Shinde camp. On the other side, Samiksha, the Thakre camp is claiming that even if Shinde camp has got a 2/3 majority, this disqualification notice implies on them because they have not merged with any political party. So we'll have to wait and watch what is going to happen, how Shinde camp is going to respond to that, and what will be the next course of action. And amidst all the developments, there's a very interesting development which has taken place, and that's the call between Raj Thakre and
Piyush,
Eknath Shinde.
stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Yes. Let me go across to Priyanka as well, who's reporting live from Thane. Priyanka, if you could once again enumerate for us, while you spoke exclusively to Eknath Shinde's son, what did he really say?
Well, clear message coming out from the Eknath Shinde camp via his son, the Shrikant Shinde, Samiksha, where he's clearly saying that this is the numbers, in fact, are on their side, that they are optimistic about the Supreme Court hearing, that they know that the Deputy Speaker's decision for disqualification of the MLAs had been completely illegal. Now, these are strong statements that Shrikant Shinde had made while in that exclusive conversation, Samiksha. Let's actually take a listen in to that exclusive conversation of Shrikant Shinde that he had with us just a few minutes ago.
Supreme Court, we have a hearing today, and the outcome of the Supreme Court judgment, I think it will be a positive one, because the decisions taken and the notices given by the Deputy Speaker was in itself illegal. A minority group cannot give a whip to a majority group. More than two-thirds of the members are together, and they are itself a Shiv Sena group. They are not a different group.
But the Uddhav Thackeray loyalists, in fact, have said that you can form your own political alliance with somebody else, but you are not Shiv Sena anymore, and legally you can't use the party symbol or the party name.
Everything will be sorted out in the Supreme Court. We have never said that we have moved out of Shiv Sena. We are still Shiv Sainik, and the group, it is the original Shiv Sena group.
So going forward, what will be the course of action from the Eknath Shinde camp? What will happen with Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, who have now said that you are the ones who betrayed Shiv Sena, you are the ones who betrayed Balsaheb Thackeray?
I think there is a need for introspection, and why this 40 MLAs from Shiv Sena itself and more than 10 MLAs, the independent MLAs, and it has not happened in the history that so big number has was very disturbed in this Mahavikas Aghadi, and they took a different decision. So I think everyone needs a introspection. Why is this happening?
But are you also saying that the MVA alliance was an unholy one, because you had earlier as well said that the NCP and the Congress are not natural allies of Shiv Sena?
Obviously.
You sticking with that statement? So going forward, your alliance will be with the BJP?
It's now we are a group together. Let's see what happens in the...
Today, is this a show of strength to say, is this a message to Uddhav Thackeray that these are the people Shiv Sainiks are with you?
It is not a show of strength. They are Shiv Sainiks, and we are here to take blessings of Dharmavir Anand Dighe sir.
Yes, and we have some big breaking news update coming in. The Uddhav camp, camp has revoked the portfolio of the Shinde camp rebels there. Let me go across to Piyush right now. Piyush, this is something you think on the expected lines, because earlier in the past few days we also reported how the Uddhav government had issued a whip as well to the rebel camp. Well, we will go across to Piyush. Let me go across to Alisha for more on this. Alisha, what more can you tell us?
Well, yes, it's a changes in the portfolio of the rebel ministers, and if I read out the statement that has been issued by the Chief Minister office, clearly stated that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has decided to hand over the portfolios of 5 cabinet ministers and 4 MOS to the other minister to ensure the smooth functioning of the public interest and to ensure the smooth functioning of the department in case of heavy rains and calamities. And if I read out the cabinet, the portfolios that has been given to the other, we can see that Eknath Shinde, who is an urban development public work department, has been given to Subhash Desai. Gulab Rao Patil's water supply and sanitation department has been given to Anil Parab. Dadaji Bhuse's agriculture and ex-servicemen welfare department has been given to Shankar Gadak. And even Sandipan Bumare, and there are other. Aditya Thackeray has been given the extra department of horticulture department, and this is also the Uday Samant, who yesterday have joined the rebel camp, the Shinde camp. His also portfolio has been given to Aditya Thackeray. So these are the changes that has been made by Uddhav Thackeray. The statement that has been given, it's a changes for the all 9 rebel ministers that has been handed over to the others. It's just because then the clearly stated that Chief Minister has taken this decision to ensure the smooth functioning of the public interest. To smooth the functioning of the department in case of heavy rains and calamity. So it's a Uddhav Thackeray's big jolt to the rebel MLAs, and we have earlier also has given this information.
And there you have it, Shrikant Shinde, in fact, going after paying his respects to Anand Dighe, and we had seen the clear messaging that had come to light from Shrikant Shinde. Actually, very quickly, if I could also get in a word from him because of the latest developments that we have gotten to know. Shrikant, we have just gotten to know that the cabinet ministers, in fact, the portfolios will be taken away. Uddhav Thackeray camp is clearly retaliating, isn't it?
I don't know.
But then what do you make of these MLAs and whose cabinet portfolios will also be taken away from them, and Uddhav Thackeray also saying that they are taking strict actions against your Shinde camp as well?
I think they are trying everything. Let's see what happens in the Supreme Court.
All right, we will get in a word from him later as well, because we are seeing that right now multiple developments that are coming out. And we are tracking that, and as of now, of course, not much of a comment from Shrikant Shinde, but him claiming that this is the Uddhav Thackeray government, that needs some kind of introspection, and they are the ones who lost out on the numbers of the Shiv Sainiks, and they are the ones who lost out on the MLAs as well, because Uddhav Thackeray had not been in touch with the MLAs, he had not been working for the party, he had not been working for Balasaheb Thackeray's principles, and right now what we see is Shrikant Shinde in fact making his way back towards the Anandi Ke Bhavan, and where he will be talking to several workers of Shiv Sena here in Thane, and we are tracking every movement here because there is a huge show of strength today, even though Shrikant Shinde categorically said that this is not a show of strength, but that's what it seems like, because the messaging that they want to send across to Uddhav Thackeray, to the rest of the Maharashtra as well, that they are the real Shiv Sainiks, they are the real Shiv Sena, and the ones who are with the Uddhav Thackeray clan are the ones who have betrayed the party principles, betrayed Balasaheb Thackeray, betrayed the principles of Hindutva, and that is why they are the ones who will be at the helm of affairs when it comes to the Shiv Sena party. And going forward with the politics of Maharashtra and forming the government in the state of Maharashtra as well. And we are tracking for you the movement of Shrikant Shinde, and we did get in a reaction from him with respect to the latest news break that Alisha was pointing out for us. And we are now looking at how Shrikant Shinde in fact making his way towards the Anandi Ke Bhavan. The messaging very, very clear. And also it's very important to note that this is happening in Thane, the bastion of Eknath Shinde, and the message to the people of Shiv Sena, to the people of Thane, to the people of Mumbai, to the people of Maharashtra, that they are the real Shiv Sena. And he very categorically said, he in fact challenged Uddhav Thackeray, and he said that they are the real Shiv Sena. They will continue using the party name, they will continue using the party symbol, because they are the ones working for Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy, and that Uddhav Thackeray is the one who carried out this unholy alliance with the Congress and the NCP. And we are in fact panning our cameras and showing you, Vijay Mayur is in fact showing you all the visuals of what's really happening here in Thane, because more and more workers, more and more party workers coming out to get a glimpse of Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son. And of course we had seen 2 days back where another gathering had taken place where Shrikant Shinde had been addressing the people of Thane, and he had been claiming that we are going to work once again for the legacy of Anand Dige and Balasaheb Thackeray. And now that's exactly what we saw today as well, Shrikant Shinde reiterating and claiming that we are the real Shiv Sena, and it's going to stay that way.
Yes, yes. Priyanka, stay with us. Let me go back to Alisha as well, who broke this big story for us. The Uddhav government, they're revoking the ministries, if we talk about the rebel camp there. Alisha, if you could break it down for us, how many of those rebel MLAs from the Shinde camp are ministers whose portfolio has now been stripped?
Well, Samiksha, we know that there are 5 cabinet ministers and 4 minister of state that is involved in Shinde camp, and Eknath Shinde itself is a cabinet minister. So we know that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who has taken away the portfolios from the rebel ministers, and that has been distributed to the other ministers as well, because the information that we are getting and the statement that has been released by Chief Minister Office clearly stating to ensure the smooth functioning of in the state of Maharashtra, and that is the reason why this decision has been taken. If I read out the portfolio that has been distributed to the other ministers, if we see that Eknath Shinde is an urban development, public works, and his department has been given to Subhash Desai. Gulab Rao Patil's water supply and sanitization department has been given to Anil Parab. Whereas Dadaji Bose is an agriculture and ex-serviceman welfare department, and Sandipan Bumre employment guarantee has been given to Shankar Gadak, and horticulture department and education department has been given to Aditya Thackeray. So these are the 5 cabinet ministers. Their portfolios have been distributed as they are not in Maharashtra. And earlier also we have informed to our viewers that there could be a possibility that the portfolio will be taken from the rebel minister, and that is what has been done. The decision has been taken by the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, and in a press release, in a press statement that has been issued by Chief Minister Office, clearly stated that the 9 ministers who have been involved, who have been in Shinde camp, they have been, and right now who are in Guwahati, their portfolios have been distributed to the other ministers. Yes.
Yes, Alisha, stay with us. Let me get a quick word from Sambhav as well. We will be going across to Sambhav, who's reporting live from outside the Supreme Court, slipping into a very short break for now.
Chief Minister has taken the portfolios of the rebel minister who is present in Guwahati, but all eyes on a Supreme Court hearing which will going to take place on a petition that has been filed by Shinde camp. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here. Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today University's rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
And in other international news, NASA launched a rocket from the Arnhem Space Center in Australia's Northern Territory on Sunday. This is NASA's first launch from a commercial spaceport outside the US and the first in Australia in 27 years. Rocket struck a residential area of Kharkiv, causing damage to residential properties and a hospital. According to the police, the rockets were launched from Russia's Belgorod region, where 2 people have been hospitalized with injuries. And in other international news, the US space agency NASA launched a rocket from the newly built Australian Arnhem Space Center. According to media, it was the first commercial rocket launch in Australia's history and NASA's first from a launch pad outside the
And tracking all the latest on Maharashtra political crisis, which has now taken a legal turn, the hearing for which is also set to begin shortly. We are told that the matter is listed at 34. We will be going across to Sambhav as well, who's reporting live, tracking all the court updates from outside the Supreme Court. The latest we are learning is that the hearing was set to begin very shortly, and Eknath Shinde's son is also very confident of the numbers. We have our executive editor Rhythm also joining us for her perspective. Rhythm, if you could give a legal analysis as to the hearing which is set to begin anytime now.
Well, absolutely. 3 matters away, the Supreme Court is going to be hearing the biggest Maharashtra political crisis that has taken place recently. Let's also tell our viewers today what is expected is we have to see whether the constitutional courts will be looking into this matter of a political crisis. 3 matters to go where the top court is going to be hearing the matter, and 3 cases away is where we are being told this case is going to happen. What is at stake here for the entire Maharashtra government? It is the very foundation of the MBA that is going to be questioned and asserted in the top court of the country. Appearing for the Shiv Sena, we've seen Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, legal will be leading them. On the other side, for the Eknath Shinde camp, we've been told that there will be Neeraj Kishan Kaul, former Additional Solicitor General of India. As the high-octave hearing will begin in the top court of the country, the first thing that Eknath Shinde's camp is going to be telling the Supreme Court is the disqualification of 16 MLAs by the Deputy Speaker has been unconstitutional and illegal. Viewers, as we continue to stay with the reporters who are bringing us non-stop updates from Guwahati, Mumbai, the Supreme Court, and the capital, we first tell you that in the Supreme Court, what is going to be seen is whether the actions of the Deputy Speaker were illegal and unconstitutional in going ahead and saying that 16 MLAs were expelled and they were no longer a part of the Legislative Assembly. We've seen Eknath Eknath Shinde's camp filed 2 petitions in the Supreme Court that have quickly been given a hearing today. Now what we have to see after this hearing, because this is a political crisis that is going to be solved in the topmost court of the country, is whether the camp of Uddhav is able to impress upon the court that the actions of the Deputy Speaker were in fact not unconstitutional. As of now, his camp that is being led by Devdas and Dr. Singh are going to be told and schedule. It is very much legal for him to have disqualified the MLAs, whereas the technicality of the 10th schedule is going to be used by the Eknath Shinde camp to say the House was not in session. As we're giving you this alert, let me tell you that All right. As this is happening, let me also tell you that inside the courtroom, we are seeing that a lot of people have already made their way. And there is the Shinde camp that withdraws the support, and the MD is misusing the power of the Deputy Speaker is what Shinde camp has said. They've also said the Deputy Speaker has the power misused to stay in power. As all this is happening, I want to tell our viewers that we are going to be seeing in the Supreme Court a political battle that is being fought between the topmost courts of the country, between the two big camps in the MBA government.
Yes. So, Rhythm there giving her analysis as the hearing is set to begin any time now. The matter is at 31 now, and Maharashtra crisis matter is listed at 34 is what we are told in the latest. So, Rhythm there getting us the fastest Supreme Court updates. A lot of developments taking place simultaneously, a lot of political developments in Maharashtra as well, where a massive show of strength by the Shinde camp. And Rhythm is back with us. Rhythm, over to you.
Okay, all right. So let me also tell you, viewers, as we are giving you the latest updates, item 32 is being heard in the top court of the country. It is 2 matters away that Court 16, Justice Surya Kant and Justice Pardiwala are going to give a hearing to the Maharashtra point boiler of a thriller. But what we also have to see is the precedent that is going to be laid down today after the top court has heard this case, because on the one side, it's the actions of the Deputy Speaker being called unconstitutional, and on the other side, we are seeing them saying that these actions are constitutional. Viewers, let me also quickly tell you that there is a particular part in the petition that has been filed by the Shinde camp in the Supreme Court, which says 38 MLAs have withdrawn support to the MBA government. If this is so, there are 2 things that quickly happen. One, the MBA government in its present form becomes a minority government. It loses its constitutionally endowed majority that it had earlier. It clearly means that this government has fallen. Today, they are only waiting for the Supreme Court to be giving a final authoritative stamp on whether the MLA's disqualification is illegal. Next week, we are going to be quickly seeing this week fast-paced developments in the state. If the Supreme Court today says, yes, the Speaker's action should be set aside or stayed for the time being till they possibly hear the case further. But the second point that happens now is this 38 MLAs, if they are no longer a part of this government, will therefore ensure that this government is compromised, unstable, and completely cannot continue in power. Item 32 continues to be Item 32 continues to be heard in the top court of the country. And as we are repeating this, I also want to go across to the words that are there in this particular case that have been given in the paragraph that are so clear, where it says, it is common knowledge that the current government in the state of Maharashtra, led by the Mahavikas Aghadi government alliance, has lost the majority in the House. All right, before I continue, item 33 is on. Yes, let me also go across to Editor-in-Chief Arnhem Goswami, who's joining us on the phone line. Arnhem, we bring a massive news alert. Item 33 is on, 1 case away. How are you looking at these developments that are going to be taking place outside and inside the court?
Well, I really doubt if, you know the courts better, I really doubt if there's going to be a very prolonged hearing today to them. I think that both sides will be asked to appear and their counsels will present themselves. And I think even if there is an argument, it's going to be a brief argument. And I think what the Eknath Shinde camp would be hoping is that they get a stay on the disqualification. Now, if there is a stay on the disqualification of these 16 MLAs, then it's a big setback that we have for Uddhav. And I think what the Shinde camp is hoping is that once they have that setback, then they will probably hit the ground in Maharashtra. So I think it's just one matter away. But I really doubt if there's going to be a very long and prolonged hearing today, Rhythm, on this case. I don't think so. I think at the most they're expecting that notices will be given, both sides will be presented, another date will be given, and there'll be an interim stay. I think that's what the Shinde camp will be hoping for. What do you think?
Absolutely, Arnhem, that's a very correct legal analysis, because today, as we are seeing the courts of the country hearing this politically controversial matter, we have to see in a short hearing the vacation bench is able to take a long judgment or whether it's going to give a short order. Arnhem, I also want to ask you one question about something that's become so critical. It's a part of the petition where the Shinde camp has alleged before the Supreme Court that the majority of the MVA government is over because they have withdrawn their support, thus bringing it below the majority in the House. I think the only thing is the writing on the wall is clear. What the Shinde camp is really waiting for is some sort of an authoritative order from the top court of the country, or not.
Well, I think what they will be also hoping is that if they can manage to get a stay on the disqualification of the 16 MLAs, then the next question will be about the appointment of a speaker. You see, Rhythm, the position of speaker is vacant. Now, if the Eknath Shinde camp, even if they absent themselves, is the BJP in a position along with the independents to appoint the speaker? So what I think they're looking for is sort of two quick successes if that happens for them. One will be the disqualification of the 16 MLAs, and then they will possibly hope for the appointment of a speaker. That puts them in a situation where they can try and claim a numerical majority, and then get into the other question of whether a minority group can actually appoint a leader over the majority group. That is a third question. But if I were to, I think your understanding where the picture is, I think that what the Shinde camp wants now is a series of legal victories. Let the semantics and the rest of it, be done by the other side for now. I think they're looking for a few legal victories before they return to Maharashtra. Rhythm.
Absolutely. And if that does...
Are we on 34 yet? Are we on 34 yet?
Yes. Arnhem, we are on item number 33. That is currently going on. One matter away, and this matter reaches the Supreme Court of India, which is going to be giving a hearing to this. Arnhem, the one thing that has been stated in the two petitions that have been filed before the court is that the Deputy Speaker's actions are illegal. We've also seen Dr. Singhvi, who's appearing for the Shiv Sena camp, clearly being told to state what Devdutt had stated in a case yesterday, that the House was not in session is not going to be a ground to see the Deputy Speaker's action as illegal. Even as this technicality will have to be decided by the courtroom, this becomes extremely crucial, because this is going to set the precedent for later cases that are going to be relying upon this.
Yeah, but this whole action by the Deputy Speaker, obviously there's a political angle to it. He's looking at technicalities, whether the signature was correct, what signature looks forged, etc. And as of now, what they are doing is they are using the actions of the Deputy Speaker to buy time. But then what is buying time for? Buying time would be effective if the Eknath Shinde camp were to break up. But we have seen yesterday that one more MLA has joined them. So the sheer act of buying time is not leading to any erosion of the number of MLAs who are sitting at the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati. So I think today is the day. I mean, if there is a victory that these guys score, if they get a stay of any kind, then the game shifts, then the ball shifts away. I mean, then the Eknath Shinde camp will have the edge.
Absolutely. And as you're giving us those details, Arnhem, I want to ask you another question. One case to go, the matter and excitement in the Supreme Court reaching a fever pitch with a high-octave battle being seen in the Supreme Court.
Let me ask you, Rhythm, do you think there's going to be a prolonged hearing today? I mean, do you think, as the way things go in the first hearing, is this going to be a prolonged hearing in your view? You think it'll be prolonged?
Well, what's going to happen, what usually happens in such cases, Arnab, is that a notice is issued to the other side to give out their written replies, which takes time. But keeping in mind that this is a political crisis, the court could possibly hear this matter today for some time maybe and grant some sort of a stay, or something could possibly happen as an interim order could be passed by the Supreme Court if the lawyers are able to impress upon the court the urgency and the need of this case to be heard today itself. So there are two things that can happen. One, it can be a quick 10-minute hearing on when a notice can be issued and both the sides will have to wait for the next hearing. Or in the second alternative, if the lawyers are able to...
Yeah. Hello? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll hold this for just a moment. I think we lost the video link there with Rhythm. If you're watching this on Republic right now, I expect this to be on way, this case, in about 5 to 10 minutes. Having seen many such cases in the past, my own assumption would be there would be a limited amount of argument on both by the litigators, but it wouldn't go beyond a 10-15 minute session. Rhythm broadly agreeing with me. Please stay, ladies and gentlemen, with us. We are all on our tenterhooks right now. Rhythm, back to you. We lost the link in between. I was holding it there. We know what waiting for cases is like. Yeah, we always laugh about this, Rhythm. You and I have waited for so many cases involving Republic with the Maharashtra government on the other side that this is interesting in another manner. Watching this, are we on 34 yet?
Yes, absolutely. Arnab, let's tell you the breaking news that's coming in. The hearing on the petition of Eknath Shinde and 15 rebel MLAs begins in the top court of the country. The bench of Justice Suryakant and Justice Pardiwala have started the hearing in the case. And as we are speaking this and giving out, Dr. Singhvi is appearing in this case for the Shiv Sena. We've seen Neeraj Kishan Kaul making an appearance in the courtroom, who's appearing for the Shinde camp. We're also being told that it's possible there are... all right, let me go across viewers to the first updates coming in from the Supreme Court. Senior Advocate Neeraj Kishan Kaul for the petitioners has already started saying the Deputy Speaker cannot proceed with the disqualification proceedings when the resolution seeking his removal is pending. He also cites the Naban Rebia decision of the Supreme Court. So as we are speaking, already we can see Neeraj Kishan Kaul making those arguments before the top court of the country, saying the Deputy... Arnab, if I can just come across to you, massive as the first words are that the Deputy Speaker's disqualification.
He's gone for the jugular. You see, Neeraj Kishan Kaul is a great and veteran constitutional expert. He knows that he has to get to the jugular right at the start. He doesn't know how much time he's going to get to argue. So I think by saying that the Deputy Speaker is in no position to disqualify MLAs when his own position is in doubt, is going to raise the hackles on the other side. I think it's a fantastic argument with him. I think he's gone for the jugular right at the start, and I think that's the headline right now. Shinde camp goes for the jugular right at the start. It's a brilliant argument that's been put out there. We'll have to see. Abhishek Singhvi is no greenhorn. He's going to respond hard. This is going to be interesting.
Yes. Absolutely. And Arnab, I want to also ask you, as this is the first statement that is coming in, this is very clear. As Senior Advocate and former Additional Solicitor General of India, Neeraj Kishan Kaul speaks and says the Deputy Speaker cannot proceed with the disqualification. It's crystal clear. In one line, the case is made out that when there is a petition for his resolution for his removal pending, how can he be taking such decisions? It's happened earlier also that we've seen certain decisions are taken by authorities when they have a constitutional post, but later it's found to be illegal, Arnab. Okay, if I can ask you, Arnab, again, what we're trying to pick out is even earlier in the precedent, we've seen cases where actions of the constitutional experts are seen to be illegal when there is a proceeding for removal of that particular person pending.
Rhythm, I lost you in the last part, please.
Sure. Let me, Arnab, tell you that the leader of rebels, Eknath Shinde, has moved to the Supreme Court, and what we are being told as I'm speaking right now is in the application Shinde has said, Roth said MVA government is not in control of the crowd. If they do anything against me and other MLAs, action needs to be taken. Another point is going to be the security of these MLAs. Arnhem, that will come up, but I want to first go across to another breaking news alert coming in from the Supreme Court that is hearing the matter, where the first questions have been asked by the judge. Justice Suryakant makes an observation, Mr. Kaul, why have you not approached the High Court? To which Neeraj Kishan Kaul has answered, I have three answers. First, the 226's existence is not a constitutional bar to come to the Supreme Court in Article 32. Second reason, in any number of cases like the floor test, disqualification, your lordships have passed on to Article 32. And the third reason is that a minority of the legislative party is subverting the state machinery, or attacking our house, saying our dead bodies will be returned. The atmosphere is not conducive for us to exercise our rights in Maharashtra and in the Bombay courts.
Well, these are the kind of statements which have been unfortunately been made by Mr. Sanjay Raut yesterday. And he tried to make it look metaphorical yesterday when he said that, it is I only met another way that people's souls have gone and the bodies will come back. But the fact is that is being used brilliantly by the Eknath Shinde camp. Now, the fact of the matter is that what have they said in their petition? They have said that there is complete disregard of the judgment of the court in the matter of Nebab Remia, Deputy Speaker of Arunachal Pradesh. That's a 2016 case. And Rhythm, that when such very, very specific, then the court will also have to go, and basically the argument here is that the speaker's position is vacant, and Nana Patole resigned from the position of speaker in November 2021, and therefore there is nobody really who can adjudicate upon disqualification petition. So I think question will be whether this was given thought, whether there was deep thought given. What else are we hearing from the updates from the other side of them?
Yes, Arnhem, it's first going to be Neeraj Kishan Kaul who will be getting a chance to speak right now, where he's talking about the existence and the atmosphere right now not conducive. And he also says, I respectfully say there is not a constitutional bar. If there is discretion, then I would submit that disqualification and notice for barring hearing have to be dealt with under Article 32. So, Arnab, if I could just clarify and simplify for our viewers this technicality, Article 226 is what under which someone can go to the Bombay High Court. The Supreme Court has asked, why have you not gone to the High Court and come here? In Article 32, which is a right of every citizen. To reply to that, Justice Neeraj Kishan Kaul has clearly stated that the atmosphere in the state is not conducive. I want to also say, he's gone on to say, the Supreme Court has said it is impermissible for the Deputy Speaker to decide on the disqualification petition till the no confidence motion against him is decided. So, Arnab, he's really gone into great details about what the powers of the Speaker are. And as he's speaking, I'm going to let you know, he also says, the overarching question is, can you at all proceed? The most important argument is, how can you get a specific mandate? What is the date of the notice? Justice Kant asks a crucial question. Neeraj Kishan Kaul says June 25th. Justice Kant says, no, your date. And Neeraj Kishan Kaul, I beg your pardon, says it is 21st. Or 21st. So let me, viewers, tell you that let me also go across to Swapnil Kothari, who's joining us on the phone line. Swapnil, these are fast-paced developments, as we were hearing Arnab also speaking. Neeraj Kishan Kaul says the actions of the Deputy Speaker are illegal.
Rhythm, Mr. Neeraj Kishan Kaul is absolutely going straight for the main point here, and he's ensuring that what happens in this case is that it's not going to be a prolonged hearing. It's going to be possibly some arguments, and there's definitely going to be a stay on the aspect of if the arguments don't get concluded today, that the Speaker cannot adjudicate upon the disqualification plea invoked by the Mr. Uddhav Thackeray's regime, simply because the Speaker himself has not been appointed properly, especially because it was not there was no session. Also, the Shiv Sena, as it stands today, or as it stood on that day when it appointed the Deputy Speaker, did not have the requisite numbers to do so. So it's very clear that this is not going to pan out the way most people in Mr. Thackeray's camp would expect. to do. The Supreme Court is going to go by the sheer number of it, and also going to ensure that no injustice is done to either side, and more so to the side that faces a disqualification angle, especially from somebody who's been appointed by the Shiv Sena, as it were, because the deputy speaker has to be impartial. Here, obviously, there will be a partiality bias sort of a perception here. And that is where there could possibly be a change of the deputy speaker as far as this aspect is concerned. And that is what they would have asked for, that if at all disqualification notice has to be decided, it has to be decided upon by another speaker. Now, the Supreme Court will have to deal with 2 points. First of all, the most important point is that whether the speaker himself had the power to issue a disqualification notice. If he did not have the power, the question of adjudicating upon such a notice does not arise. This point is that you will have to then appoint a second speaker who is a neutral speaker, because that is also will be an assertion or an averment by the Neeraj Kishan Kaul's camp out there, that is the Eknath Shinde camp, that you need to appoint somebody who's neutral. And then, if that neutral deputy speaker thinks fit that they need to be issued a disqualification notice, and by only 16, there have been some 30
I just want to, Swapnil, go across to the latest updates that are coming in from the Supreme Court, where Neeraj Kishan Kaul is talking, and he says in 2019, Shinde was the unanimously appointed leader of the party, but in 2022, a suo motu meeting is held and a new whip is issued. The ground taken against me is I have voluntarily given up the party membership. He says the most important matter right now to see is whether the deputy speaker can proceed with the issue when a constitutional bench of the Supreme Court says he cannot proceed when his removal is in question. So as we are saying this, the Supreme Court is also being told the second issue is the manner in which he's proceeding in undue haste without following the principles of natural justice. Very clear attack by the Eknath Shinde camp on the speaker and the role with which he's played here. I also want to tell our viewers that he says that this undue haste is absolutely illegal with which the speaker has acted out today. And I also want to say that other alerts that are coming in from the Supreme Court, as I'm going to continue to stay with Swapnil as well, are the overarching questions, and also what has been stated by him when he's asked about the date, that the majority of the legislative party appointed Eknath Shinde as the chief, then the minority faction, which is 19 MLAs, has now made Ajay Chaudhary as their chief in a quiet meeting. They informed the deputy speaker and Chaudhary is declared. So what is it that is being stated by Kaul inside the courtroom is the majority faction wrote to the deputy speaker about their decision. Then the rebel MLAs get a notice to report for a meeting by the minority MLAs. When the MLAs do not attend, based on the notice issued on the same day, a disqualification is filed. He says, but the deputy speaker cannot proceed when there is a no confidence motion, and Justice Kant then asks, June 24th you issued notice, and that is after June 25th. Why cannot you raise this before the deputy speaker itself? The Justice Kaul says, but the Supreme Court expressly bars, kindly see the judgments, just be Paris. All right. So Swapnil, I want to once again come back to you. This has now become a legal issue when they're talking about the powers of the deputy speaker.
Well, absolutely. The question is that the powers can be exercised only by a legitimate deputy speaker. If the appointment of the deputy speaker itself is in question, then obviously the question of exercise of any powers comes, it's a secondary issue. So what Mr. Kaul is arguing upon is that the appointment itself is illegitimate. So obviously, and he's going to cite some 2-3 judgments in support of that. And, the question by Justice, whoever the judge is asking him that why don't you approach the deputy speaker itself yourself? Well, obviously, there is an Article 32 petition. There are other overarching questions apart from this itself. So obviously, the court itself is seized of the jurisdiction. It's an appropriate jurisdiction. And as Mr. Kaul rightly pointed out, that Article 226 is not a bar to approaching the Supreme Court under Article 32, because there is no law that says that you cannot approach the Supreme Court directly, especially when fundamental rights are involved. And Article 32 deals with that. And there is obviously a fundamental right to freedom of association, freedom of speech and expression. So there is no question when both these fundamental rights, and of course Article 14, which is equality, because this issuance of the whip by a so-called deputy speaker has been arbitrary, unconstitutional, and has been quite hasty in that sense. So it's without application of mind. So that is what the assertion of the Neeraj Kishan Kaul is. And that is exactly what it's going to, appeal to the Supreme Court, hopefully in that sense. And they will exercise their power to give a stay on the disqualification aspect. But I believe that what they need to do is that apart from giving a stay, they need to conclude the arguments as fast as possible so as to give a direction to the state of Maharashtra as to what they need to do and how the governor needs to proceed, whether they need to approach the floor of the House to get their numbers vetted or not. Because that is the more important issue rather than the disqualification aspect, which needs to be over and done with in pretty fast. Because this cannot be, prolonged beyond a certain point, because the state cannot be held in abeyance with a council of ministers or with the, without rather the appropriate government in force. You cannot have this going on. It's been going on. This is day 6 or day 7, I believe, of what has happened, what has been transparent since the last week or so. So this cannot keep going on ad nauseum. You have to come to some sort of a conclusion, and it would be best for the Supreme Court to adjudicate upon it rather than saying that please go back to the High Court or please go to the Deputy Speaker. I don't think that's the call that they will take, given the the gravity of the issue and given the extreme powers of judicial review that the Supreme Court has got, not only under Article 32 but also under Article 141 of the Constitution. So that is very, very important that they need to exercise that. And I'm sure that they will exercise it. I beg your pardon, Article 141 of the Constitution, not 141.
Swapnil, I also want to ask you, as the judgment in the Nebia Rabia case is being read on, that is the Arunachal Pradesh 2016 matter, the Supreme Court has asked questions that are now being answered by Neeraj Kishan Kaul. But let me just encapsulate what's been happening in the Supreme Court, where the Maharashtra political hearing is continuing, when the Supreme Court says, why did you raise these objections before the Deputy Speaker? And Shinde's lawyer Neeraj Kishan Kaul says it is wrong for the Speaker to issue such a notice. The Speaker was in a hurry in this manner. The order is against the natural law, as he's given a 5 p.m. deadline. I think what is most important is how Swapnil, right at the very start of the hearing, like Arnhem was pointing out in that mono, the Shinde camp has gone in for the jugular and questioned the role of the Deputy Speaker here.
Well, absolutely. Arnhem was absolutely bang on point there. There's no question that anybody who's representing the Shinde camp will go straight for the fact that the Deputy Speaker's appointment itself was illegitimate and did not have the appropriate numbers. Now, it is for the court to look at that, and I believe the court will look at it the way the Shinde camp, Mr. Kaul's arguments, and be persuaded by that, simply because unless they say that it doesn't have to be in session for the Deputy Speaker to issue the whip. Now, if that is the call that the Supreme Court takes, then it may not gel well with the Shinde camp, but then they'll have to gulp it with a pinch of salt and then wait for the disqualification, which may or may not happen. And if the disqualification so happens after the legitimacy of the Deputy Speaker given by the Supreme Court, then the rebel camp can always approach the Supreme Court saying that, look, we've been disqualified illegally. We had the numbers. The anti-defection law does not come into the picture. The paragraph 4 of the 10th schedule of the Constitution, as amended by the 91st Amendment, clearly says that 2/3 majority is very much legitimate, and either the party merges with the party that it wants to associate with, say, for example, the rebel faction merges with the BJP, or alternatively forms a new faction, which is as per the paragraph 4 of the 10th schedule of the Constitution. So in any case, the Supreme Court will look at it very objectively and say that, yes, you have the 37. If the 37 stand before the Supreme Court, not only just the lawyer, but not only the signatures, but even all 37 physically standing before the Supreme Court and saying that, yes, this is what we 37 are, then in that sense, the Supreme Court will have no other option but to nullify the disqualification taken by the Speaker, firstly assuming that the Speaker so appointed is legal, if that is what the Supreme Court arrives at. But I don't know whether it's going to arrive at that conclusion today itself. It may post the arguments tomorrow for a later stage, saying that, look, meanwhile, there is a stay on this, and then tomorrow we'll hear these arguments conclusively, because I believe that this battle is not going to end so fast, especially within a,
All right, so I just want to interrupt you for 1 minute as our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, rejoins us on this rolling coverage that we have from the Supreme Court. Arnab, the bench has risen for a 2-minute break and the hearing will continue post that. But till now, what we've heard is Neeraj Kishan Kaul, senior advocate appearing in the courtroom, has said the Deputy Speaker acted in a hasty manner, and he's given time till only 5 p.m. today. It is principles of natural justice that need to be looked at. So as Neeraj has begun his arguments, Arnab, the clear picture we are getting, as you earlier said, they're going in for the jugular and questioning each action of the Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, of course, there's a shadow on the actions of the Deputy Speaker. At this point of time,
I think any slight observation by the court also on the actions of the Deputy Speaker will be a huge blow to the Uddhav Thackeray camp. And I really doubt if the court will let this pass, Rhythm. I mean, there are obvious issues here. There's a constitutional and court precedent. There's a legal precedent of 2016 which has been cited out here. So there isn't much legroom. I'd really like to see what Abhishek Manu Singhvi's argument is going to be here, because it's also a question of numbers. And as you know, the other question is, which I'm sure Mr. Kaul will argue, will be about the appointment at some point of time later when the argument comes about the appointment of the leader of the legislature party. It's quite clear that protocol and processes have been broken there as well. So once the court resumes, it seems to me that this could be a lengthy hearing, because the court is in no mood to just have a 10-minute hearing like we thought it could. I think it's going to be a long one with them. I think it's going to continue today. I think the court is beginning to understand the urgency of this matter, and maybe that's why it was listed as item number 34 in the first place.
Absolutely, and Arnab, we could see maybe perhaps even a decision from the court today on the matter. It seems to me. Yes, Arnab, it's possible that an interim order comes, like you're correctly saying. Arnab, the one thing that has been stated when the Supreme Court has asked them, why have you not gone to the High Court, is also that the atmosphere in Bombay is not conducive in this matter, and therefore they have come straight to the Supreme Court in Article 32. We've seen it earlier also, Arnab, when the atmosphere is not conducive. Several people believe that it's the Supreme Court that needs to be completely gone to. But this is very critical, because here he's not talking about common citizens like you and I. He's talking about politicians and saying the atmosphere is not even conducive for them. This is a very serious charge against the current MPA government. Yeah, and of course, you see the numbers are also changing so fast. And many of the MLAs who, as they are pointing out, who had signed in favor of Ajay Chaudhary as the Shiv Sena legislature party leader have also moved. Since then, some of them have ended up going to Radisson, Guwahati themselves. That is also a factor that the court will have to go into. Yes. Has Abhishek Singhvi begun his arguments? What's he saying? So the bench has taken a short break, Arnab, a 2-minute break, and they have risen for that. So roughly in around 5 minutes or now, we shall once again see Neeraj Kishan Kaul continuing with the arguments. After Neeraj Kishan Kaul, settles down, we're going to then see a reply, a response, a rejoinder from Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi appearing for the Shiv Sena. And Arnab, the critical point they're going to be stating is that under the 10th schedule, even if the House is not in session, the Deputy Speaker had the right to disqualify the MLAs. The larger point that is being spoken about now, Arnab, is if there are no numbers, if 38 MLAs are indeed no longer a part of the MVA, irrespective, the government is shaky, it is unstable, and it should immediately step down if it becomes a minority government. There's another aspect out here, is that of the objectivity of the Speaker's chair or the Deputy Speaker's chair, which has really been put into question out here. And I would be surprised if that is not an argument that Mr. Neeraj Kishan Kaul puts in here today. And that's precisely the point. Some of the happenings that have happened in the Maharashtra legislature, especially in the course of the last couple of years, have put a shadow over the objectivity and functioning of the Maharashtra legislature. And point to note here will be that you remember the case where they had summoned me with a half-an-hour notice, when some summons were issued saying you're showing disrespect to the Chief Minister, we need you to come and explain yourself before the House. At that point of time I don't want to overstep right now, but I see the functioning of the chair at that time has been anything but objective. I mean, if the Deputy Speaker becomes an extension of the political apparatus, then it casts deep shadows on the functioning of the legislature. And that is a question which the court will be very interested in looking at, because this is not the first time that a shadow has been cast on the functioning of the chair in the Maharashtra Assembly rhythm. Yes. In fact, Arnhem, if I can just go across and pinpoint to exactly what you are speaking about, because on November 24, 2020, Hari Salve had appeared in the matter with the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker's actions had been questioned. And at that time, I still remember how aghast the Supreme Court was. And they had wondered whether they need to be sending a notice to a statement that had been made on direction of the Speaker. They asked, should the Speaker be served a notice? All right, viewers, coming back to the case at hand, the judges have returned. The hearing is resumed. Neeraj Kishan Paul is now reading out critical paras from the Nabam Rabia decision. And like you said, the most critical point is also to see the role of the Speaker here, because the conduct of the Speaker in asking for disqualification when already there are proceedings for his removal pending are going to be seen as extremely critical by the top court.
Yeah, when this particular case, which is being referred to out here, is one of many cases which the court will look at when they had decided, and numbers at the end of the day do matter. You will remember 1998. Kalyan Singh was chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, and the governor had removed him, and he had invited Jagadambika Pal. Jagadambika Pal formed the government, but the court said that no, you need to have a floor test, and that led to that ugly situation. And therefore we have to keep in mind that perhaps in this case, the Maharashtra government or the group may not have got the right legal advice, because this particular case had come up in 2016, the Nabam Remia case. At that time there was a 5-judge constitution bench, and 21 MLAs out of 47 had said that they were being forced to resign because they did not support the sitting chief minister. And at that point of time, the court said that the MLAs who are the 21 MLAs do not constitute a recognizable and legitimate breakaway group. So the bench pointed out at that point of time that the governor must keep clear of any horse trading and must keep objectivity, and the court said that the governor never called for a floor test or require the chief minister to establish his majority in the House. So, so what does this particular case prove? Among other things, what this case proves is that the significant number of Shiv Sena MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde give him an edge in these proceedings in court. Repeatedly in the 2016 case, the Supreme Court had gone by who has the numbers. So, the fact that there is a 38, 39, 40-member group who are with Eknath Shinde, I'm sure that's going to matter in court today, because all these, eventually the court, as you know, all this bench will be guided by how previous benches have also decided on similar matters.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And so what are the arguments of Mr. Kaul right now? Can you update us on what's going on in court?
Yes, Arnhem, exactly what you are saying, and speaking about the Nabam Rabia decision in great details. And we must tell our viewers, it is very rare that an editor-in-chief has such legal prowess to be understanding the technicalities of even the earlier case and the numbers, which I personally had forgotten as well. So Arnhem, I just want to go back to what Neeraj Kishan Paul is saying, why would a speaker who is confident of his majority fear a floor test? He's gone to the butt of the matter when he's reading out the Nabam Rabia judgment and said, when the position of the speaker is under challenge through a notice of resolution for his removal, it would seem just and appropriate that the speaker first demonstrate his rights to continue, and then he goes on to something that is being feared, I believe, by the Uddhav camp, talking about a floor test and saying, why would a speaker who is confident of his majority fear a floor test? As we are hearing these two critical aspects on by Neeraj Kishan Paul, we really have to see how Dr. Singhvi could be able to take this on, because this is a clear indication they have the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, there is. That's why I'm saying I'm very curious beyond, of course, political factors, how Mr. Singhvi is going to make an argument in this case. Because you want to have a floor test. If you have a floor test, then you cannot have a false disqualification before that. Why is the false disqualification happening? Because someone has figured out mathematically that if you remove 16 MLAs out of this group, then this group cannot, will lose the ability
to be qualified or to bypass the anti-defection law. And probably the numbers also would be just about under the halfway mark. So that's why this calculation of 16. Why are only 16 people disloyal out of a group of 39? Rhythm, does that make any sense? Is it going by personal preference? At the end of the day, personal preferences don't matter. If there are 38 people who have avowed their loyalty to Eknath Shinde, then let all 38 be disqualified. Why disqualify 16 and keep the others intact? These are political subjectivities which cannot be argued in court. The court will simply be curious to know, and I'd be very surprised if the bench does not ask this question: why are you disqualifying 16? On what basis? Have they? Which is the Lakshman Rekha? Which law have they broken? Are they convicts? Are they people who have violated any rule which does not allow them to remain to be eminent? This is completely subjective. So I think they're in a very confusing situation out there. I think, but I'd still be very, very curious. Abhishek Manu Singhvi experienced like hell. I know he knows how to argue the case. So I'd be very interested in seeing how he frames his argument. In fact, I'm more curious to see his argument than this side.
Well, I do believe that our sources tell us, Arnhem, the basic argument that Dr. Singhvi shall be making here is going on the 10th schedule that deals with the anti-defection law and stating that since these people had done activities that were against what they should have done, if the House is in session, the 16 MLAs disqualification should be upheld. But the critical point in that is the House has to be in session when certain activities occur, and the Shinde camp is saying there is no House in session. But we'll still have to wait for what the Deputy Speaker says. Arnab, I also want to say that as the Deputy Speaker is being challenged, the Neeraj Kishan Kaul is now reading out articles of the Constitution to say how they have been conflicted, where he says any change in the strength and composition of the Assembly by disqualifying sitting MLAs for the period during which the notice of resolution for removal of the Speaker is pending is in conflict, they say, Arnab, with the mandate of Article 179C. So they've really a constitutional case in which constitutional expert, a very experienced lawyer, Neeraj Kishan Kaul, former Additional Solicitor General and Senior Advocate of the top court, has gone in and stated that even under articles of the Constitution, the acts of the Deputy Speaker are unconstitutional.
Yes, of course. I think that if the Deputy Speaker gets a drubbing today, look at the political impact. I'm only looking at this as a political journalist. If the Deputy Speaker gets a drubbing today, it is a big blow for whatever is left of the MVA alliance, and that will lead to sort of a strengthening of the position of the Eknath Shinde camp. And we are anyway debating this at 9:00 tonight. But I think Mr. Kaul is in his elements, and his first argument itself was going for the absolute jugular on the first one. Right? So yes, it will be fascinating to see how he figures this one from here on. Fascinating to see how he figures this one from here on. Very, very exciting. I'm gonna see you in the studio in a bit. I've got to take a couple of calls. I'll see you in the studio in a bit.
All right. As we continue waiting, Arnab, for you to come back, we continue giving the non-stop alerts from the Supreme Court, where Neeraj Kishan Kaul is clearly talking about the Nabam Rebia decision, which Arnab had spoken about. Arnab also gave out the numbers in that decision, where they are saying that this is constitutionally impermissible. Look at the language and the clarity of thought with which Senior Advocate Neeraj Kishan Kaul addresses the topmost court of the country when he talks about the Speaker's actions and says it's constitutionally impermissible for him to adjudicate upon the disqualifications under the 10th schedule when a notice of resolution for his own removal from the office of Speaker is pending. Viewers, this clearly is the matter, whether the conduct of the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker here can be working in this manner. And we've seen in several states, we've seen it several times earlier, this tussle on the role of the Speaker versus others does happen. But this judgment, therefore, could be very authoritatively laying down the powers of the Speaker, because the allegation made from the Shinde camp is this Deputy Speaker acted on political actions of the MVA government. Now, as I'm waiting for an alert coming in from the Supreme Court as to the Article 179, all right, let me tell you, is what Kaul refers to. He refers to Rule 11 of the Maharashtra Assembly Legislative Rules also, and then says, we are of the view that constitutional purpose would be maintained if the speaker refrains from an adjudication. Very, very clearly, as this case continues to happen, this is a firecracker of a hearing, I would say, in which Neeraj Kishan Kaul, senior advocate, has spoken about the role of the deputy speaker. I also want to say that as he reads out Article 179, he said if the speaker survives the floor test, he can still decide the disqualification. But if the speaker decides regarding disqualification of the MLAs, they won't have anywhere to go. So very critical point being made by Neeraj Kishan Kaul. And viewers, we've seen this earlier also in cases, but this becomes extremely critical to understand when a political crisis is being heard in the topmost court of the country. It is the constitution that has to be seen as the authority that will be deciding upon what needs to be done. For this, the interpretation of articles of the constitution is happening in the Supreme Court, as we are seeing senior advocate Neeraj Kishan Kaul continue stating, if the speaker survives the floor test, he can decide the qualification. But if he decides regarding disqualification, they won't have anywhere to go. So these are two very critical arguments being made by Neeraj Kishan Kaul, senior advocate in the topmost court of the country, where he's stating that these actions need to be seen in clarity. He also says, reading from this, so you give a notice, a 14-day period of notice goes before it, is read out in the assembly, and 21 members rise in support of it. But this procedure is not followed. The speaker has no authority to deal with the issue till the question of his removal is decided. All right. So he's making out the same thing that we had stated earlier on what is going to be said in the case. But like we've said, it's the conduct of the speaker in such matters that is going to be having to be decided by the Supreme Court. It is also whether the MLAs can be disqualified. A very critical part as we continue reporting on Neeraj Kishan Kaul, senior advocate, statements from the Supreme Court is also a statement that has been made, viewers, in the petition filed by the Shinde camp, where it said that 38 members of the Shiv Sena have walked out. Therefore, the MVA government is not in a majority. It has withdrawn its support to the MVA government. And if this statement is taken just in singularity, if it's put aside and taken, that clearly means that the MVA government is unstable and it is time for it to go if it's become a minority government, as has been alleged in this petition filed by the Shinde camp. Let me once again go back to what is being stated in the Supreme Court, where Neeraj Kishan Kaul, senior advocate, says, today the assembly is not in session. It is inconsequential. If the assembly is not in session, the cabinet can recommend convene. When the assembly convenes, the proceedings can start. But what is happening? Without following that, the deputy speaker has issued notices. So another very critical point being stated by Neeraj Kishan Kaul, senior advocate, who says that as the assembly is not in session, it is inconsequential if the assembly is not in session. How can the speaker be acting and giving out disqualification notices when the assembly is not in session, which is a very critical point having been made by Neeraj Kishan Kaul. All right. I also want to say that as this is happening, the Supreme Court has also said if the speaker survives the floor test, he can decide and still decide the disqualification. Neeraj Kishan Kaul continues to be reading out from the Rebia judgment, and he started off by saying it's already been. The court had risen for 2 minutes, viewers, but they've started hearing of this case where the Supreme Court has heard that it's constitutionally impermissible for them. Let me also go across to Swapnil Kothari, who continues to be with us. Swapnil, if I can get in a sense of what's been happening in the Supreme Court from you.
Well, Rhythm, as Arnab pointed out the details of that case, and I'm glad that he's not a lawyer. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing a chance to come on Republic TV at all. He himself would fill in. So I'm glad that he doesn't officially have a law degree. But his entire mastery over that subject is fantastic. It's always been great. And, it's a pleasure to have you as well, because you also have a fantastic grip over this. And, just to tell you that, Neeraj Kishan Kaul is literally hitting upon the constitutionality of the appointment of the speaker. if you appeal to the court as far as the constitutionality aspect is concerned, and if it's the highest court of the land, which is obviously the final arbiter of the constitutional principles and the articles, rather the interpretation of the articles of the Constitution, then obviously you are in a position to persuade that court, and obviously Neeraj Kishan Kaul is a master at that, and he's trying to do that. And he's trying to say that the appointment itself is in question. The question of any adjudication upon the disqualification plea does not arise, because when the Speaker's appointment itself is in question, there is no question that he can decide. Now, if the Supreme Court comes to that conclusion, and I want to give this a 70-30. The reason why I'm giving this a 70-30 because more often times than not, the Parliament not in session, the Parliament in session. If you look at the precedents in the past 50, 60 years, I'm sure both the sides will have equal representation of cases. So more so rather than the decisional law, it will be more the instinctive aspect of the judges, which at that time will say that looking at the situation itself, looking at the surround sound of this entire case, do we come to a conclusion that the Speaker's appointment is unconstitutional? And obviously they will not say the surround sound aspect, but that will weigh in on their mind, and that may eventually play a role. They may say that these are 6 judgments here and these are 6 judgments on this side, because obviously Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is also going to cite certain judgments, and he's going to go by the interpretation of the 10th schedule. I don't know how much of a leeway or a headway he'll make in that, because the 10th schedule is very, very clear about certain things. But nevertheless, I'll grant it to him, because I'm sure he'll have some arguments up his sleeve. But and I'll be interesting to hear what he has to say, because there is very little room for legal maneuvering or legal craftsmanship as far as something of this nature, so solidly narrow, if I may say so. And you have to look at it from the prism of constitutionality, nothing else. Nothing else. And prism also from the 10th schedule of the Constitution as amended by the 91st Amendment. Nothing else other than that as well.
Swapnil, I'm only interrupting you for a minute because you spoke about Dr. Abhishek Singhvi, Swapnil, and the bench, Swapnil, has now sought the views of the respondent. Senior Advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi appears, to which Solicitor General of India Tushar Mehta interferes. Just for my knowledge, who is Mr. Singhvi representing? To which Dr. Singhvi says, I am for R4 and R5. That is the Shiv Sena Legislative Party leader and Sunil Prabhu, Chief Whip. So viewers, in such cases, it's also very interesting to see the nuances in the courts of the country, where we see both the sides speaking up, where we see this high-octave battle, as Swapnil would say. So Swapnil, even before Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi could speak up, first the Solicitor General asked, just for my knowledge, who is Dr. Singhvi representing? And he replied, he's appearing for Shiv Sena Legislative Party leader and Sunil Prabhu. We're also seeing, Swapnil, as I can see the smile on your face, also Rajiv Dhawan appearing for the Deputy Speaker.
Because Tushar Mehta is trying to figure out as to who's representing whom, so that he can present his arguments accordingly, because he knows both his compatriots since possibly several decades, and he knows exactly who's going to place which arguments and how, and especially for which constitutional functionary. So here, obviously, if it's Mr. Uddhav Thackeray's camp, and of course the Deputy Speaker. So if Mr. Rajiv Dhawan is going to appear for the Deputy Speaker, then Mr. Tushar Mehta knows exactly what the arguments are going to be and how they're going to be, because Mr. Rajiv Dhawan himself is one of the best-known constitutional experts. But be that as it may, as I said, I keep telling you, Rhythm, from the very narrow prism of the 10th schedule of the Constitution, from the very narrow prism of the disqualification aspect, from the once again still narrower prism of arbitrariness of as underlined under Article 14 of the Constitution, and also still from the prism of the fundamental rights being freedom of association and freedom of expression, it is a simplistic question that the court has to ask itself, that if there are 38 people who had joined, or 37 people who were a part of a political party first, who had associated themselves with the political party, if they are unhappy with the political party, do they have a right to get out of that political party and form an association of their own, or alternatively merge with a majority party? And if you answer that question simplistically, objectively, even without looking at the parameters of the Constitution, or be it the 10th schedule, the simple answer to that is yes.
Swapnil, I just want to go back to what's been happening in the Supreme Court, where we heard another sort of exchange between Dr. Singhvi, the Solicitor General, and Rajiv Dhawan, who is appearing for the Deputy Speaker. All of them senior advocates, Solicitor General of India, top law officer of the country. Before I go across to what Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi has said as he's begun his arguments at the top court, I'll let our viewers know about the short exchange that took place between Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who believed and said that Deputy Speaker is on caveat and let us hear him. Dr. Singhvi then replied, "My learned friend will not decide who will open first," and in between them, Mr. Rajiv Dhawan, appearing for Deputy Speaker, said, "Let my learned friend Dr. Singhvi argue. I will submit on the legal issues." Viewers, let me now tell you the breaking news that's coming in. Dr. Abhishek Singhvi, appearing for the Shiv Sena, has now begun his arguments and first questioned why the leapfrogging. It's the language that has to, delightful language that has to be seen by both the sides. We've heard constitutional expert Neeraj Kishan Kaul talking in great eloquence about why the Deputy Speaker's actions are illegal and constitutionally impermissible. Now Dr. Singhvi questions them on leapfrogging to the Supreme Court without approaching the High Court. First, says no reason why Mr. Kaul, why your Lordship should not exercise the discretion that is given to them under by going to the High Court. Now, viewers, as I continue bringing this update, he's also now, Dr. Singhvi has also stated, in no single case, barring the Rajasthan High Court in 2020, has the courts interfered in this manner, has the courts interfered when the proceedings are pending before the Speaker. He then refers to the Quixote judgment, para 109, para 110, and says no action will lie before the court till the Speaker decides finally. So what are we looking at in the Supreme Court? We are looking at Speaker, action of the Speaker versus inaction of the Speaker, as the Shinde camp says that the action of the Deputy Speaker in going ahead and disqualifying MLAs at this time is illegal and unconstitutional. Now lawyers appearing for the Shiv Sena, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, says that the court cannot interfere when proceedings are pending before the Speaker. So he refers to a judgment and says no action will lie before the court till the Speaker decides finally. Viewers, we've also seen this earlier, and also in the case that Orna mentioned, when it comes to the Speaker, the constitutional crisis, this has to be seen and sets out an authoritative judgment, because it's now the powers of the Speaker versus the powers of the Supreme Court that are being spoken of by Dr. Singhvi in the topmost court of the country as a part of his arguments. Justice Khan says, was it also a case where the continuation of Speaker was in question? So a question being asked by Justice Surya Khan to Dr. Singhvi, who says, no, that was not an issue until Nabam Rabia in 2016, but in Nabam Rabia, the court interfered with the final order. In that case, it's consistent with Quixote and holding that let the Speaker decide finally. So what is Dr. Singhvi trying to say? First, he says the powers lie with the Speaker to decide on the disqualification. That is the main argument he's making. The second argument he's making is do not leapfrog to the Supreme Court and you should have gone first to the High Court. Earlier, we saw what had been stated by Neeraj Kishan Kaul in that aspect. Now, let me also tell you, Singhvi also refers to the decisions in the Manipur case, in the Manipur MLA's case, to say there are limited grounds for the court to interfere in interim. When the Speaker disqualifies the MLA in interim, court can pass interim orders setting the time limit for the final decision. So what is Abhishek Manu Singhvi really trying to state here? He's saying when it comes to such issues, the powers of the court are limited. The court cannot go forward and give out authoritative judgments because it is the powers of the Speaker. Viewers, this is a very contentious issue. It's come up earlier. We really have to see what the Supreme Court says here, because it is now a tussle between powers of the court versus the powers of the Speaker, which is what Dr. Singhvi is pointing out to. And need I say, he is a constitutional expert himself, but we really need to understand whether a floor test will happen. Justice Kant has also asked when a Speaker's removal under 179 is under consideration, whether such Speaker is competent to decide under the 10th schedule, whether this issue has been considered in any of the cases. So very important point coming in from the court. How are we to look at the Deputy Speaker's powers? because the Supreme viewers, I just want to put this into perspective instead of giving you too many facts and not an actual simplistic understanding of what's happening in the courtroom. There are 16 MLAs in the state of Maharashtra who were disqualified by the Deputy Speaker. However, when he disqualified them, there was a petition pending for his own removal. Now the entire controversy is on the powers of the Deputy Speaker when there is a plea pending, a resolution is the right word, a resolution pending for his own disqualification. If the Deputy Speaker himself is not qualified to be on that constitutional post, then he cannot be giving out disqualification notices to the 16 MLAs. This is the crux of the matter. Dr. Abhishek Singhvi, appearing for the Shiv Sena, is being asked, how has it ever happened that we have seen the Speaker's removal being under Article 179C under consideration, whether such Speaker is competent to decide under 10th schedule, whether this issue has been considered in any cases, to which Dr. Singhvi refers to Article 212 to say there is a constitutional bar on the courts inquiring into the legislative process. So what is Dr. Singhvi trying to do? He's trying to say the powers of the Supreme Court in such cases or the courts are limited. We have to see whether the court takes into account this argument or whether the court says that the Speaker's powers here have to be questioned by them. He reads it out and says Article 212 bars the Lordship scrutiny when the Speaker is deciding. All internal management has to be barred from judicial scrutiny. It's a very strong, contentious point being made by the Supreme Court. It can go and tilt either way. If the Supreme Court feels that the resolution of the disqualification for the Speaker is constitutional and correct, then the entire gamut changes. Swapnil continues to be with us. Swapnil, how are you looking at these arguments?
Well, I disagree with Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi here, saying that the courts don't have the power of reviewing the Speaker's powers, simply because the court has the judicial review power. It was obviously in Kyoto Holohan's case only, if my memory serves me right, it was decided that that particular section of the 10th schedule, that particular paragraph has been held to be unconstitutional, which bars the jurisdiction of the courts. So if that has been held to be unconstitutional because the power of judicial review forms part of the basic structure of the Constitution, then I believe that the court can go into everything and anything that relates to the powers, or including the powers of the Speaker, especially when the Speaker himself has not been appointed legitimately. If that itself is in question, are you trying to suggest to the court that you cannot enter into the question of whether the Speaker has been legitimately appointed? Well, I'm sorry to say that will not be allowed, simply because then obviously if you cannot enter into that, then whoever can appoint the Speaker in howsoever manner possible, and then that Speaker can take whatever decision he wants to take arbitrarily. And then the power of judicial review will be exercised. I'm sorry, this seems to be a very far-fetched interpretation, and Article 212 has an absolutely different connotation than what it comes here under the 10th schedule of the Constitution. This is, as I said, the court will have to view it from the narrow prism of that. You are talking about legislative proceedings and all of those things. That is an absolutely tangential argument. So in that sense, Mr. Singhvi is trying to give his own interpretation, naturally, because he's holding a brief. But then I believe that is not going to appeal to the Supreme Court in that sense, to say that we cannot go into the powers or to decide whether the Speaker has legitimate powers, especially when the Speaker's appointment itself is in question. So if that is the case, then obviously the Supreme Court has to come first to the conclusion that whether the Speaker has been legitimately appointed. As far as the second thing is concerned, the first prong of his argument was that why leapfrog to the Supreme Court? Then why have Article 32 of the Constitution? Then in any case and in every case, everybody has to approach the High Court under the Article 226 of the Constitution. Then why have Article 32 itself? Then you should have sort of asked for the delimiting power of the Article 32, saying that you go to the Article 226 first, and if that is an adequate alternative remedy, as the language of the law that we use, especially in our petitions, that if that was an adequate alternative remedy, then go always to the High Court first, because you're always afraid to go to the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court is going to say, why leapfrog to us? So those arguments do not hold enough water. The Supreme Court is fully empowered under Article 32, and not only that, but as I said, under Article 142 of the Constitution itself, to pass any order to do complete justice. And in case I believe that even Article 142 will not be coming to the picture here, Article 32 itself would suffice, simply because they are very well within their powers under Article 32 itself to decide, especially when the fundamental rights of the litigants, which is the case here, has been violated. So there is no question that this is the case here, and the Supreme Court will not entertain that particular prong, saying that go back to the High Court. Otherwise, the court could have said straight away within 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so of the arguments, saying that please go back to the High Court, do not come to us, and then we'll take it from there. But the fact that the court is listening and entertaining the arguments of both the sides, the court is not going to come to that. Now, as far as the second prong of the argument is concerned, which is that a court has a very limited power of judicial review, that falls flat on its case simply because whether the court comes to a conclusion that the speaker is legitimately appointed is a separate issue, rather than whether the court can come to a conclusion. What Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing here, that the court cannot come to a conclusion simply because the court has limited powers of judicial review. And that is something which I believe the Supreme Court will dispense with, saying that, sorry, we have the powers here to decide whether or not the speaker has been legitimately appointed.
Absolutely. Let me also tell you that we've just heard Dr. Singhvi referring to para 109 of the Kyoto Holohan when he was asked a question by the Supreme Court judge, are we really dealing with the proceedings of the assembly? Dr. Singhvi said, yes, your lordships are dealing with the questions of the proceedings with the assembly. So Swapnil, I also believe, like you're hinting at, that this is not something the Supreme Court would possibly be taking lightly, because the Supreme Court has being told that their powers are restricted here. The Supreme Court is now being told by Dr. Singhvi, referring to para 119 of the Kyoto case, that even after a final order, your lordship's scrutiny is limited. And, Dr. Singhvi's frame froze for a minute when Devdutt Kamath took over, but he's come online again and he takes over again from Kamath. Now he reads out judgments from Kyoto to say the Supreme Court has limited powers in deciding on internal matters of the Legislative Assembly, where he says judicial review cannot be available at a stage prior to the making of a decision by the Speaker, and a qua-timate action would not be permissible, nor would interference be permissible at an interlocutory stage of the proceedings. So these are very sharp arguments, and Swapnil, I just want one word once again from you. When the Supreme Court is being told, and this is going completely different from the hearing at Bay, where we saw Neeraj Kishan appearing for the Shinde camp and say the Deputy Speaker's actions are constitutionally permissible. As a reply to that, instead of trying possibly to defend the actions of the Deputy Speaker, another tangent has been taken and the courts have been told, you cannot interfere here.
Well, that is obviously the legal wizardry of Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, where he himself tries to throttle the Supreme Court and say that you have very limited powers, and the scrutiny, your powers of judicial scrutiny, as per the Kyoto Holohan's judgment, are restricted so as not to interfere into the legislative proceedings unless a certain decision has been made. That is all very fine, but here the decision-making power itself.
सर, ईडी ने आपको नोटिस दिया हुआ, ये सूचना है, कल आपको बुलाने की तैयारी है?
नोटिस, मैं सामना कार्यालय में हूँ, ये मेरा घर नहीं, यहाँ नोटिस नहीं आ सकता है। ये तो बाला साहब ठाकरे की वास्तु है। अगर घर में नोटिस आई होगी तो मैं देख लूँगा। जिस तरह की राजनीतिक हलचल मुंबई में चल रही है, महाराष्ट्र में, देश में चल रही है, तो मुझे पूरा अंदेशा था कि मेरे बारे में मुझे रोकने के लिए, शिवसेना को रोकने के लिए कुछ लोग इकट्ठा आएंगे महाराष्ट्र के खिलाफ, और मुझे और मेरे कोई साथी हुए उनको तकलीफ देंगे। लेकिन चाहे आप मुझे कितनी भी तकलीफ दीजिए, मुझे फांसी पर चढ़ाइए, मेरी गर्दन काट लीजिए, मैं गुवाहाटी में जाने वाला नहीं। मैं गुवाहाटी जाने वाला नहीं हूँ। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैं बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो शिवसेना है उनके साथ खड़ा रहूँगा, और उनकी साख बचाने के लिए आखिरी सांस तक मैं लड़ता रहूँगा, चाहे मुझे आप गोली मार दो या मुझे जेल डालो।
ईडी के दफ्तर जाएंगे, कल आप ईडी के दफ्तर जा रहे हैं,
मेरे पास कल मेरी अलीबाग में सभा है, और भी सभाएं मैंने शेड्यूल की है पार्टी की तरफ से। उसके बाद मैं ईडी से टाइम ले लूँगा, लेकिन ज़रूर मैं ईडी के दफ्तर में जाऊँगा और जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है उनके सामने जाऊँगा। मैं भागने वाला नहीं हूँ।
सर, आपका बयान लेकर चर्चा में है, जिसमें राष्ट्र को लेकर, गुवाहाटी जाने को लेकर, मुंबई जाने को लेकर म्हणणं आहे, सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाची सुनावणी सुरू आहे, याचिकाकर्त्यांचं असं म्हणणं आहे की आम्ही मुंबईत महाराष्ट्रात येऊ शकत नाही कारण आमच्यावर हल्ले होत आहेत, आमच्या घरावर हल्ले होत आहेत, आम्हाला धमक्या दिल्या जात आहेत. 40 आमदारांचे मृतदेह मुंबईत येतील.
त्यांनी मराठी भाषा समजून घेतली पाहिजे. मी काय म्हणालो आहे, मी इतकंच म्हणालो की जे गुवाहाटीला आता आहे ते शरीरानं तिकडे त्यांचा आत्मा मेल आहे आणि असे शरीर जेव्हा इथे येतं तेव्हा ते निर्जीव आणि मृत असतं. याचा अर्थ समजून घ्या. नहीं कहा था कल, जो लोग 40-45 कितने भी हो जो गुवाहाटी में है उनका ज़मीर, उनका आत्मा मर चुका है और जिनका आत्मा मर गया होता है उनका सिर्फ शरीर रहता है, उनका कोई फ़ायदा नहीं होता, कोई वजूद नहीं होता. ऐसी बॉडी ऐसे शरीर यहाँ आकर क्या होगा? उनका तो सिर्फ पोस्टमार्टम होता है. लोग उनके विचारों का और उनके कृति का पोस्टमार्टम करते हैं. ये मैंने कहा, ये पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट है.
राऊत साहेब, पण ज्या पद्धतीने उपाध्यक्षांच्या विरोधात अविश्वासाचा ठराव आहे, कोर्टात जे म्हणणं मांडलं गेलेलं आहे की त्यांना अधिकार नाही आहे फ्लोअर टेस्ट, त्यांना आधी
कोर्टामध्ये काय चालले त्याच्याविषयी मी कोणतेही भाष्य करणार नाही. ती न्यायालयीन लढाई आहे, ती कायदेशीर लढाई आहे. त्यासाठी आमची लिगल टीम, आमचे शिवसेनेचे काही प्रमुख लोक दिल्लीमध्ये उपस्थित आहेत आणि त्याच्यावर
Coming back to the Supreme Court that is hearing this continuous case, and the Supreme Court asks, why would a speaker who's confident of a majority fear? This was an earlier alert. We've just seen Dr. Singhvi making arguments before the Supreme Court and seeking and giving out details about what needs to happen in this case, where we've seen Abhishek Manu Singhvi say the continuation of the speaker wasn't in question in earlier cases, but we do want in this case for this to be taken into consideration. As Roth remains defiant, the ED summons Roth. He says he won't go. That's another stop focus story that we're looking at. I also want to go back to the Supreme Court, where continuous arguments are happening inside the courtroom, where the Supreme Court says in the Napia case 212. All right, there was no 212 that was dealt with. So the Supreme Court is also questioning in this case what needs to happen. Justice Suryakant has said the matter was different in the first decision of the Supreme Court. Things are totally different here. Here only the Deputy Speaker himself is under challenge. A very pertinent breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court makes this very critical observation when they are saying that in this particular case, it is the Deputy Speaker himself who is under challenge. So the cases that Dr. Singhvi is speaking about were earlier, they were different, and things are totally different here. What is the Supreme Court going to do in a different case? Are they going to be giving out an interim order? Are they going to be saying that this particular decision needs to have an interim stay on it because it is the Speaker who himself is under challenge? Is a critical point that needs to be seen. I want to go back to what's been happening in the Supreme Court, where Abhishek Manu Singhvi made those arguments saying that these are that the court cannot be interfering in these matters, and these are matters that are outside the judicial purview of the courtroom. Justice Kant has said the issue is limited. Whether the Deputy Speaker has the right to hear the disqualification petition under 10th schedule and when there is a notice seeking his removal under Article 179. Viewers, I also want to tell you the Deputy Speaker, Dr. Singhvi says, has already taken a decision on the motion. It's been reported. Motion has been dismissed on grounds of validity. Justice Kant has given out a very important observation. Can the Speaker decide in his own cause? Dr. Singhvi says yes, because of its validity. Justice Pardewala then goes on to say, and viewers, this is a hearing that's getting very, very interesting, because Justice Pardewala says you've been called to clarify why the Nabam Rabia should not be made applicable. The Quixote case is clear, no difficulty. Same principles reiterated in other cases. But this becomes crucial as the Supreme Court says the Speaker against whom the application has been made, can he himself hear the application? I want to say very critical. I am also joined by other guests whom I want to go across as the huge observation comes from the Supreme Court. Amitabh Sinha, senior advocate of the Supreme Court, as well as Naveen Chomal, lawyer, live from Mumbai. I want to go across to Amitabh Sinha. Amitabh, it's a very high octave hearing that we are seeing in the courtroom, Mr. Sinha. The question that begs to be asked here is the Supreme Court is now being told your own powers are limited to decide on an internal legislative matter. How should the Supreme Court be looking at it when they are saying, can the Speaker decide in his own cause?
The important point, there is no problem if we as a lawyer, make this submission before the Honorable Court that this is out of the jurisdiction of the Honorable Court. So there is no problem in that. So it's quite okay for as far as the line of argument is concerned. But here, the very important point is that whether the malafide and the mens rea can be examined or not. Yes, certainly rule of law. Who will protect the rule of law? Obviously, the executive and the judiciary. It is a balanced arrangement. If one one column of the democracy fails to deliver the justice, then the another column of constitution comes in. So here, Supreme Court. The most important thing that Supreme Court has been, asked to take the cognizance, and it is very important. Cause of action has already been established, and Supreme Court now can monitor it. Earlier, Supreme Court was not in picture, and what we are as citizens of the country, we are witnessing. See, Shiv Sena, they are hellbent to break the law in the Mumbai or in Maharashtra. The son of the chief minister openly, I have just heard that there will be 2 floors. Floor testing will be there. One is on the streets and one in the assembly. So so now the Supreme Court has to see whether the malafide is there in that letter or not. And importantly, when just a minute, that when 38 or 39, whatever the number, but more than 2/3 number of the legislative party has already said that we don't have faith, and in the petition also, then why only 17? This is a misuse of the technicality of legal system. So the court is not blind. Court also understands.
I just want to, Mr. Sinha, go back to the courtroom alerts that are coming in where Abhishek Manu Singhvi continues his arguments where Justice Kant has raised a very critical question where he says the notice and he has proceeded to reject the same. In light of the Naban Rebia case, can the Speaker decide on this issue? And Singhvi says it is the second scenario. Let us break down Naban. The point of Naban will apply only after 179. See, viewers, I'm not going to go into technicalities, but what are we talking about is the role of the Deputy Speaker, which itself is under the scanner. Can he then go forward with these disqualifications is what the court is asking. Dr. Singhvi says the Speaker has taken note of the unverified letter and rejected the same. Justice Khan says if the Deputy Speaker says no notice has been served, then we will require the authority to say that. And also, they've said that if we want to ignore Nabam Rebia case prima facie, we have to take the view that 212 was considered. All right, I don't want to go into those details, but the Supreme Court says, can the Speaker, so as to say, become the judge in his own cause? We have a constitutional bench judgment close to the facts of the case. Why should we not apply it here? And I think before I go across to Mr. Chomal, the most important observation from the Supreme Court also is the Deputy Speaker says on record he was never given any notice to remove him. If so, we will ask you to file an affidavit. On the other hand, the question arises, if the Speaker got the notice, did he reject it? These are very clear points, Naveen Chomal, that are being made by the Supreme Court in questioning the actions and the conduct of the Deputy Speaker. Mr. Naveen Chomal, if you can hear me, sir.
Yes. I thought we are waiting for some break. Kindly appreciate, in this case, propriety is something very important. And if we go by the letter and spirit of the Constitution, propriety is in the spirit of our Constitution. And our Constitution is always based on majority in the democratic setup. So on the floor of the House Assembly, where the figures are already in favor of the Shinde faction combined with the opposition parties, then this government is sure to fall. And when the Deputy Speaker has already questioned the 179C of the Constitution, I think the propriety demands that he steps behind. He doesn't decide the issue till his own status is decided by the floor. So kindly appreciate the court will have to take a very bold and decisive, become very decisive. Court cannot ask for the affidavit. And if the court asks for the affidavit and the Deputy Speaker is found to be telling lies to the court, then he should face the consequences also. Because we have been hearing the news that Deputy Speaker was given the notice and he started saying that no, I cannot believe this notice. The signatures are not matching. So he's trying to give all those excuses when he could have verified the signatures. And then he's trying to say that the email from which the notice came, that was not verifiable. So these are all very lame excuses, only trying to buy some time and avoid his disqualification. So ultimately, the Supreme Court will have to decide that what are they going to decide after 2 weeks. Why waste time of 2 weeks? Let the matter be decided in Supreme Court as early as possible, and let all the members we call on the floor. Let them decide on the speaker and let them decide about the strength of the government. If the government fails to prove the strength of 143, considering that 2 MLAs are in prison, so in that aspect, don't make the magical figure of 143.
Yes, Mr. Chomal, I also want to go back to the hearing that continues in the Supreme Court, where arguments are continuing, and Justice Khan said, Dr. Singh, we read para 5 of the notice given. We barely hereby call upon you to move the motion for removal. Dr. Singh begins reading and says, this has come from unauthorized email and 14 days has not elapsed. Justice Khan says, very right. If 14 days is the time for the Speaker to put up the notice before the House, here the MLAs have been served a notice calling upon him to put the resolution under 179. Rajiv Dhawan, appearing for the Speaker, says Speaker has rejected the notice, saying its authenticity is not verified. This is turning out to be a pot boiler, and a controversy and a confusion is now being raised upon whether the Speaker, Amitabh Sinha, actually got the notice, whether he got it from verified sources. But this is only trying to derail the process in the court.
This is clearly a lame excuse. I'm sorry that they are just playing like a child. They are children's game type. So this is a very serious matter. And if the complainant is saying that we have sent a notice, then the notice should be verified first, and then the suspension notice or show cause notice should have been issued. So this is a really clear, open and shut case of malafide. So I am really amazed who is giving legal advice to these people. So I just don't understand. See, now in this case also, where the Supreme Court is going directly take cognizance, or it will remand it back to the High Court. My point is that Supreme Court has already intervened. Supreme Court has already taken the cognizance, and in this Nibam Rabia case also, the precedence is there. So how Abhishek Manish Singhvi is saying that Supreme Court has no jurisdiction in the Legislative Assembly? Yes, in the Constitution there is a separation of power. There so many provisions are there, but Supreme Court, because Supreme Court has the onus to look after the rule of law, and in UP case also, Supreme Court has a UP Assembly case, Supreme Court has intervened, and in a very historic manner, they had instructed and gave the verdict that the ballot paper should be used in this majority floor test process. So I think there is nothing wrong in Supreme Court taking cognizance and intervening in this matter, and it is completely as per my legal understanding. Now things are very clear, and because the desperation of the ruling alliance there and direct threat of violence, so the threat collapse of constitutional machinery also is there. The violence is being apprehended. So
Yes.
I think the governor also has
Mr.
asked.
Sinha, I only interrupt you to get you the latest updates that are coming in from the Supreme Court, where a very bizarre argument, Swapnil, is being given out in the Supreme Court, where they say the notice that was received was not from verified sources. And Rajiv Dhawan says a fly-by-night notice will not do. A notice sent by Vishal Acharya will not do. What is the notice and when does the period start? It is a serious matter. But truthfully, I believe they are unable to give it a proper focus. And Justice Kant is asking extremely pertinent questions, Swapnil, when he says, in Nabiyan Rabia case, Dhawan says the 14 days had elapsed. This was an important aspect. Justice Kant says, then it will be contradictory. If there is no valid notice, there is no question of 14 days. The question arises only if the notice is valid. Justice Kant then says you can file a comprehensive affidavit, Mr. Dhawan, and this is crucial because the Solicitor General also says, I need to say something, I'll say it in the last, please give me 2 minutes at the end of everyone. A hearing in which we are hearing all the sides wanting to make their points. Amitabh Sinha, Swapnil have a slight smile on their faces because what we are hearing, Swapnil, you're raising your hand as well, I want to ask you is the bizarreness of an argument that the notice that was given to the Deputy Speaker was actually from an invalid source.
Yes, Rhythm, I'm glad that they did not put up the argument that the rebel camp MLAs have been abducted, because that would have been more bizarre than, people who claim to have been abducted by extraterrestrial and aliens. So I'm glad that that argument has not made today to the Supreme Court. Now, this argument, which is so bizarre that the verifiability of the notice itself is in question. So the question of, the number of 14 days, etc., does not apply. You and I both can see through this, and I'm sure Justice Suryakant can easily see through this with all his pertinent questions. Now, one of the main points that, Mr. Singhvi had raised is that why there is a Kiya Taimet action. Now, just for the benefit of the viewers, to explain to your viewers in layman's terms what Kiya Taimet means is that if you apprehend something, there cannot be an injunction against that. So here, it's not the question of apprehension. We are not apprehending that the speaker is going to disqualify. Here, it is the question of the legitimacy of the speaker's appointment itself. So there is no question of Kiya Taimet action here. It is a question of the legitimacy of the speaker, whether he himself is an appointed. Now, what he does thereafter is irrelevant, because here itself, when he himself has not been legitimately appointed, the question of any ensuing factors, that whether he has issued a proper whip, whether he has not issued a proper whip, all of those, whether he has the power to adjudicate upon the disqualification plea, does not arise at all, because he himself has not been legitimately appointed. So I believe that the questions that are being asked by the Supreme Court are pointing towards the direction of the fact that the speaker himself has not been legitimately appointed, and that's why there is an injunction which is going to flow that he will not be able to adjudicate upon the disqualification plea. And not only that, but I think to remove all biases, a neutral speaker would be appointed thereafter, or a direction would be given to appoint a neutral speaker, and only then and then the disqualification plea will be entertained by that particular neutral speaker. So I see the Supreme Court heading in that direction from the questions that it is posing. So that is where,
yes,
my understanding of the Supreme Court's, potential order goes to.
I also want to go across to the Naveen Chomal, who also wants to make a point. But before that, Naveen Chomal, I just want to say that Kamath says there is preliminary objection to the maintainability of the petition. We have not given up on that objection, Justice Khan says. Kamath refers to the Supreme Court order in the Karnataka MLA's case, which he, interestingly, with Dr. Singhvi was also a part of, to say the Supreme Court disapproved the petitioners in the case, leapfrogging to the Supreme Court. Naveen Chomal, I do believe what is happening is, in their haste, the lawyers for the Shiv Sena camp are jumping from one point to another, whether it's leapfrogging, so as to say, to the Supreme Court being one point, or whether it is saying that the Supreme Court does not have the powers in such cases being the second point, or whether the third point is being made by them, that the speaker and the notice he got himself was actually from unverified sources, which is a bit of a bizarre argument.
Yes. The Uddhav Sena camp is not able to get its act together, and basically I want to make a point that it is high time that our Supreme Court becomes very strict about certain things. If anybody tries to play hanky-panky with the court, or tries to mislead the court, or has the guts or audacity to make a misleading statement to the court, he should be punished very heavily. The arms of the law should fall on him very heavily. If the Uddhav Sena camp is trying to make some wrong statements to the court and if they are found to be incorrect, court should punish them very severely. Because we have been seeing that they are trying to make all sort of politically immature statements on the media, in the public rallies. But the same thing they are trying to treat the Supreme Court of India. It will be too shameful. It will be corroding the important pillar of our judiciary. So, our democracy. So ultimately now it's up to the court to become very strict, catch them by the collar. They are trying to mislead the court. And coming to the issue of the notice, as I was saying earlier, my submission that if he is trying to say, the speaker is trying to say that the notice which he received was not valid, then let the court decide